Hey, how's it going, Maurice?
How you doing, Akil?
I'm hanging in there. All right, I think we're getting ready to have some racing start soon.
We are.
All right.
We are. I'm excited.
All right. So we are here at the 2023 USRowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships. I'm just going to call it 2023 National Indoors after that.
Right, that's a mouthful.
That's a mouthful. So how you feeling this morning?
I'm doing all right.
All right.
Sunny side, Atlantic City,
All
nice
right.
and warm, but
right. So we've got some exciting racing coming up in just about 9 minutes. We're going to have a combination of races. Like in the first flight, we've got some small entries. So we're going to be taking on. I'm excited actually to see the men's masters 500-meter sprint. I think that's going to be pretty exciting.
Exactly. It's just so short and
Yeah.
so sweet and to the point. It could be any man's game in that one.
Yeah. So it looks like we do have some competitors warming up in the background there. They should be coming out soon, sort of setting the scene. Now, tell me, I like the 500 because, like you said, it's short and sweet.
Mm-hmm.
But then later on today, we'll be getting to the 2Ks. What do you have different strategies? Tell me about the different strategies between the 2,000-meter race and the 500-meter race.
So for me, honestly, that 500, you just fly it and hopefully never die.
Yeah.
Because it's just so quick and it in a snap of a finger, you're done. For the 2K, that's a little different story. You can't just fly and die because then that'll be a miserable time for you. So for the 2K, I try to cut it up in segments at each 500. I kind of reset and regain that technique, regain that motivation throughout the piece. Because as you know, as an Olympian, that middle 1,000 is where you gotta really push yourself to get you to the end.
Yeah. So it's interesting that you say that. I was thinking about sort of the 500-meter races. For those people not familiar with the sport of rowing, the standard racing distance on the water is 2,000 meters. Mm-hmm. And so, when you do your 500-meter race, it's actually just about going as fast as possible and then holding on as that lactic acid builds up in your muscles.
Quick.
It builds up so fast. Anyone familiar with doing zone training, you probably hit zone 5 really quick, and that's where your heart rate is spiking and the lactic acid is there, and you just have to fight to overcome it as your muscles start to break down.
Right. And you're just going.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those races. I mean, you're going well over 30 strokes per minute. Like, it's well over that. Like, you're just going 35, 36, 30, whatever. And you're, again, hoping to fly and just never die for that 500. But by the time you blink, you'll be done.
Yeah, and so it looks like we have some of the entrants with their coaches coming in, sitting down. We have some entries. These are actually some New Jersey. I had the opportunity to meet some of the organizers of this race, and so it was pretty cool. I see some of those faces here with their coaches coming in. Now, I think that for the 2,000-meter race, I've done those indoors. But for the 500, I think that there's the coach that's sitting there. So what people are going to see today, what you're going to see people that are actually on their rowers, and you're going to see people that are sitting beside them yelling at them.
Yep.
And normally, if you're in a big boat on the water, that's the coxswain in the 8 or the 4. But it's really interesting to think about the role of the coach in these indoor races.
No, it's very direct. Like it's personalized coaching throughout, the whole piece. And honestly, I feel like that role of being that coxswain coach sitting there is very important, especially when we start to get to that 2K mark. Because again, I know for me, when I've done these 2Ks and these indoor competitions, that middle 1,000 is just like, oh my goodness, like I'm feeling like I'm slowing down, but it's getting over that threshold, that hump, because once you get over that hump, you're like, all right, I'm almost there, and then you can, pound it down and pick it up again. That's
great. Well, we've got about 5 minutes before the races start. We have in this flight, we've got the men's open the men's lightweight open, the women's open, women's lightweight, and men's masters and women's masters. I know that there is in the interesting story in the women's open and women's master is Diane Dietrich. She suffered she was in a car accident, and she needed a way to get back in shape after that, as she was going through rehab. And so it'll be interesting to see sort of like how her rowing journey continues to progress. She really has found the sport and really loves being on that rower. So
that's awesome.
Excited to see how she does.
I love a good bounce back story.
Yeah,
love it.
Yeah. And we've actually got some interesting races in the Masters lightweight as well. I think that one's going to be a bit gritty. We have two really tough competitors that have both sort of competed at the top level and done very well. So I think we're in for a surprise. That's going to be like a battle. Like it's going to be like the Thunderdome.
Yep.
Two men enter,
head to head.
One man leaves, head to head. Here we go. We've got they're going to be battling together. So I'm excited to see how that works out there. So right here, you notice that the athletes are warming up. For the 500 meters, it's interesting. I think you actually need to do a longer warm-up beforehand to make sure, so you're coming in nice and warm. But you don't want to overdo it because you want to get that. You want to be ready when the race starts.
No, exactly. And again, it's very fast-paced, and you got to get those twitch muscles to start firing those pistons and start firing, because again, it's a quick race. So your body, it's so quick that you don't want to go into this cold, because by the time you warm up, the race is already over.
Yeah.
So you want to be able to make sure that those muscles are already fired up, those pistons are hot, and as soon as you go into it, you're off, you're kicking it.
Yeah. Here we go. It looks like people are getting ready, taking some deep breaths there. I always used to David Spector here. He's in that men's. He's one of the athletes I was talking about in that lightweight category. He's 2022 bronze medal for 65 to 69.
Wow.
And the silver medal in 2021. So and the gold medal at the 2,000 meters for British Championship. So we've got a real competitor here. He's going to really have his hands full with our man Steve Tagg, who holds the world record for 60+ 500 meters. So
yeah, this is definitely a
this is going to be hot. That's that's what I was saying when we got the Thunderdome. So all we need is some post-apocalyptic,
some strike of thunder just.
Yeah, so there you go. You can see him warming up there. He's going to be it looks like they might have changed the numbers there. I thought I saw him rowing at number 10 instead of so we're going to try to keep it honest, do the best that we can to get you the right people, but don't get on us too bad if we
if we screw up just a little bit.
If we get the numbers, yeah. All right. So here we go.
So we
are
about
1 minute away. We are less than a minute away from the start of the USRowing National Indoor Championship. So 2023 inaugural year. Let's get ready. Let's see what's going. We're going to settle down and let you get a little bit of the flavor for how the race starts as they get ready. So.
And I don't know about you, Akil, but I'm feeling the hype as if I'm sitting on the earth right here. Like I'm just like, oof.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. I know that like, let's go, let's do this. The slap of the quads. Like,
yeah. Getting everything ready, firing. All right. Let's see here.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. This is it.
Attention.
The athletes are just. Here we go. This is 500 meters. There's not a lot of time here.
At all. So
it's an all-out battle. The athletes are pulling as hard as they can, as long as they can, and just holding on. All right, now if you can settle into a 500, this is when you settle in right here.
Yep. Take that
You
first.
can see, yes, you can see the pain on their face. Right now, every athlete's different strategy.
Yeah, absolutely passing that threshold. I can tell you that right now.
There you go. Can't really see what's going on that leaderboard right now, but I can tell you what. All right, now we have Daryl Hill leading. Gerald Grace, number 11, in second, and Michael Shea, 12. Now, the thing to remember once again is that we have in this flight multiple categories. So there, even though people are, here we go.
And here's the leaderboard right here. So we have John leading, or actually, no, we have number 13, Steve Tig, leading the pack. Looks like for
Steve
that
Tig,
men's
yes,
open.
that's what I said, the man to look out for.
Yep.
This is his distance.
And he's going at a 45, 46. What did I say? Literally.
This
that, I mean, you're
this
just
is
going.
what this is where he got the world record.
127 split. Love it.
So right now those races are ending up now. People are starting to cross the finish line.
There we go. John right in second with Richard coming in right in third.
Here we go. You'll see those ergs start to spin down. People start to warm down. In the women's races, we still have Amy Collins and Stephanie. They're pulling,
There we go.
battling head to head.
Get that grit. You see the pain in their face, but they still pushing. Still pushing. Love it.
There we go. All right, we have kicked off the first flight of this indoor championship for 2023.
We did.
And
That
what
was
a
nice
battle
layer.
it was. It was really amazing to see Steve Tig really, take advantage of the experience in this race, despite going up against David Spector, who at the 2,000 meter distance has won some gold and silver in terms of that distance. So it'll be interesting to see if we see him later on at the 2K distance.
Yeah, for sure. Now that was a nice little warm up for everyone who watching, and again to start off the indoor championships on a high note, a very high note.
Right.
47, 48 strokes per minute note.
So coming up in about 27 minutes now, we're going to move to the U19 2,000 meter race. So we've got our sprints out of the way. These are the ones where you just get in and you bang it out, and we're going to move on to the 2,000 meter races. U19, these are like the I like to call them the young bucks. Like you're feeling your flavor. A lot of these guys will be going off to college next year.
Yep.
And so this is an opportunity for them to really just get in there and bang out a 2K, get more experience, more practice under their belts. I remember going into, back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. I remember like this time of the year as I was prepping, thinking about college, thinking about actually getting ready for the year of upcoming races, how we were training and going to the indoor championships. And it was just an exciting time.
Right.
I don't know if you harken back to those days, but I can tell you it's interesting because I think we'll have some athletes from, what I love about the fact that we're here in Jersey is that in Atlantic City is that, the whole Mid-Atlantic strength is here. And we've got some rowers from Thompson's Boat Center where I rode. We've got some DC, the DMV representing. And so I'm excited.
And we got some Philly in the house as well.
Philly, can't forget Philly.
Can't forget my hometown. Can't forget my hometown.
Yeah, that's right. That's
so
right.
well representation, across the board.
Yeah, so I think we're up for some exciting 2,000 meter races. Let's talk about, here we go. We've got the results here.
So 121.
And so we have John, for the open men, we have John Panico won. He beat out Richard Calfino. And then for the women's lightweight? Is that the women's?
So yep. So that'll be the one. That should be the women's lightweight. So that'll be.
Yeah. We have.
Or sorry, no, men's. Or sorry.
So the men's
women's.
open, we have John Panico that won, and Richard Calfino.
Yep. And then for the Deborah Stetzel, and forgive me if I screw up that name, but it looks like she took that one the women's open event.
Yeah. And look at these times coming in. So we've got John Panico came in at 1:33, and for that's the men's open. That's that time is right there knocking on the door of.
Actually, I screwed that one up. Diane, it looks like it. She was at 2:06, not 3. Okay.
Yep.
Well, she looks like she won that one.
Excellent.
So we have multiple people entered into multiple events, so it can be a little confusing, as you can see up on the screen. But again, work with us.
Yeah. So right now we've got a little shot of the screen going on. We've got you can see all of the people standing around in the stands cheering on. I think it's going to probably get a little bit more raucous as we move into the U19, which we have a couple of different flights in, and as well as the U17. These would be the kids from, as you said, the Mid-Atlantic that are here representing. So.
And you gotta love it. You gotta love these type of events, because I know a lot of these student athletes and masters open rowers have all been training up until this point. And this may be the peak for a lot of these athletes, at least for the winter season, going into the spring. So this is where they set that standard going into the spring season, with hopes to come home with a national medal at the end of it.
And it looks like unofficially, Bill Gromley, Senator William Gromley, has taken first place in the men's master. He's definitely one of the people who was instrumental in helping this event get started. So it's nice to see him come out and smash it on the erg.
Love that. No, that's all. That's
it.
awesome.
And we've got Cameron Brown and Robert Cloydier in third place. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Those are the unofficial results from the men's masters 500-meter sprint. We've got William Gromley, and then we have the.
So I think that was the. Yep. So that was the whole event, and just to fit everybody's name on there, that was a shift, but. Unofficial results right here.
And it's interesting too. Seems like we have one competitor from it looks like Afghanistan, Daryl Hill, representing. So it's nice to see that we've got a little bit of international representation at the regatta.
Absolutely,
as well.
Especially in indoors. That's awesome.
Yep.
That is awesome.
So let's see. I wonder if we have how they're doing for the results of any other races. Be interesting to see how the women's open results. We'll be getting those to you soon. That'll be interesting to see. Not a lot of competitors there, but still, 500 meters. Here we go. The women's open. We have Carlin Strine, Deborah Stills, and then Diane Dietrich finishing third. That time of 150.6 is what we have taking the top spot there. So good stuff all around. Exciting. Now tell me, have you competed in any indoor championships, any indoor races lately?
Not recently. My last indoor race was the Center City Slam. That was way back when I competed in high school.
Okay.
And yeah, that was done. I'm pretty sure that was done on Drexel's campus. And no, it was awesome. Did the I believe, what is it? The Hat and Hammer. There we go.
Okay.
Hat and Hammer
All right.
as well. So those were two fun events. Both were in gymnasiums. I think one was in a Drexel gymnasium. The other was in Egg Harbor, one of their Haddon Township. Sorry, Haddon Township's gymnasium, and that was a fun time. That was a fun time.
Yeah. I actually competed yesterday all by myself in the warm-up room at the commentators solo indoor rowing championship.
Really?
Yeah. I was the only competitor, and
love that. You versus you.
It was me versus me.
Love it.
Yeah, no. So I haven't competed in a while, but I've been training lately, and I'm thinking that it might be time for me to get back into the game.
Hey,
so,
I think it is. I
so,
think it is.
I think maybe at next year's maybe I won't just be back here behind the camera. I'll be in the Thunderdome.
Easy. Well, it seems like that we're about to go to a break here shortly. So again, welcome you guys to the 2023 US Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships, and we will be right back with you shortly for the men's U19 2K race.
All right. We are back in action. Just get that. Looks like we're about to have the parade of athletes coming in.
The U19.
U19. We're going to have this is going to be a little bit longer. Not a little bit, a lot longer,
right?
than the 500 meter races that we just saw. You will see the athletes and their coaches. Once again, a lot of these kids are seasoned rowers. They are, preparing for their spring season.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them will be going on to college, and I think this is sort of the thick of winter training right here.
It is, and these individual athletes, this may be before the spring season their last time to submit sometimes to colleges for recruiting.
Yep.
So this is going to be pretty big for, I'm sure, a lot of these athletes to get on some of these big time schools radar. So this will again be a dog eat dog, to say the least. For this
It'll
event.
be interesting here. So just in terms of the information that we have, will be nice. It'll be interesting to see if we have any of these guys going sub 7.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be sort of the for me the interesting mark with the pool of athletes that we have that are going to be competing.
Yep, exactly. And so, it looks like we have people from, like you said, all around the Mid-Atlantic region. I'm seeing some familiar schools here: South Jersey, Rowing Club, LaSalle, Brick City, Morristown, St. Augustine. A lot of these schools I raced against in high school. With shout out to Philadelphia City Rowing. And yeah, a lot of these schools we race against, and it's nice to see they're still having these dynasties come through and make their name known at these type of events.
Yeah, and once again in this race, we'll have representation. This is an international race. We have a entry from Afghanistan as well as Great Britain. So,
wow, love that.
It's nice to see that in year one we're getting a little bit of that international flavor in the regatta.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm thinking back. We've got Atlantic Tech Rowing. I think this is going to be a raucous race because we've got a lot of home team favorites here. We've got Atlantic City, we've got Atlantic Tech as well, and so here we have the athletes coming in, and this is kind of wild watching the sort of indoor parade of athletes
it's
and coaches.
Cool.
Very different from being on the starting line in the water where you just row up by yourself and you're on your boat on the starting line.
Yep, and again, as I said before, it's very personalized. So you're not in the boat with 8 other people plus your coxswain. It's just you and the coach behind you. So it's very, very crucial for that coach to be very specific to that athlete, because that you would think that coach knows that athlete very well and knows their game plans and know where their quote-unquote weak point is, and to build that weak point up to get these athletes across the finish line as fast as they can.
Right. Now, it's interesting. So with the 2,000 meter, there's a number of different strategies.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the popular ones is negative splitting.
Mm-hmm.
So basically making sure that as each 500 meter goes through, you have the ability to drop the split a little bit more. And so I think that that's a technique that I personally used sometimes. And then there's just like the fly and die. Just go out as hard as you can, get as big a lead as you can, and see if you can hold on to it. That's another strategy. And then there are people who like to even split. So just basically find a split and just hold on to it. Do you have a personal preference of any of those different strategies?
So it's interesting. So for me, again, I like to I honestly like to carry it out as if I'm on the water. So I have my game plan where those first 20 strokes, high strokes, boom, 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 and then you settle in. So I'll hit those high notes and then settle in at my pace for what, whatever that may be, for that middle 1,000. And then once I start getting to that third and final 500, I start to try to negative split, not a lot, and then obviously that last 250 is when go all out. All out. And so that's kind of how I like to do it, just because I like to think about it as me being at the start line and in the boat, and that kind of takes my brain away from that being on the erg. Is just like I'm imagining myself in a boat, and that's like one of the techniques that I use in order to get through these pieces. Right.
Now we do have in here some people that are new to rowing. We'll see. From Row, New Jersey, we have Liam Baker, who's 18, and he started rowing in September.
Wow.
And he got to row at the head of the Charles, so that was a highlight for him.
Nice.
We also have in this race Cal Rucker, who won the 2022 Midwest Championships for U19, and so he placed 15th in Crash B overall last year. So it'll
nice.
be I think we will see some interesting competition here. It'll be interesting to see. And we have Ganjit Cows from DC. Woot woot. Of course, I'm going to shout him out. Capital Rowing Club. He is a novice high school rower. So
wow.
This is he's coming hard into the big times right here.
That's what I'm saying.
This is no joke here.
A lot of these athletes, have had 4 years, from start all the way up. But that's the beauty about this sport,
Yeah.
You don't have to come in your freshman year, to be good, later on down the line. For me specifically, I came in my junior year of high school.
Yeah.
And so I, started off a little behind, but 2 years behind, because I didn't start out as a freshman, but I was still able to hang with the pack.
Yeah.
And so it's a matter of how you train and who's training you, because again, that your first year, second year, you can make up a lot of ground between those other athletes that started in their freshman year coming up into this point.
Once again, we have the athletes warming up here, and it's kind of interesting, because we talk about the sport of rowing, and we talk about basically like the three components of legs, body, and arms.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting to see like how each of the athletes use sort of like what is like, maybe some athletes are stronger in their upper body,
Yep.
and to see how they actually connect. So we'll see a bunch of different styles. Some people will be sitting up tall.
Mm-hmm.
Some people will be a little bit more curve in their stroke.
Mm-hmm.
Some people will finish higher. Some people will finish a little bit lower.
Yep.
And what I always say is like people play to their strengths. There's no real perfect stroke in rowing. But you get there, because even if you look at an 8 out rowing, like there's still subtle differences in how the athletes are rowing.
Right, and again, playing to what you have. I know for lightweights, you're a lot of times we'll jack that rate up, because we can pick it up, where a lot of the heavy hitters will settle, but they still have that pure power, that raw power, in order to keep that fan moving. Whereas the lightweights, we're just going off of muscle, and we're not going off of weight, because lightweight is 160 pounds and below.
Right.
So we don't have that, that, as we like to call the meat wagon of the boat. We don't have that. We're just skin and bone. So we gotta use that to an advantage and not fly up the slide, but you use that effectively in order to keep that fan moving and keep that momentum going.
Right. Well, with less than 2 minutes to the start of the U19 men's 2,000 meter race, it looks like people are slowing their fans down, letting them come down to rest, so that we can get an accurate count of their meters. The athletes are settling in. Last sips of water there, you'll see, as you said, slapping their thighs, doing everything they can. And we are about to start this in less than a minute. So they've been asked to stop rowing. If you are here, you can see it's cutting down. And there we have Sean Lemming. Everybody's in first place right now.
Everybody
on the screen.
It's a
beautiful thing.
It is.
Everyone starts in first place. So exciting times. All right. Now I'm getting a little bit nervous for this one.
Me too.
I don't know why. I'm feeling.
I don't either.
Maybe it's my thoughts of the pain.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There we go.
Attention.
And now we're
And
off.
they're off. Like
There
you
you go.
said, the athletes will be settling in, really trying to establish themselves in this first. We have 1:31 split. The lead is going to change ferociously here
It is.
over this first 500 meters.
Yep. And like we talked about it before, that middle 1,000 is where it's at. So you're going to see a lot of these times drop once that 500 meter mark is reached. So be on the lookout for that.
So this is sort of like in the first 250 meters, the athletes are really trying to just establish their rhythm and get going. Here we go. We have Brian Sizak. Sizik is
on to that.
in first place right now, followed by Diedelbaum in second place. They're both holding similar splits around 135 to 137. Holding in, and right now Ryan Bender is in third place at 144, 145. So there's quite a dispersion in terms of split right now.
Yep. And again, once we start approaching that 500 meter mark, which we probably will be in the next 15 to 20 seconds, you'll start to see a lot of these times settle in. Because I mean, there's not a lot of athletes that can fly and not die. So the name of this game is to be able to hold the lower split for the longest.
Yeah.
And be very strategic about it.
Okay. It looks like Brian Cizek has settled down a little bit,
Yep,
and
there we go.
Diedelbaum has taken over the lead. But this is the interesting part to see now. Right now, they've gotten their initial start out. They're looking to see who can hold on.
And yep, and now they're in their second 500. So this is the first 500 at that middle 1,000 that we were talking about earlier, where you just have to hold that lower split for the longest, but know yourself. That's the importance about a 2K. You have to know yourself. Now, it doesn't mean don't push yourself, because
Right.
you know your limit, but hold yourself, because you want to be able to get to that finish line. And that, again, that last 250, last 300 could be that difference between first, second, and third place.
Yeah, it looks like William Key has moved into second place, and Tommy Kierhard has moved into Tommy Kierhard is in third place. Brian Cizek has fallen off the pace. It looked like he may have went out a little bit too hard in the beginning there.
Yep, and again, this is the name of the game. It
Right.
is the name of the game, knowing yourself. And you know, it's impressive for these athletes to do that. Did you know there was a study done that for every 2K that's conducted, the mental and physical strain is equal to playing 2 full basketball games?
Wow.
At the professional level.
I had no idea that I should have been a professional basketball player.
Exactly. So that's how I like to say that rowers here, especially being on this earth, they are some of the most physically elite athletes in the world, and I stand by that 100%. Because guess what? We train by rowing. Other sports train on the rowing machine. We train on what we do.
Yeah, and it looks like we have Diedelbaum, William Key, and Tommy Kierhard are holding in that first, second, and third position. It looks like Stanley Collin and Ezra Carroll are there in fourth and fifth place. So we've got pretty much the top 15 has been established. Mario Tomic we spoke about him a little bit earlier, is down in the number 10 spot right now, and that's changing.
And we are over that hump now, as you can see. A lot of these guys will definitely be finishing around 7 minutes. So this is that second half where they've really got to dig deep. That's that third 500 before that last sprint. So
yeah, this is pretty amazing stuff. This is a really tight race here. And they are really pulling hard here.
And you can tell by the strain. You can tell these guys are trying to open up those lungs and trying to find the best way to be comfortable by still fighting through the pain.
So it looks like William Key has moved into first place. He is holding an average 141 split.
And that is sub-7 for you.
Yes. And so we've got Diedelbaum, who is trying to hold on there. He's only 4 meters behind him.
And we are approaching that last 500-meter sprint right there. So a lot of times, I mean, depends what you're doing, knowing your body. Some people can sprint that last 500, but once we start approaching that 300, 250, you're going to see most of these athletes sprint. And as you're looking on the screen, a lot of those split times are going to drop. So make sure you're on the lookout for that, because we may see some spectacular things.
Yes, so this is it. It's looked like William Key is holding 140, but Tommy Kirihart is holding 140 as well. It'll be interesting to see if he can move up at all. And it looks like he has. There's a battle between Diedelbaum and Kirihart for second place there, for second and third place.
And like I said, at that last 300, like we talked about, that's going to be the telling. That's going to be the who wants it more, because it's only 9 meters. That's one stroke. That's one stroke. So that last 250 is going to be it. So watch those split times. You see, now we're dropping to 130s, 131. You're starting to see those times drop, because now we are at the sprint.
250, less than 250 meters left in the race. And this one is a real cracker of a race. These guys are pushing hard. There we go. We have Tommy Kirihart just pushing hard at 138.
Yep.
Key responds. He's down to a 139. They are neck and neck. There's 8 meters between them.
Go get him.
One stroke can make the difference here.
Go get him. 7. He's breaking that distance in. He's bringing it in.
Here we go.
7 meters away. 7 meters away. This is where you go. 41 strokes per minute for that last 250. I love it. I love it.
And these athletes have gone well past that 7-minute mark that we spoke about at the beginning.
Yep.
It looks like William Key is going to hold on.
There you go.
Followed by Tommy Kirihart.
Yes, sir.
And Diedelbaum sneaks it out over Conley. Like that was tough. That was a seriously amazing race.
That was.
One of the things to look for now is what I like to call the after, as these athletes come across. Tommy Kirihart, there you go.
Yeah, good job,
Giving the peace sign. Great job. Great work.
Spaghetti arms. That's why his arms look like that.
Exactly. He's bent over, hunched over. This is the afters here. This is where, those athletes that have finished will either be plastered to the ground, giving it up, sitting up tall, breathing. You'll see a coach right there giving a pat to one of their athletes, saying, great job.
Love it. Way to go, boys.
And so we still have some athletes finishing here. We have Christian Burrow, who just finished up. And in a field of over 70 athletes, it's spread out quite a bit now. So all of these athletes doing great work here. Mateus Crespo finishing up now.
And
here we go.
Finish strong.
Finish strong. You can see, even though these athletes are averaging splits that are a lot higher than the winners, we can see, now they're still in that last 500. They're trying to bring it down. There's a couple of strokes left. As we spoke about different strategies, maybe some of these athletes went out faster at the beginning and are now holding on. We have Ano Nyam Burrow, who is finishing up now. He's coming into that last bit of the race. 45 meters left to go.
And again, you love to see it, because you do have your winners, but at the end of the day, all of these athletes have PRs. All of them have a set time that they're aiming for, and you're not able to see that on the screen. Again, you'll see the winners, but this might be a win for a lot of these athletes, because they might have PR'd by a lot.
That's a great point, and that's another thing about this sport that is really great. With indoor rowing, you have the ability to really push your limits, and as you said, this could be like the best row that some of these athletes have had. So it's really exciting to see, and I'm happy we're going to have some on-the-ground coverage soon from Colleen. I'm excited to see what she gets out there talking to some of the athletes. It's going to be interesting as they finish up, some of the winners, and just some of the spectators, to really get a flavor of how exciting this really is.
And the field and the hype that we can feel in this room right now.
Exactly. I'm exhausted just watching that last 500, that last 250. I mean, really close with the athletes coming in. The distance between Key and Kirihart 139.4 and 139.8.
Tight.
You know, like that's pretty tight there. So it's really nice that there's this excitement, this competition and we're seeing this level of effort here at this inaugural race.
Right, right. Again, and you love to see it, as you know, we spoke about it before, that it could come down to that last 250. Like, I mean, it looked like between first and fourth place was within 10 meters, and that's one stroke.
Yeah,
one.
Yeah. That flywheel spins, and you know, you never know what happens. All right.
And it looks like we will be cutting to a commercial break, and we will be back with the men's another heat for the men's U19 as well as the men's U19 PR3.
There you go. Nice.
And we're back.
We are back. We are 7 minutes away. Getting ready here. I'm getting all my papers ready for the next.
Love it. Nice and organized.
So yeah, this will be interesting. We've got looks like we've got another newbie to the sport as well, and so it'll be interesting to see. Right now, has submitted a time of 6:33. Liam Baker.
And that's a pretty fast time, I must say.
Yeah,
pretty fast time.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see. We are still in the U19. We'll have one PR3 rower in this event as well. It looks like Christopher Bey from Afghanistan. So that'll be.
Let me explain the PR3, PR2, PR1. So that
break it down for us.
Let me break it down for him. So para rowing is rowing for individuals with different disabilities. So for your PR3, you have full use of your arms, trunks and legs. So full body. So you do have a disability, but you still have full use of everything. For the PR2, it's just your arms and your body, and then for PR1, it is just your arms. So for this PR3 athlete, there is a disability, but obviously that's not holding him back from competing here today, and he has full motion of all his limbs.
Nice. Well, thank you for breaking down what that means. It's really exciting to see how para rowing has taken off in the in the past I'd say 10 years or so.
It has,
and it's exciting to see more athletes in that category.
And to be honest, I definitely have to give a shout out to Patrick Johnson, who is coach of Athletes Without Limits, because he was the one that introduced me to the para rowing world. I honestly knew nothing. I knew about it, but I didn't understand the different things that has to go with supporting a para program until I went to volunteer with Athletes Without Limits, and then I really saw the amount of work and effort that goes into supporting these athletes and giving them the same experience as any other athlete here, because again, we are all athletes here.
That's true.
And it's amazing to see, because a lot of these people have different stories. Some are born with disabilities, some get the disabilities throughout their life, but it doesn't stop them from competing at the highest level. Yeah, and I think that's the exciting part, is that it's amazing to see. Actually, you talk about Patrick Johnson and Athletes Without Limits, to see those athletes go on to experience success on the world stage. So it's exciting here. Exactly.
So who knows? Maybe we'll be looking at Christopher Bey at some point.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm all for it. I am all for it. And yeah, it looks like everybody's getting locked in, getting those, or at least trying to get those jitters out before the race goes underway here. Yeah,
we've got about 3 minutes. I think at about 2 minutes before they try to get the athletes within 2 to 1 minutes, try to get the athletes to stop rowing, stop warming up, so that they can calibrate all of the flywheels, so that the flywheels are stopped, and so you'll see all of the athletes sort of stop rowing, and at which point, if they still have that nervous energy, they'll be sort of moving their body, or slapping their thighs, slapping their arms. It's kind of interesting to see the hype before the race.
Right. And I know some people will do it for an intimidation tactic. Some will actually do it it's the mind over matter. If I slap my quads, then they'll absolutely be ready to go when that bell rings.
Now, did you have intimidation tactics when you were competing?
To be honest, no. It was more so, a lot of the guys is weird, because I would go to the start line and they'll be doing some weird stuff, but my whole thing was just being focused in the boat. I kind of I just wanted to make sure that my mind was right. Because again, the focus has to be on par, especially in team boats, and when you're following somebody, you just have to be focused. For our coaches, they told us not to look out the boat, and if we did, we got in trouble for that. So anytime we would get up to the start line, we wouldn't be looking at other other crews. I mean, we may glance over to see who we're going up against, but in terms of goofing off playing at the start, we got in a lot of trouble for that. So I'm a little paranoid to do that now, just because I remember all of my old coaches back at PCR that was like, you better not do that.
Yeah,
or you're going to get yelled at.
So it's interesting. When I went in, when I started rowing the single, at least here in national competition, I would actually crack jokes on the starting line.
Well, you were one of those.
I was one of those guys. I was like, and I was like gaming people. I was like, my goal was to get them off of their game.
Yep.
And so like.
So
that
I was watching out for people like you.
That was I'd be like, hey, you guys, what are we doing after this race? Like just getting in their heads and just like as they're trying to get into their game plan, because for me it was like, before 5 minutes before the race, if I wasn't ready, if I wasn't set, then like that's where I had to be there in that zone.
Right.
And then everything else, I sort of went with that philosophy of studying, whereas like if you don't know it, like don't try to cram it in.
Yep.
So
Yep.
And for the most part, like people didn't like me for it, but
yeah, that's what I said. You're one of those. For us on the other side, we were just like, these dudes are playing too much, and we just we were kind of boring at the finish of the start. And nowadays it's kind of, I'm a little bit more loose, even though I still get like the little nervous butterflies of, even though as many races. I gotta ask you, because you've been in the game for quite some time.
You calling me old? I get it. Go ahead.
Hey, no, it's wisdom. Everything is wisdom. I see it.
I like that. I like that.
But when when you're at the starting line, compared a few years ago to now, do you see a difference in the nervousness or your mindset when you go to the start line?
Well, I think that what happens is like that nervousness is always there, and I think that through the years I've worked to train myself, so like that is an indication that it's time, I'm ready, like that nervous energy, taking it and really embracing it.
Right.
So as an athlete, if you can recognize that means that like it's about to go down, it's about to happen, then I think you're in a good space. And I think all flywheels have been asked to stop, and we are about to get underway with this second flight of the men's U19 race. Nice. All right, you can hear the quiet hush. It's just you and I talking here.
I know, we whispering.
Oh, here we go.
There we go, and now we're off.
And the athletes are off here.
Jacking that rate. There we go.
Nice.
I saw a 78 there. All right.
As we start out the race, at this point, everyone is really working and trying to establish themselves in that first 500 meters. You'll see that leaderboard just changing drastically. Although it looks like Christopher Laporta has really gotten out at a 125 split, and we'll see if he can hold on to that. He's just continues to move out on the rest of the racers here. And really exciting stuff. We'll see how that looks in about 500 meters.
Yep, exactly. Like I said, that 500 will humble you so quick.
Yeah. Now, at this pace, he's looking, if he can hold on, he will be like in that, as we spoke about, that 6:30, that 6:30 range, finishing
that's a very
up,
good
which
time.
is a good time.
Very good time for U19, I'll tell you that.
So here we go. You can see that it's a tight race for second place. We've got Albert Riccardi, James Larrabee, who just moved into second place, and Harry Halper, all tight, all within 20 meters of each other.
Which is about only 2 strokes.
Yeah. And, we've got that. We'll see. Laporta is going to have that hometown backing. He's Atlantic City Tech. So
so he has a chip on his shoulder.
Oh no! What happens here?
He's settled. What did I say?
He just settled in.
That's after 500.
And
here comes James.
We'll see. Yeah. It's fallen up quite off the pace. He's now 144, 142.
Yep.
And it looks like James Larrabee has moved into that first position and is falling away. Now, in another race, we spoke about different strategies: fly and die, even split, whether or not you're going to reverse split.
Yep.
And so I think that we're seeing how that all works out now.
Yep. And again, this is still a very tight race between I would say first and sixth.
Yeah.
Because again, there's only 2 strokes in between them all, and as long as you get that lower enough split, though, you can make up for that ground.
Right. Now James Larrabee and Harry Halper are really battling hard here. They're within 4 meters, and they're holding about the same split. It looks like Halper may be putting on a bit of a move, trying to pressure Larrabee a little bit to see if he can just edge that nose in front.
Yep, exactly. And we're approaching that third 500, which, again, is telling. It'll be telling. It'll determine if these athlete strategies work, to be honest, because if they're dropping and split, they're not doing a very decent job with holding that middle 1,000 piece, and so it leads you to question, are they going to have enough juice for that last 250?
Right. And so moving into that third 500, this is a place where athletes typically will take a power move, a power 10, a power 20, we call it. And that is to allow them to sort of reassert themselves.
Yep, that whole restart and how I spoke about earlier with kind of segmenting the 2K within 500 meters and reaffirming and recommitting yourself to this race, because this race is long enough for you could get lost in it and kind of your mind can go elsewhere, but it's a time to refocus, sitting up tall, engaging those legs, engaging those lats, and just having a fluid motion and getting that bell curve in order to hold those splits.
Yeah, and it looks like we now have Charlie Vacaris, who is in third place. He is holding on, but Larrabee and Halper are out about 20 meters in front and really holding on right now. Very consistent with their rhythms. We're in that last 750 right here. Rowing is a power endurance sport. You can see the coaches yelling in their ear, whatever their strategy is. They're like, here, put it down here. Now, I'd like to take a move at about 750, so people are taking a move at 1,000. I'll take a move at 750. It looks like Larrabee is a little bit off the mark here, and we'll see if Halper can take advantage of that.
And they're right. They're even. James and Harry, they're right with each other. And this is the last 500. So again, as we said, the last race, that last 500, last 250 is going to tell who walks away with this.
Orlando Watson has moved up. Jack Craig are right there behind Charlie Vacaris, and but once again, Halper and Larrabee battling.
And right now, we are now going to be approaching that last piece of the race here, and again, this can be any man's game. Like first, second, and third, they're all within 2 strokes of each other.
Yes. Now this is an interesting thing. Charlie Vargas has been holding on right behind Larrabee and Halper, and it'll be interesting to see. Now they're all same splits. It looks like Vargas has a little bit more in the tank. He's 135. Larrabee is 138, 140.
They're dropping.
Can he move through him?
139. Who's going to hold that 136, 135? Harry Harper is trying to walk away with it, and he is stretching that field. You're now 7 meters different, 8 meters. Oh, he is pushing. He is now pushing because he sees that finish line, and this is where it's made. This is where the winner, the champion, is made, and that last 250. And we are approaching the last few seconds of this race in terms of first, second, and third.
And this is it. We're coming into that finish right here.
And
I think we're going to see some serious PR from some of these athletes right here.
Yep, and he's going to walk away with that one. He is going to walk away.
And Harry Halper managed to pull it out. James Larrabee in second, and Charlie Vacaris in third.
Insane.
Those are the unofficial results. We now have the other leads coming through. Look at that. High fives all around. That's it. Come on, you did it, baby.
Yep.
That's the excitement.
Yep.
That's the enthusiasm that you see when people crush their PRs.
You live for it.
Yeah.
Live for it. What was that? I think that was like 6'14" and 6'15". Yeah, he's definitely, if he's growing in college, he's going to a big dog school. You already know that.
Look at that, 6'17". Unofficial result, Harry Halper laying it down. Wow, that was some serious racing. It's interesting to see how we had, we had our initial racers come out. Laporta was out there in the finish at the beginning, but he just went a little bit too hard. That 125 split is tough to come out of the gates with and hold on to.
Very. And that, again, like we said, it's all about knowing yourself and knowing what works for you.
Yeah.
And, he may have just been like, you know what, I'm just going to go for it and, see what happens. We don't know what was, in his mindset. But at the same time, it is all about that strategy. And you see those two athletes, they didn't start out ahead.
No.
But they were able to negative split, like you said, and that just walked them up. You saw after that 500, they crept up. That distance got closer and closer to that first place, and then they took over, and then they sat on that and then stretched it at that last 500.
Really good stuff. Really amazing racing. Really amazing performance from these athletes. I love seeing these times under 6:20 for these U19 athletes. I think it'll set them in good standing. There's still plenty of winter left to improve those scores even. And who knows, we may be seeing the dawn of some new elite athletes here.
Teamers,
Yeah, excellent. Getting a little view of athletes post-race here.
Yep.
Congratulating each other. It really is. This is interesting. I love the indoor rowing. When you're actually racing by yourself, the camaraderie between the athletes.
Yep. And it looks like, first and third place were from the same school. And so they train with each other. They know each other.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what, their PRs are and how they perform going against each other, because that may have played a role into the results that we see today.
Yeah.
And that's good competition.
Yeah.
First and third being from the same school,
the same
program.
It looks like it may actually be a PR for Harry Halper. I'm looking here. We've got him down at 6:19. So 6:17 could be a 2-second PR by him.
Yep. That is amazing.
So that's pretty awesome. And you spoke about this earlier, and how as much as this is a competition, each athlete has the opportunity to do something that they've never done before.
Yep.
And I love that aspect of the sport.
No, you're absolutely right about that. Absolutely right about that. And so, we're going to have the next event, which will be the women's U19 and women's U19 PR3.
Yeah.
So that'll be the next event, starting roughly around 10:30, because we know regattas can add like a plus or 10 minus 10 minute window.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going to be going to a commercial break, and we will be back shortly.
All right. Well, the interesting part about that is I wonder if we'll be able to figure out where Christopher Bay finished in terms of his race.
That is very true, because we did not see that. But he did. I'm sure he did finish, and that's, again, that is what we would love to see.
All right. Well, we're headed out. We'll see you in a few, huh? Get the little sizzle reel. All right, we are back for some action here. We'll get this a little hot in my ear. Hot mic, hot mic,
All right.
hot mic. All right, there we go. We're about to see some hot rowing, hopefully. We've got, looks like some pretty great competition about to start.
Yeah, we do, and we have a little something special for the remainder of the day. We have our woman on the floor, Miss Colleen, who will be going around the floor, and we'll be able to get some real life feels of the post 2K to get that feeling, because it's hard to capture it here, but once you start talking to these athletes, they can really tell you exactly how they feel in the moment.
Yeah, which is, I have mixed feelings about that. As an athlete, having a mic shoved in my face when I'm done and I'm, is a bit off-putting. But at the same time, it's nice to be able to give the crowd a bit of the flavor of what's going on.
Right. So let's hope we talk to the right person, the right athlete, so they don't start swinging on us, or at least trying to swing, even though they got like spaghetti arms.
Yeah. I don't think one thing I don't think you're going to find after a 2K piece is someone that's ready to get rambunctious. So race is going to start soon. I'm wondering if we're a little behind schedule here, just taking a look over to see. But, going in, we just had a real amazing race. We got to see a young man, Harry Halper, in the U19 Open flight. PR, and that's pretty awesome.
It is.
And you've spoken about this, but that's one of the beauties about this, is that each person can find something that makes this day a win for them.
Right, and we had also Jack Craig come up with us from New Jersey, and his parents, they let us know, he was sick leading up to this, and he still PR'd. Yeah. And so that's amazing, because he came, he wanted to show up, and it was a win for his book, because now that time that he was originally putting on these recruitment packets, it can now be a little bit lower.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And and that's sort of, it's interesting that you talk about that, because for a lot of these athletes, this is that opportunity to show college coaches their progression. They're getting stronger. Their times are coming down. And, that's, I think, of anything, that's something that coaches look for.
Yep, exactly. So it looks like we have the parade of athletes coming down, and this is going to be the women's, again, U19, and the women's U19 and PR3.
Nice. Now, in the PR3 category, we have Lily Atkins. You've described this before, but maybe for some people that are just tuning in, can you talk to us a little bit about the PR category?
Yes. So what the PR category is, it's the para rowing that governs that, and for the PR3, you have full access to your full body, so arms, body, legs. For the PR2, you just have your arms and body, and for the PR1, you just have your arms. And so this is, these are categories, because again, rowing is for everybody, regardless of what you look like, what disability you have, etc. And so this it's an event that encompasses again everybody. And again, special shout out to Patrick Johnson, who introduced para rowing to me quite a bit a few years ago, because I knew nothing about it, and as a younger athlete, you kind of don't you're not educated on a lot of the different aspects of rowing, and I was educated by Patrick Johnson and volunteered and really understood what goes into para rowing, because it is work just because of some of these disabilities, but there are people that are splitting countless hours. CRI also has a really decent program as well, and putting countless hours to give these athletes the same experience as another athlete that is going to be sitting right next to them, and it's an amazing thing.
Yeah, and I think that that's actually one of the things when I talk about the sport of rowing, and I'm not talking just about on the water. I'm talking about coastal. I'm talking about indoor. I'm talking about para. Is that you really do have that community that is there working hard to give people an experience that helps them achieve what it is they're seeking to get out of the sport.
Right, exactly. So I'm so excited that we have athletes from the para rowing world that's coming to compete, and but their main goal is to come in first place. They wanna win or PR, or they have a mission. Yeah. And whatever Lily's mission is, I hope she not only achieves it but exceeds it.
Yeah. On the screen, we have a rower from Brick City here, Brick City Rowing, which is in Newark, New Jersey. And that's a program run by Craig White, who is doing some really great things with the athletes at Brick City and St. Benedict's Prep as well.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I saw a lot of those shirts around. So he looked like he bought an army and ready to compete.
He did. He is relentless in his effort to really expand the sport of rowing.
Love it, love it. And so, yep, we have our warm-up phase here, and you know those jitters are they probably already settled in at this point, but.
Yeah. I mean, we've spoken about it before, but that sort of nervousness. You asked me, like, how did I deal with that? What was that like? And I was saying these younger athletes are really learning to deal with it, to figure out what that means for them, how they approach it, what tools are in their pocket to sort of say, okay, this means that it's go time. It's kind of, I think back to like our lizard brain, right? Our fight or flight.
Yep.
Like we actually know that we are intentionally about to put ourselves in pain.
Yep, exactly. And it's awesome because I know for me, I mean, and you can speak. I'm sure you can speak to this as well. Getting up there and, like you said, controlling, trying to configure, use that nervousness, because we're going to have it in order to benefit us. And I know for me, once that bell rings and once we have lineman attention row, after that row, it's almost as if the nervousness just disappears.
It
and
is.
You have one, and it's just like boom, like tunnel vision and go. Like there is no like you don't think about the nervousness, because now you're focusing, and depending upon which, if you're doing sculling or sweep is with the one oar, sculling is with two. Depending on what you're doing, you have to focus on from start to finish, from the catch to the drive, to the finish, and everything else in between.
Yeah. It's wild. I was just thinking about, my wife has had me to start doing these cold plunges with her, like she's going and jumping out in the ocean. And the first time I did it, the whole expectation in my head, I was just like, and I was freezing. But the next time I did it, it was definitely like a more relaxed entry. Like I knew what was going to happen. And I think that if I think about, equate that to sort of what we've been talking about, the nervousness, how these athletes prepare in their mind, like they know what's coming. But as soon as you're in it, like you said, the tension goes away and muscle memory takes over.
Yep.
Training takes over. And it's almost automatic that you go into that state of like, okay, now I'm racing.
Yep. And you train how you perform. So you train as if that day is race day, and that's how you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. Like that you have to prepare for these races, because if you don't, you will fail. So you have to, at every practice, you have to treat it as if it's an actual race.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting for me here. I'm looking at the times that we have. We do have a time from Courtney French submitted of a 7:10. So nice. I'm excited to see if any of these athletes get to that 7-minute mark, which I think would be really impressive for this group of young ladies, to see if we have any times that are coming in around that.
And that's definitely national team times. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Especially if anybody in this group breaks 7 minutes. That's I mean, you're breaking into that elite level, and it's going to be amazing to see.
So the athletes have stopped rowing. That is so that all the flywheels can come to a stop, and they will start the race right after that. So we are getting ready here.
And here we go. I'm getting the butterflies.
This is where I use my golf force.
And we're off.
And the athletes are off. And just like all of the other races that we've seen, the athletes are off to quick starts.
Yep.
Right now they are sub-7 pace in the top group. We'll see if they can, by Michaela Darcy, we'll see if they can hold on to those paces, and when they settle down, racing here, pulling hard in this first 250, and we'll see them settle out. So it looks like we've got 33. Clara Limcooler has pulled into first place.
Yep, followed by Courtney French.
32. And as we spoke about, Courtney French there showing up now. 1:47 146. So putting her right there around that 7-minute pace if she can hold on. Looks like Lim Cooler couldn't hold on to that pace very long and has now dropped to 3rd place.
Yep, and again, we were about to approach that first 500 meters down, and again, you'll see the numbers drop once that threshold is met on the screen.
Yeah, and another surprise, not really a surprise, but interesting, is Taya Anderson. She is originally from Canada and is now here in the States rowing at Holy Spirit. And I believe this might be her first year of rowing, really putting in a strong effort there, holding a 149, 148 right on Courtney's tail, just hanging in there, rowing at a 27 as well, 27, 28. Courtney's at a 30, 31, popping up to that 32.
And I definitely got to give a special shout out to one of my home club members, Ella Dowley here. She is only 16 years old, and she is right now in the top 10 for this race in the U19. So very, very impressed. I've rode with her in a mixed double, and our times were faster than some of the 4s and 8s, and it was amazing. She's awesome. So shout out to Ella Dowley and Potomac Boat Club.
Yeah,
you're
PBC.
one of your
Yeah,
people.
you know, we're representing here. You know, the amazing thing about that, so I say this to my kids all the time, I say we're running with the big dogs. Like when I tell my son he's not napping, I say you're running with the big dogs today. It's great to see Ella out there running with the big dogs, representing PBC. That's what I love about this entire regatta. You have athletes from all over the Mid-Atlantic, all over the country, all over the world here. And here we go. Let's see how we're doing here. We've got Courtney French is holding on strong. It looks like Taya may be fading just a bit. And Brooke Seebeck is seems to be pulling a little bit closer. Yeah, she's posted a time of 7:12 as a PR right now. So it'll be interesting to see if she can hold on to that. Taya has put in a time of 7:23, and she is on pace right now to really beat that. It'll be interesting to see if her strategy of going out hard really pays off, if she can hang on.
Right, and we're at that 1,000 meter mark for the leading boats here, and this is the third 500. As we talked about before, that third 500 really defines your placement in this race. It defines it. It sets your ground, your foundation, because you're burning right now. Like your muscles are, you feel it. The
lactic acid is building.
And so, I mean, leading up to that, again, to that sprint, but you got to get through this first, because once you get to the sprint, you're like, all right, we can finish it. But that third 500 is where you have to be mentally tough in order to get to that finish line.
Yeah. And it looks like, Courtney is doing a great job holding on here. She's at a 32. Brooke Seebeck is rowing at a 29:30. So it'll be interesting to see. And Taya's at a 28. It'll be interesting to see if the fact that they're at different rhythms, different ratings will play an impact as they move into this last 750.
Exactly, and it looks like Brooke is creeping. She is trying to creep on that first place, and as I said, it's only 8 meters now. 8-9 meters, that's one stroke. So this can be any woman's game right here.
And this is the interesting part right here. Whether or not Courtney put a little bit too much out in that beginning, and whether she can hold on now. It looks like Taya's doing a great job here holding on, but Samantha Maynard in 4th place is holding a steady pace and may be able to creep up.
Yep, exactly. I mean, right now we will be approaching the 500 shortly, and again, I mean, you have 60 meters away. So again, I mean, a crazy sprint, and we've seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. You've been doing this longer than I have, and I'm sure you've seen the dudes that are just monsters at that last 300, 250, 500 that just blast.
And here comes Brooke right now.
As I just said,
and she's bumped up that rhythm, bumped up that rating. She's holding 146 right now. 147, and I think this is her saying,
"Oh yeah, this
look
is my
at me,
house.
Look at me, I'm here."
Welcome to my party.
Taya's faded a little bit. There's still an opportunity if she can bring up that rating and push. Even though her body's telling her, pain.
Right.
You know.
But you got to keep moving. And, yeah, Brooke is lengthening. She's lengthening out. She's spreading that distance. And I love it. I love to see it because it looks like this might be her sprint.
Yeah.
This may be because she's dropping the splits.
Yes.
Like, I mean, one in the 140s at that 500 mark.
Yes.
Nasty. That's
and
awesome.
she's up to a 33 now.
Love it.
Really
the
pushing
last
hard
250.
now. Last 250.
And she's opened it up 14 meters. As you guys, she held pretty much with Courtney throughout the whole middle piece, but once that 500, she really stood her ground and spread it out. Now she's almost about 20 meters ahead, and she's going to try to walk away with this. She's up the rate. The splits are dropping, 146. You love to see it.
Yeah. And this is it, that last 250 right here. You know, we've got Courtney, we've got Seebeck, Brooke, and we've got Taya. 1, 2, 3. Can they finish this way? Can there be any movement?
And they're going. This is it. If you want to make yourself known, you want your voice heard, you do it now.
Yeah. And it looks like, from looking at these splits, it looks like Brooke is on a mission right here. She's holding 148.
She is on it.
She's the only one under 150 right now. I don't think anyone's going to catch her.
I don't think so either. I think she's going to walk away with this one.
There
Way
she
to go, Brooke.
There she is, expanding it a little bit.
Monster.
Still under.
There we go.
And there we go.
There you go.
Brooke Seebeck, 7:10. There
Courtney
you go.
coming up right behind
Courtney
her.
French coming up, 7:16.
And then Taya Anderson
and
coming
then
for
Taya
third.
Anderson, Holy Spirit, moving in, 7:23 right there.
Amazing. Way to go, ladies. Way to go.
And here we have Grace Moore finishing up right now with the 7:29. I mean, these are really impressive
tight races
from these young ladies here.
There we go. Look at this.
Danica Dietz, and now this is it. Like there's someone right beside you.
Look at that. 155.4, 155.5.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Like
I know. I'll tell you a story at some point about tight races. But this is amazing here, seeing these finishes right now.
And it looked like Ella finished in 15th out of this field here. And again, she's only 16 years old.
There you go. She's running with the big dogs.
Running with the big dogs, and you love to see it. That's the PBC way.
Yeah. Yes, and here we go, finishing up. All of these races so tight. It's really great to see the effort that these young ladies are putting in. We have Elena Mora finishing. We have Sage Colin finishing now.
Mm-hmm.
And, no matter where they finishing, this could be a PR for them.
It could.
So,
and what we're about to do now is we're about to go to our woman in the field, Colleen, and she's going to capture the moment for these athletes.
All right. And now this is interesting. So we still have Lily Atkins, PR3.
And look, there we go. Well,
and there
Colleen
we go.
Looks like she is on.
Just finished the under 19 2,000 meter race. Brooke, can we chat with you for a minute? Brooke Seebeck, the winner of the race. Talk to us a little bit about how you felt and what your strategy was.
So, I've been really paying attention to the workouts I've been pulling at practice and really just working on my pacing because every time I didn't really hit the split I wanted at practice, it was due to inconsistency. So my goal here was just to stay consistent and then bring it down in the last 600, 500 meters. So I'm happy to see that strategy worked.
And what were you feeling at the halfway mark? When did you sort of know? Was there a moment or no?
Not exactly. I kind of told myself before that if I'm kind of falling behind in the beginning to just let it play out, because something I've always been good at is coming out of nowhere at the end when everyone kind of, falls behind, because they can't really keep it. So I don't know.
You took it up to almost 38 at the end, I think I saw. When did you decide to start your sprint?
I kind of wanted to start around 300, but I think I started a little later. So, yeah, just around there. I don't really remember anything, to be honest.
Yeah, totally fair. And Brooke, what advice would you give to maybe younger athletes that are here, younger women competing in the U15 categories in terms of training and in general, how to think about this event?
So I was actually kind of a late bloomer in terms of rowing, so I would just say keep consistent and don't be discouraged by the people around you that you may think you never catch up to. Because if you stay with it, in my case I did, and yeah, now we're here. So.
Congratulations. Big day, big moment. Winner of the U19 women's event. Huge congratulations, Brooke. Thank you. Maurice, Akila, back over to you.
And that was well said, bro.
Yeah.
Well said. I mean, as she said, I mean, she played that very well because she said, you know, even though I'm going to be behind, I know what I can do because I come out of nowhere, and that's big talk right there.
Yeah.
And she did exactly what she in her mind what she was going to do.
You know, it's interesting. I've spoken to I had a coach once tell me, it's like, even though you're racing against people, you're racing against yourself, you know. And if you know what you can do, then, you know, that will be amazing. And so we have the unofficial results here. Brooke Seebeck with a time of 7:10.5.
Awesome.
Courtney French and Taya Anderson finishing that top three. So great performances all around. Lily Atkins finished as well in our PR3 event with a time of 10:33.7. It looks like that might be a little bit off of her PR, or maybe that's what she was aiming to get a little bit lower. But it's really great to see her out there racing, and I'm glad that she had a great. I hope she had a great race
and finishing.
Finishing.
Again, as I said before, you know, this sport, again, I may or may not be biased, but there is a study
You
done.
are biased.
Okay,
you
I'm
are biased.
just a little bit, just slightly. But there is a study done that 2K is equal to 2 full-time pro basketball teams, like 2 full games, all 8 quarters actually, back to back.
Yeah.
And so rowers, again, are some of the most elite athletes around the world. And I will, again, stand on that. And all of these athletes demonstrate getting through this pain to the end, demonstrate that they have the mental toughness, they have the grit to get from start to finish. No matter where they finish, they finished.
Yeah, that's true. So we've got a lot more exciting races coming up. We've got the men's coxswain.
Love it.
I love that. I love that race. That'll be 1,000. The 1,000. You know, they're often busy telling us what to do, so it'll be interesting to see who they choose as their coach.
Right.
To
maybe
have
Strokesy.
Maybe
Strokesy has to look at them.
Exactly.
Like this is payback.
Yeah, exactly. So you. All right, so that will be our next race coming up at now.
A little behind, yeah. So we're definitely a little
bit behind.
But we will go to our commercial break, and we will be back up next with the men's U19 coxswain and men's U19 coxswain race for 1,000 meters.
There you go. All right.
And we are back at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships, a.k.a. Indoor Championships 2023.
Yeah, we got to come out with the right acronym for that. We are back. We are about to get into the men's U19 race for the coxswains,
For the
men's
coxswains.
and women's.
The small and mighty.
Yes, exactly. They're always telling us what to do, so it'll be nice. I'm sure they've chosen an athlete. Maybe they had a lottery to see who would be the lucky athlete to tell them what to do for this 1,000 meters.
And you love to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah, so just reflecting back on some of the races that we've had already, very exciting races in both the men's and women's U19 races, seeing the athletes perform there. It was nice to see it was Brooke Seebeck really pull it out there, watch Courtney French try to hold her off, and watch Taya Anderson, moved from Canada, Holy Spirit athlete, come back and move into third place there.
And I mean, you're telling in the field of 50+ athletes to finish first, second, and third is is a nice feat. It's a nice feat.
And what I really like about it is that top cohort there, under around 7:20. They're really moving towards that 7-minute pace, which will really, help them shine. Winning in a 7:10. That's good stuff there. Yep. And in the men's, that was 6:17. So.
Got some heavy hitters out here.
We've got some heavy hitters here. Nice to see such a depth of field as well.
Yep, and I love to see that even like throughout the whole field, you have somebody right next to you that's on your heels. Like there is never a time where you are too far ahead or too far behind. You're in the game from start to finish, and there is somebody next to you that you can beat.
Yeah, and like the weird part about that is that you can only do what you can do.
Yeah.
So even though there is this person beside you, it's interesting. Maybe they give you that little bit of bump so that you can push a little bit harder, hold on. So it's really interesting to see how that all plays out in terms of the results.
Exactly. And if you don't know, we will reintroduce ourselves because we probably have some new listeners.
Oh,
I'm
that's
Maurice
true.
Scott
That's true.
Of Potomac Boat Club here, to announce and build the hype.
There you go. My name is Akil Abdullah, and I am from many boat clubs. I'm from Potomac Boat Club. I rode there.
We've read.
Hydro Rowing Club, Hydro Rower. I rode at Cambridge Boat Club. I rode at
all around.
Augusta,
all around.
Princeton Training Center.
Love it. And everything in between.
And everything in
coast
between.
And everything
in between. Yeah.
Love
so
and Mr. U.S. Olympian. You can't forget that.
Olympian. Yeah, that was it. Henley Diamond Sculls champion.
Yep.
But enough about me. Enough about me.
You see the depth of experience.
The depth of experience we're bringing here. Well, you're not too shabby yourself there, young man.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So you've done
following the footsteps. Just trying to reach. Slow, many steps.
I guess I've reached the age where people are following in my footsteps. So, where's my walker? Does anyone have an extra?
No,
I'm not there yet.
Maybe
I'm not there yet.
I see the gray hair, but again, it's wisdom. It's wisdom. My mom always said it's wisdom.
It's wisdom. Wisdom and experience.
Yep.
So we should be getting ready to start this up soon, hopefully, and we'll see. I think one of the interesting races. Oh, here we go. We've got a walker. We've got Bob Garbett here.
He just asked for one. He was like, I need a walker, and you just showed up. Did you hear us?
For those of you who don't know, very instrumental in the sport of rowing here in Atlantic City. Bob and Stan Bergman, and
how you doing?
all very, very instrumental in basically building rowing here in AC, and boathouse, docks, athletes.
Love it.
It's really not an athlete that I talked to who has rowed here in AC who who you haven't had a hand in helping to shape their journey. So
That's what you call a dynasty.
yeah, yeah.
I told him last night, I said, you know, I coach football and wrestling too. But my love for rowing is beach patrol in Atlantic City. And so the kids kept bugging me. You gotta go out there. They had nothing. And the Votech helped me. I had a trailer actually on top of my pickup truck. Ted Nash and them guys from up in Philly. The boat started breaking half.
Yeah.
It was something else. But it worked. You get on that turnpike, you gotta get off.
Well, we're getting ready to start this race
are.
up. Bob, we are going to be commentating. This is the men's U19. These are the coxswains, the men and women. So it'll be exciting to see athletes get to tell the coxswains what to do for a change.
Oh, yeah.
Excited to see how that sorts out.
Pulling on you, or is he? Come on now. You can't sit and look at
Maurice, he's an accomplished athlete, accomplished rower in his own right as well. So I'm lucky to be here and share his knowledge, share with everyone that's out there, and really try to help explain sort of what's going on here during the regatta.
Awesome.
Oh, that's all right, man. It's been a pleasure. It's always great to have one of the luminaries really stop by and say hello.
I told you, my dad made a mistake in bringing me from Pleasantville.
Love it.
From Pleasantville to AC to the indoor rowing championships here, we are really excited to be a part of this.
You gotta roll, man.
Appreciate it.
Keep in touch,
What's that?
I can see you coaching. You get all this, especially the nice boathouse and motorboat, all that. I've never had that.
Well, that's what you were here to build it, and I'm here to make sure that it carries on.
Did you see the boathouse in AC?
Haven't seen the boathouse yet, but I'm sure Dan's going to run me by there. So
Kids designed that class.
yeah.
Never coached in it, but when I left,
All right, we're going to get underway soon here.
Soon.
Get back to this commentating. We had lucky enough to have some wisdom here, as you said, talking about wisdom. And we are going to see what these coxswains can do. All right, so
I think they're letting the wheel stop.
yeah, we've gotten to the point. We've got Chloe. It looks like we have 3 entries for the women's 1K. We have Chloe, Emily, and Cypress all going to pull in there. We've got more entries in the men's U19 coxswain race. So see how they do.
Yeah, and it's 1,000 meters, so this is a little different from a 2K, I will say.
It is.
And for 1,000 meters, it is a quick race, but there is still a middle 500 in between those 250s that you gotta pace yourself, because you can still fly and die in 1,000. I've done it, and so I can speak from firsthand experience of going out way too hard, way too fast. You still need to pace yourself a little bit, but the rate and the power is going to be a bit higher than it is for 2K.
Yeah. But you have to keep in mind that these are coxswains. So.
That too.
So their power, we won't be seeing the sort of splits that we saw, I think, from the
big dogs.
The big dogs.
Both on the men and women side.
That's all right. Don't judge a dog by its size. The little dogs are going to bark too.
Right.
So.
Yeah. You're right. So we'll see. We'll see what these splits look like. We'll see
got
what these
some fight.
We'll see. I love it. I love the coxswain with the hat, as you can see on your screen. Love it. And here we go.
Here we go.
And there we go. We're off.
And we're off here. They're out here.
And they are out of here. And it looks like look at that. 38-43.
Yeah.
You see, small but mighty.
There you go. That rating is up. It looks like Matt Calfano is out in the front, and Ava Ciano for the women is making some moves there, with Cypress in second, Cypress Ziner Moorish in second there, and we'll see if Matt can hold on here. He's gotten out to that lead, rowing at a 35.
Yeah, no, this is pretty cool. And speaking of like the high rates, for a lot of people with that shorter torso, it's a lot easier to jack that rate up. So what you're seeing on your screen right now, you're seeing guys at 34, 33 strokes per minute. And again, it just it's easier to get that rate up because it's less distance that you're traveling to get to that full compression.
Yeah, there we go. So we've got. I wonder if we have two brothers in this race, Matt and Alex. Alex is currently in fourth, Alex Calfino, and it looks like Matt is battling it out with Andre Gauvignon. And here we go, moving into 600 meters left in this race.
Yep, and this is that middle 500 that I was talking about. We are literally in the middle of the middle 500 right now.
That's right.
And so who's going to, hold on to that? Because as soon as they approach that 500 and over that hump, that's it. That you go. That's the green light.
And in the women's U19 coxswain race, Ava Ciano is holding on there to that lead that she's established over Emily Gavril.
Yep, and it looks like for both races, there's about 20 meters in between. So it looks like they're establishing their dominance right now for both Ava as well as Matt.
Yep. And now we're coming into that bit. We're within 400 meters of the finish. These athletes here are usually the ones cheering their teams on at this point, telling them to empty the tank, that it's time to go. It looks like Matt Calfano is really established a nice, healthy lead and is holding on. Andre is trying to bite into it a little bit, but I don't think he's going to be able to right now with those splits, with the splits that Matt is holding.
Yeah, and this is it. This is the 250. This is where you again make your mark. And it looks like Matt is not holding off whatsoever. He is dropping split. He is now at 148 at 36 strokes per minute. He is not slowing down whatsoever. And it looks like we may have a change. It looks like Alex and Andre. It looks like Andre has now taken that second place spot here and taken over in that last bit. He's showing that, listen, this is my game.
Yeah.
And like, is this going to be to the finish? That second and third place spot. Look at that. It's going to be to the line. It's going to be to the line. Andre and Alex. Uh-oh. And here within. This is any person's game.
Yeah.
And it looks like Alex is dropping.
Can Alex
is getting it back.
Oh, my goodness. We're going to have
149.
brothers 1 and 2.
Wow.
We've got Alex pulling there, holding on. What a race here.
Just turned up a notch.
Oh, my goodness. Way
to
go. We've got, looks like we have two brothers rounding out the top of the 1,000-meter race for the coxswains.
Love it. You love to see it.
Coming up,
now we have Ava, who is asserting she is catching up to the guys, and you love to see it. Go ahead, girl.
Yeah.
Do the daggone thing.
And we have Cypress, who was for a while was in a tight battle, but has now managed to really stretch out her spot in second place and is really looking to say, look, I'm second, I'm number 2.
Yep. And Ava will walk away with this one.
That is correct. And finishing up, we have Chloe Bornoff. And rounding out the field of ladies, we have Emily Gavril from Atlantic City Tech there. So she is, and here we go. We have Connor Burke finishing it up for the men's coxswain 1,000 meter. It's awesome to see these athletes who are usually not the ones doing the pulling, get out here and strut their stuff.
No. And now we will go over to our woman on the floor, Colleen, to capture this moment.
Hi, and welcome to the floor. I'm here with Matt Califano, winner of the Under-19 men's coxswain event. Matt, congratulations. Can you talk to us a little bit about your race?
Oh, there's not very much to say. I tried my best, and it's a wonderful event you have here, and I'm glad I could make it down and compete.
Well, that's very kind of you. And your brother is with us today, too. Is that right?
Yes, he's my brother, twin brother, actually.
Twin brother. Okay, so both coxswains. And at what boat club do you both cox?
Oh, we don't Cox for a club. We do it independently.
Okay, fantastic. So when did you know, sort of in your piece today, did you realize that you were leading the pack the entire way, or what was that like for you?
I don't know. After about 200 meters, I was ahead, but I spent the rest of the race just trying to get my personal best time, and I did succeed in doing that today.
Well, that's fantastic. Really well done. Happy to have you here with us. Any advice that you would give to anyone thinking about entering this category, just racing on the erg in general?
It's a matter of trying your best all the time. I haven't much else to say, though.
Yeah, fantastic advice for rowing, for life. Try your best all the time. Thank you so much, Matt. We really appreciate it. All right, we'll send it back over. Akil, Maurice, back over to you. Thanks.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah. At this point in my life, I just try to do my best some of the time.
Yeah, he said some of the time. Yeah, I know that. I guess that's in the eyes of the beholder.
Yeah,
like, what is your best?
That's a young man's game, best all of the time.
Yeah, I'm not at that threshold because I still have to be my best. But like, you've been there, done that. So you're like, I was already the best.
I don't have to give my best.
Already the
I don't
best.
have to give my best today. But no, don't listen to me, kids. Do your best. Yeah,
Woo.
that's experience. When you get experience, you get to put it on cruise control sometimes. So
For sure,
So
for
that's good
sure.
stuff.
So it looks like we'll be going next to our commercial break.
All right.
And we will be back for the men's U17.
All right.
And we are back.
Yes, indeedy. After a barnstorm of a coxswain's race, 1,000-meter, where in the U19 men's event, the coxswains that took first and second place are twin brothers.
You love to see it. A family dominance, a family dynasty in the making. In the making.
Well, for those of you just tuning in, Maurice was kind enough to remind me in the last segment that my name is Akil Abdullah, and we have with us
Maurice Scott.
Maurice Scott. All right, and we're going to be here to bring you some of the action going on. And coming up, we have the men's U17 race. So should be some good stuff here, some interesting races. We had, like you were saying, in the women's U19 race, we had some athletes that had stepped up that were actually 16 and 17, racing with the big dogs.
Yep, and that goes to show you the mindset, of these athletes. Like they're not letting age scare them away. They want to be better. They want to race against people or older people who are generally going to be faster than them. Yeah. Just because of the development that it takes from the time they start as a freshman or whenever they start. You're going to have a wide range of experience. But again, at the same time, generally speaking, for a lot of these older groups, they've had time to develop. And so it's amazing to see, a 16-year-old, 15-year-old in an event that is made typically for the 17 and 18 range.
Yes, indeed. So these athletes are getting warmed up here. You can see a little bit of someone's fishing over there. Looks like that guy was holding a fishing rod. That's a patented erg technique. No, but seriously, you can see these athletes warming up here, and it'll be nice to see what they can do. What do you think? What do you think is going through their mind right now?
I'm sure I know what I was thinking. I want this to be done now. Like, can I just blink and I just be done? Like, I'll take the pain that I feel after the fact, but I do not want to feel that pain during the fact. Like, ugh. And I'm sure they're just, a lot of them are probably thinking, I really want to, break my PR, or I really want to be top 10%, top 5. Somebody in that crowd is thinking, I want to be first place.
There you go. There you go. Once again, seeing the shirt from Brick City Rowing from Newark. Great program up there. We've got athletes from actually pretty far and wide. As far as away as we have athletes representing Afghanistan. Had one athlete representing Great Britain. So it's nice to sort of have that international flavor at this inaugural event. Right,
exactly. And this is an event that's going to carry out for for however many years, and to start off strong. Like, I mean, I wish you guys, the camera is showing it, but I feel like it's just not doing justice of how many people are here to support their athletes. And a lot of we as athletes, we need that support system. Like, we can't do it on our own.
That's
and
true.
From you starting out where you started to going at the highest level, at the Olympics in 2004, I'm sure you've had a support system along the way, and this is where it starts.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. As yourself, I spent a lot of time in the single, and but the bottom line is that no one rows alone. There's a boathouse, there's your coaches, there's a community, there's your family, there's all of the support and all the mechanisms. And so even though we'll be seeing these athletes out here pushing, they'll have a coach behind them, sort of helping them execute their race plan. They're not alone doing this. There's a bunch of people that are cheering for them and want them to succeed. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about this sport is that sense of community.
Right. And I can tell you right now, as I look around the room and you see a wide range of people, like you said, from all over, all walks of life, and they're hopping on this one machine, the worst machine ever created.
To put themselves in pain.
To put themselves in pain and to go through that struggle together. It's just an amazing sight to see. And so, special shout out to, all the supporters, parents, guardians that have brought their athletes, coaches that have brought their athletes here to compete with us.
It's funny that we talk about pain, but in reality, most of our training time, it's a wonderful thing. I don't want to scare people away that are tuning in. If you're watching this event, this is a very small part of the whole rowing experience. A lot of it is spent in time, we'll call it steady state. If you're into zone training, zone 2, zone 3, really working that aerobic part of the sport.
Right.
It's a power endurance sport. So like it's a combination. You need that power around the edges, but you need that endurance to sustain throughout the race.
Right, right. And also, and again, I'm sure you can attest to this, once you get through that, that pain that through this 2K, that I can tell you that feeling of finishing and accomplishing what you wanted to do surpasses all of that.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, yeah. And so as these athletes once again prepare, there is that nervousness that's going on. They've been asked to stop rowing now. All of the flywheels are coming to a stop. We're about to get into this right now. Looks like there's one more flywheel starting. I'll go into my golf voice.
And here we go. We are now
here
off
we go.
for the men's U17.
U17. We do have one U16 competitor in this event. And as they start out in this first 250, they're really working to establish their rhythm, a position, And this is, I think, part of the reason you get rid of those nerves, because you're just going flat out in that beginning, really trying to get into a good spot. Right now we have Edward Stoker, 135 split, moving out just about 4 meters over Brennan Wickersham. Yeah. And so this is it. As we move into that 250, we'll start to see if people start to align, settle down on their rhythms, their stroke ratings, and really get into the meat of their race here.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, again, for Edward here, he is ahead by about 10 to 12 meters, and we'll see if he can, hold that throughout. I know people that can do that, and so we'll see if he's one of them. Yeah,
yeah, and right now he is rowing at a 31, and Christopher Poza, who's moved into second, is at a 28. And we'll see. It looks like he might be a slight fade from Edward, but we'll see if he can hold on.
And look at this. It looks like Ryan Jones is trying to creep up a little bit.
And now Ryan Jones is making a statement.
He is.
Just moved into second. He's holding 143 right now, which is going to put him like around 7-minute pace.
And he's about to take first
if he can hold on to that. But this is about right where I expected these guys to be, 150. Seeing that 144, 143 from Ryan Jones is pretty exceptional. We'll see if he can hold on.
And it looks like, Edward and Christopher are dropping back just a little bit to get into that groove and get into that motion for that middle 1,000.
Yeah, and right behind that initial pack, we have Hayden Cohen and John Davis Hill and Walter Frazier. Walter Frazier just moved up a spot, and we'll see how that holds out. And Ryan Jones is doing it. He's actually holding on to that 143, 144 pace, and if he can stay there, he's going to crack 7 minutes.
And I mean, he's on your screen right now. You can tell the patience, and he's hanging on to that finish right there, finishing strong. And it looks like, I mean, the power. I mean, he's going at 30 strokes per minute, but still at a 143. That's, you can tell that he has pure power just based off of that power to stroke rate ratio.
Yeah, yeah, and it's really, this is one of the interesting things about this sport. Just because you're at a lower rating, a lower rhythm, doesn't necessarily mean that you're not generating more power.
Yep, and he is demonstrating that right now. He's at a 28, between 28 and 30, and have a 144 split. That is awesome, especially going into that last 1,000 and that third 500. And as we've talked about it before, that third 500 is where you have to maintain. That you just have to maintain, because you feel that burn, you feel that lactic acid built up, but that is where you hold yourself together to get to that sprint. And that sprint, again, you can do anything for a minute, 2 minutes. you can do anything. So that, I kind of block out that last the 500 because it's almost like it doesn't exist because you're just going. Everybody knows that it's time to sprint. But that third 500 is where you make that mark and stretch out the field. And it looks like Ryan Jones has done just that. Between him and second place, which is Christopher Posa, there's now a 41-meter difference, which is about 4 to 5 strokes. So he is making a statement coming across that for that third 500.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the pack after that, they're all within 10 to 15 meters of one another, and so that sort of rating of 32, it looks like 31, they're all there, and their splits are all sort of in that same area.
Yep.
So it looks like these guys, this is a great competition. It's going to be a really interesting finish, I think, as we move through this 750. Ryan is there. He sort of knows, I think, in this point what he wants to do.
Exactly.
And he can sit there and look around, or he can maybe try to make good and do his PR
right.
here.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. He's probably just focused on his PR, but he's not realizing that that's putting him on top. And he is now almost about 60 meters in between first and second, which is quite substantial.
And Walter Frazier's making a bit of a move here. And we might see some realignment in this top 4 or 5 here.
Yeah, we do.
Walter Frazier just moved into second. He's now holding under 150 splits. And I think that's the move. If he can hold on to that, then he'll put himself in a good place.
And this looks like it's about to be any person's game, especially for second and third, because you have, like you said, they're all within a few meters.
Yeah. And Christopher Posa's got a big fade going on right now. He put in a Herculean effort at the beginning of the race, but it looks like that might have been a little bit too hard. So right now, it looks like he's just holding on, trying to keep that split around 2 minutes, but it looks like it's going to be a hard last 250 for him.
And I could tell you right now, I'm looking at the way Ryan is rowing. He paced himself. I could tell by his body posture. He's not dropping. He is holding on to that, and now he's at the sprint. So he is going for it. You can tell by the times they're all dropping.
Yeah. And we're in that last 250. Ryan is holding steady. He's brought it up 1 stroke. I would think that maybe he's going to try to bring it up a little bit more and see if he can push that rating, push that split down a little bit more.
Yep. And I mean, it's pretty much, I could say right now, it's pretty much safe to say that he is going to walk away with this one based off of the difference in meters. But second and third place is still up for grabs, in my opinion.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Hayden Cohen can put anything on it and really put the press on Walter Frazier.
And there you go. I think he's going to break. Is he going to break 7?
There he is.
And it looks like he's going to break 7 minutes.
Can he do it?
And he breaks 7 minutes.
He did it.
144.1. Good job, Ryan. Way to go.
And so we are moving. Here we go. It looks like second place is going to be Walter Frazier. Third place is Hayden Cohen. And this has been an amazing race to see the lead change so much. See different strategies, some of them successful, some of them maybe not. I'm sure Christopher Posa didn't have the race that he had hoped for with that fade in the middle of the race. But, that's learning experience for these young men.
Learning lesson. I'm sure you can attest to this as well as I can, that, sometimes you have to fly and die to realize what your limit is and to tailor your next race based off of what you learned about yourself today.
Yeah, there he is, smiling.
Ryan Jones.
Out of breath a little bit. I guess they say it is better to have flied and died to have never have flied at all.
Exactly. Love it. Flap the wings.
There we go. Craig White there, coaching his Brick City rowers on right there. There we go. Nice work. Nice work, everyone there.
Hi, welcome. Here with Ryan Jones, winner of the men's under 17 2,000 meter race. Ryan, talk to us a little bit about the race. What was it like for you? Painful, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely was painful, but it was worth it in the long run, I'd say.
And tell us a little bit about your strategy. Like, how did you come in today thinking about this piece?
I thought I was going to do way less, but coach ended up convincing me otherwise, so I did even lower.
All right, and let's give a shout out to Coach. Who's your coach? Tell us about your club.
Coach Kelly, we row for the Viking Rowing Club.
So tell us a little bit, like 1,000-meter mark, third 500, really grueling part of the race. What were you thinking at that point, Ryan?
Just to push myself beyond my limits. It's tough, but I did it somehow.
Yeah, and as you moved into the final stretch of the race, really evenly paced, like smart, kind of patient racing around 31, 32. Tell us about how you thought about that last 500-meter stretch.
Just to push myself, like always. Just had to push past what I could do.
Yeah, well, that worked really well for you. Congratulations. And Akil, Maurice, we'll hand it back to you.
And I feel like Ryan said it best. I mean, pushing past that limit, because that's how you raise that ceiling.
Yeah. I mean, I think that in watching all of these athletes, you know, this is at the limit of our human capacity. We're really pushing ourselves. The athletes are out there rowing as hard as they can to try to achieve something that maybe they've never achieved before.
Right, and it seems like I'm going to assume that Ryan PR'd, because he said that he was expecting he did lower than what he expected. So I'm assuming that's going to be a PR for him. So if it is, congratulations, Ryan. You're walking away with a medal and a new PR. Yeah,
and as I said, this is, you know, before the race started, if we could see guys around 7 minutes, under 7 minutes for this race, then that'd be pretty fast for this group, and we saw it.
We did. So again, you love to see it.
Thanks for making me a prognosticator, Ryan.
Love to see it. And so and next up, we'll have the men's U17 shortly, but first we'll go to our commercial break, and we will be back.
All right.
And we are now back at the 2022, or sorry, I did what you said, gotcha, 2023 United States Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships, where I am now accompanied by yours truly,
Colleen Seville. Thank you so much, Maurice. And hi, everyone. Absolutely delighted to be here with you. Maurice and I stationed at this desk, so to speak. Just behind us is the action. And Maurice, I've had a chance to, as we've seen, kind of interact with some of the rowers, put a microphone in their face, you know, a few minutes after they've ended a 2,000-meter race. You, of course, are an accomplished athlete in your own right. Talk to us a little bit about, and I know you and Akil have been discussing this, like, what does that moment feel like when you finished a 2K in this type of environment?
So to be honest, like, I mean, finishing, getting through, because all I can think about going through 2Ks is it's the pain, but knowing that you're finishing something that is probably one of the most, it could be one of the most like grueling things to put your body through in terms of physical fitness. So being able to get from start to finish and then PRing on top of that is just like one of the best feelings. I was telling Akil, like, that surpasses anything that you go through while you're going through that 2,000-meter piece is feeling accomplished. And a lot of these athletes are training throughout the winter season and putting in these meters on the erg, and so this is where you can showcase that and be proud of where you've come. And if you don't PR, you can still learn some lessons, like what didn't go right. Did I go too hard in the beginning? Was I dropping my body? Was my posture off? Like you take those mental notes and then go into the second half of winter trading lead up to spring, and with hopes that during that spring season is when you bring home those national championship medals.
And personal records, PRs, as you say, well, they can often happen in environments like this, right? It's a lot of noise. I mean, it's a full packed stadium that we have here today. You all can see maybe a little bit later on the grandstand. There's a lot of people here. Good chance to PR, yeah?
Yeah, I would agree. And, I mean, I just love to see it. I love to see the support that, a lot of these athletes are getting. And like I was telling Akil, it takes some time. Or it takes a support system to get here. And so it looks like we are about to be underway.
This is the men's under 17 2,000-meter race. And we'll see in the graphic in the top left of your screen those really early sprints. Really important the first 250 meters or so, right, to set that pace.
Yep, and as we were talking, setting that standard for yourself in the beginning, but also being able to get to that point where you can hold it for that middle thousand. So this is your statement, and then you're going to have to drop it a little bit. Not sure. I mean, there are some people that can, from start to finish, fly and never die, but that's very far and few in between. And so I have to give a shout out. And for third place, Daniel Riley, who is from my home club, Potomac Boat Club, Go Stars, Bleed Red, who is definitely going to be in the top 5. I'm going to call it right now, just because I've helped train. I've helped train some of these athletes at PBC and the juniors, and I've helped coach and been very involved. And so I'm hoping to see how Daniel does through this, and he's in second place right now. So hoping
you're giving him good energy, I think. So
good juju.
So he's right there running in second, up at the top of the pack, and the top graphic there in the red, holding a 1:38 split. Well, that's Connor Gamps. So a great look. Then they have these athletes, of course, this giant leaderboard up at the top. You can see their eyes kind of shift up to get a sense of where they are. Maurice, how much or how little do you think these athletes will be paying attention to where the rest of the pack is?
To be honest with you, like, I mean, we train when you're training on an erg, you're not training to look at a screen where the boats are. You're training to look at those splits. So there may be athletes that look at the screen, but I mean, I could tell you right now, just based off of as you can see, they're all looking at their screens, and I'm pretty sure you can see who's in front of you, who's in back of you, and it changes. But I could tell you, anytime that I've done one of these events, I just was looking at the numbers, and I mean, I was just, hoping, and my coach who's behind me, who's looking at that screen, is relaying that information, and that's the importance of that, because they are the coxswain. And for all those who don't know, the coxswain is the motivator of the boat, the one that steers the boat, and the one that communicates. They are the coach in the boat. And so what you're seeing here, the individuals behind these athletes are their motivation to keep going, and they're going to let them know, hey, you need to pick it up, or hey, settle down a little bit, or hey, because they know these athletes.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? They know their race strategy oftentimes. The coxswain, so the person sitting behind them, Maurice, as you said, they'll talk about race strategy a little bit, right? The athlete will say, this is my goal. Here's how I'm thinking about pacing things. You can see folks just sitting behind them in that chair. In that position. We were riding just a moment ago with our leader, Connor Gamps. Connor Gamps able to hold on to the pack right now, pushing away a little bit.
Yep. And you see second and third is neck and neck right now, and then you have a little opening for the rest of the pack. And it still can be any person's game. I mean, we're in that middle 1,000, and as you know, me and Akil were talking about, is that's where you have to settle in and hold as low as you can for the longest part of this race, and so that preps you for that sprint in order to go out. Because for me, when I've done these 2Ks, it's almost like the sprint almost didn't exist because it's so fast and you just go, but you feel that 500, you see it, you feel it, and that is where we're at right now with most of the athletes are crossing into that 3,500, and you feel it because you're not done. You still have 1,000 to go, but that you have to dig. And you have Daniel right here, a PBC star, and Ella, who raced about a couple races behind, who's only 16, and she placed 15th out of a pool of 50 plus athletes in the U19 category. So both of them have motivated themselves, and I've seen the work that they've put in, and I'm absolutely proud of them, and I'm glad they're here. But I'm glad all these athletes are here because they're pushing it. Yeah, what a great
day for them too, right? That was, as you said, Maurice, that we were riding with Daniel Riley there for just a moment from Potomac Boat Club. Cameron Generado running second at the moment. That gap, little bit opening between the two of them. And then Connor Gamps up at the front. Well, he's still holding on to that lead, moving through the third 500. And, of course, this is where it really hurts.
It does. And they're approaching that 500 now. And, Cameron is on the screen right now, and it looks like he has a very strong body posture and is finishing, very quick with their hands, getting back up. And just using his pure power to carry him through this last 500 piece. And this is where it's made. This is it right here. There's 40 meters between first and second. Connor Gamps in first, when we have Cameron and then Daniel. And so this is where it's made. There's only, about 10 meters between Daniel and Alberto. So can Daniel hold off Alberto and secure a podium finish? We'll see in a few minutes.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. I mean, you start to run out of time as you approach that 500-meter mark. So while there might be some strategy in sort of holding back, well, you don't want to be left behind if someone else decides to go early.
Right, and you have Cameron and Connor. They're right neck. I mean, again, Connor has about 40 meters ahead. I mean, if Connor can hold what he's holding right now, which he's at like 135 split, which is a bit lower than, a bit lower than Cameron, who's going to walk away with this one. But second and third is definitely up for grabs. And Daniel and you have Alberto, who is about to be neck and neck with each other for this 250. So they need to go now if they plan on being on that podium. This is where it happens, this last 250-meter piece.
Absolutely incredible. That race for bronze is on, with medals awarded to gold, silver, and bronze. Connor Gamps on the right side of the screen, still making a really big push in the lead out in front. Cameron Gennardo still holding on to silver, but the battle for third, Maurice, it stays.
Going. And, again, I'm not going to show my bias, but Daniel, let's go. Pick it up. Let's do it. I know what you can do. Finish strong.
Absolutely incredible. You hear the crowd behind us. Congratulations to Connor Gamps. He got out early and he held. He takes the gold. It's Cameron Gennardo just behind him.
And it looks like Daniel will take it. There we go. PBC all day. So proud. So proud. No bias, I promise.
No bias.
There we go. There we go. You love to see it. This was very close and tight racing throughout the whole field. I mean, look at those split times. 142.1. We have a tie between Steven and Noah at 142.1. And then right next to them is 142.2, which is from Christian Ramos. And then 142.3. Look how tight that group was. That is amazing. And they saw that on their screen.
Yeah,
and the coaches saw that and pushed them. And I wouldn't be surprised if every single last one of them, majority of them, probably PR'd within that group, because they pushed each other. And that's the community that we have here today.
Such a great point, right? When one goes faster, we all go faster. You rise to the occasion. And as you said, so many personal records happen in this type of environment, being surrounded by great talent and enthusiasm and hard work. That's a look again at the field, the men's under 17 2,000 meter race. It was Gamps all the way to take that gold, finishing with a average split 135.6. So exciting. And they're young. They've got
15,
young.
16 years old, breaking 7.
Yeah, just absolutely fantastic. And smart racing too, right?
Yep.
Because it does take time to learn how you race as an individual and to grow and develop.
Yep, and you can see right on your screen the excitement of finishing on top, and you love to see it. You really love to see it.
Fantastic. Well, such good stuff to come. You know, one of the things that I'm so excited about this weekend is really the variety of racing that we'll see. So we saw the Coxsons race their 1,000-meter sprints a little bit earlier. We've seen many different age brackets, under 15, under 16, under 17, 19, 23, Open Para, Masters, and we'll see a triathlon a little bit later on.
Again, and that's the community that we've built here. It's just building the hype, building that hype train around rowing, because rowing can be, so awesome, and to having just a variety for anybody. Like, a lot of people don't like 2Ks. I don't like 2Ks. I'll be completely honest. And I mean, it is what it is. But there's other things that you have. I mean, you have coastal rowing, which is 250 meters up, 250 meters back. You have the 500-meter sprints. You have such a variety, and it's all rowing, and it's for everybody. So there is a spot here for you if that's, if rowing is of interest to you. Yeah,
it's a fantastic point. We have the watts test even a little bit later on. So minute on the clock to see what the highest watts that you can get. We have a great athlete expo here as well. So some 40+ vendors, and really thinking about the whole health of the athlete, right? So mind and body, which is critically important too.
Yep. I love when walking through, and I mean, it's a whole, it's not just, working out. Like you said, it's all not just a physical game, but it's also the mental game and training your mind to, get through things. And, sometimes, all the time, you should listen to your body. If something's not right, it's not right, and you address that issue. A lot of times, and a lot of issues we come across is coaches and athletes, like, trying to push beyond, and I get it, it's pushing that limit and whatnot, but there is a threshold that you'll crash and burn if you pass that, and you need to realize what that is, and that comes with realizing, knowing yourself and knowing what you can do.
Yeah, and as you said, it's like, to have the wisdom not to push through injuries,
exactly.
To listen to your mind and your body, and develop that skill, especially at a young age, is critically important. And again, we have just under 15 all the way up to our masters category, so a full range of rowers. And the first time that we're together after the start of the pandemic too, which is really cool. Very true. To be back in person. So
that is very true.
What do you think that energy feels like for athletes that have been maybe doing hybrid events or have been erging on their own, and of course during lockdown by themselves? What is that like now?
I mean, we're all human beings, and I feel like we all need some type of human interaction. It's all like and it shows in terms of like mental health and things like that. You got to have some type of contact with the outside world, and so I think this is a place like where the hype is coming back, where people are celebrating, coming together to for this one event. They're coming from all over the place, parents, coaches, athletes, to see what how they been doing throughout the course of the winter season. So I mean, I'm pretty excited. I just love this is the International Championship. Would you consider this a regatta?
We'll call it championship regatta. Yeah.
But I mean, the regatta feel is amazing. I'm sure you can attest to that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we've mentioned a couple times, but really this frame even right now doesn't do justice to the full group of people that are behind us. You get a sense, of course, as the camera moves through these 100+ ergs out in the pit, so to speak. But we've also got a full grandstand, and we have parents, family, friends. You and Akil, as you mentioned, Maurice, were chatting earlier about we've got friends just behind us. Come on in for an interview.
We do. Look at this is Daniel right here. Good job, man.
Daniel, you want to put this on for a minute?
Good job. I know I was a little biased here going through. We have Daniel of Potomac Boat Club, and he just finished strong, finishing third amongst the field of 51. How does it feel?
I didn't want to disappoint you. So, you know, towards the end, it's kind of, what was I going to say? The guy in fourth, he's about 1 meter away, you know, at the 250. I didn't want to let him get past me, so I just rode until I couldn't feel anything anymore.
I like that. And what was going through your mind? Like, what that last, because I was looking at it on the screen right here, and like you were like, I mean, he was there, he was on your heels. He was on your heels, and I'm like, Daniel, let's go, let's go. I mean, I'm sure you couldn't hear me because you was on there, but I'm just like, come on, no bias, but come on, like what got you over that hump? What got you to get away from him?
I didn't come all the way to New Jersey for nothing.
I love that. That's big dog talk right there, and I'm not surprised as a PBCer, bro. I'm not surprised. Congratulations, man, and you can definitely show the camera what you earned. Third place.
Right here.
Third place. You gotta love it. Third out of 51. Well, congratulations, man. Congratulations. It's well earned. Well earned. Good job.
All right, I'm gonna go lie down.
Easy. Yeah, I know you feel all the spaghetti legs and arms.
Yeah.
You deserve it, man. You deserve it.
All right, thank you.
So yes, that you heard it here first from Daniel, and he had to get away. He had to get away from his competition because he was really on his heels. That was amazing.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
He had a great race, didn't he?
Did.
And did he get a PR?
That's a great question.
All right, we'll find out.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what his time was. That is a great question, but I mean, oh, so proud.
We'll do an encore interview for the PBC folks.
I know. I love it. Love it. Yeah, that was fluid. Very
so
fluid.
Good. So good. Well, we're really looking forward to the women's under 17 2,000 meter race, which is just about to get underway. My name is Colleen Seville here with Maurice Scott on behalf of US Rowing at the 2023 US Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships. A little bit of a mouthful, but we've got it.
AKA, is it what, Indoors 2023? What's the hashtag? Is that the hashtag? Hashtag?
We're going to confirm that for you all, but that sounds close.
Okay,
if not it, but we'll confirm them for you. And again, we've talked just a bit about the variety of events that are here, different age groups, different ways to participate. Different distances, different ways of measuring success, which doesn't look the same for everyone, and so a good representation of events and ways for people to participate.
Yeah, and honestly, like I'm curious because I know you have some substantial experience, you know, commentating and doing this thing. I'm pretty new to the game, so you know I'm learning from you. I'm watching how the pros do it,
man,
but
no.
How in your eyes, like how do you build the high? Like what is your go-to to kind of capture the feeling, to share with everybody that's listening today and throughout? How do you try to transfer that energy that we're feeling here today so those on the other side of this camera can feel that same energy?
Yeah, it's a great question, Maurice, and I think every race is a story, and it's a story of the individuals, and then it's a story of the collective group of individuals in that category that they're racing in. So in this case, the women's under 17 that we're awaiting the start of. And I think really as you consider it in sort of that story arc, right, there's the beginning, there's the middle, there's like the pinnacle, and then you kind of come toward the resolution. But it's that collection of stories, so to the extent that we can do things like interviews, right, and hear back like what was going through the athletes' minds, or if we're lucky enough to maybe get some of their bio up front, that we can share those individual stories. But it's about translating. It's about them. So it's like bringing their story to the forefront and to you all at home. And then I think, too, we've chatted a lot on purpose, really about the atmosphere and what we're feeling and seeing and hearing here, because that's a huge part of it, too.
Right.
It's a huge part of, we hope, what's translating to personal bests, personal records for these individual athletes. And it's also, it's why we do the sport. It's this moment, these indoor events, the 2,000-meter distance or however you're participating, yes, it's an individual exercise or an individual contest, but it's really part of something bigger.
Right.
So I think it's those stories are the most important way to really bring it to all home. So I hope we're doing it justice. We're certainly having fun doing it here today.
And no, I really love how you said, the individual story, because every single one of these athletes come from somewhere different, or there's something. They're all individual and unique in their own way, and they all come together and bring their uniqueness to the sport. And that's what that's what's going to make the sport so good, is the fact that there's from all over.
Yeah.
Like, there's just the energy. They all have different energy, and that's coming together to make this what we're feeling right here in person.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see the ski erg later again with the triathlon. We'll see the bike. There's different ways to really succeed. But for now, the way to succeed is to get ahead in the women's under 17 2,000-meter race. So we're in the first couple of 100 meters, really just the first 50 meters. This is where the athletes will be really tightly packed. And as you think about that first 250 strategy, Maurice, what's going through your mind? How do you approach it?
So the 250, I mean, for me, it's just 25 hard, power 20. I mean, normally I am a single sculler, and particularly not necessarily the erg. I kind of, compare it in a single skull to the erg, in that I normally do that, that five sequence, whereas, whether you're half, three-quarter, length and full, or it's just the sequence of the stroke to get that rate up and then pound it on that next 20. And so it's just going hard and establishing a dominance, and establishing a baseline for me to carry out throughout that middle 1,000 piece once I approach that. So again, that 250, that is almost like a baby's first steps is like you take that one step, you take that other step, is establishing that you're in it, and you want to start off strong. You want to start that foundation, and then once walk. Well, I guess this is more of like you're rowing hard, so you're running into it, and then you're coasting through. And it's very awesome to see yourself in the front, and so a lot of people like to get in the front, because a lot of times what I'll tell during my racing season last year, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get in front and stay in front. Not gonna say that worked, because I flied and died last year. So I screwed that one up completely, got a lot, and got walked on in the last 250. So it happens. But that's when you learn yourself, and it becomes a life lesson. And so with this, we're now going into that middle 500, and then you'll start to see when people settle in, because that 250 almost kind of diminishes, because that 1,000-meter piece is obviously a lot longer, so those averages are going to be within that, whatever you're pulling for that middle 1,000 instead of what you pulled in that 250.
Yeah, it's nice, though, to test your boundaries, too, isn't it? So even if, in your case, you got to that final 250, well, okay, that's a boundary that I'm going to push through.
Right.
And good to sort of test that. As we think about the leaders of this race, well, Zara Taylor riding with her up in front in this women's under 17 category. She's at 29 strokes per minute, so a little bit longer than some of the other competitors, cruising at about a 155, 156. She's swapped places with Satiana Alvarez, who's now running second quite comfortably, and then back to Christina Lago running third, Devin Long running fourth. So it's top three to receive a medal. Maurice, at this point, Zara Taylor, well, she's probably just looking to expand that lead that you touched on earlier.
So pretty much as you could see on the screen with Zara on there, you could see that she was very relaxed. Her body posture was sitting up right. Like you can tell that she's in the game, and you could just look at that. The power, you could tell that the power is coming through the legs and transferring all the way back to the arms, and everything in between. And you could tell, again, she's focused. And in between, she's got about almost 20 meters ahead of second place. And we'll see if she can hold on to that, especially crossing that 1,000. And as we talked about before, that third 500 is really where you make that mark.
Yeah, that third 500 indeed, and she's just crossing into it now. Zara Taylor, as you said, Maurice, a nice long stroke. We saw her at 29 strokes per minute. For folks maybe not familiar with that stroke rate, well, that's a tool in your toolbox, right, that you can use if you take more strokes per minute, just kind of similar to riding a bike, right? You'd go quicker, but you need to make sure that the power backs it up.
Right. And I'm very impressed because there was a couple other races where, and Zara's doing the same thing, is that she has that lower rate, but that's pure power. So you can tell that she just has that pure power. She doesn't have to jack the rate up to get to get these numbers. And, it helps out because then it gives you more time on that recovery to catch your breath, to take that mini break, because guess what? It's going to matter in that last 300 to go. Like that's going to matter. That those little in between breaks, in between strokes that she's taking is going to matter.
Yeah, that's right. It's almost, on the water that would translate to run, as they'd say, and here it's that chance to catch your breath, that length to swing back, to press on the legs, to hold the power. Zara Taylor doing exactly that. Christina Lago still running behind her. And then looks like maybe Devin Long holding onto that third spot, but falling just off the pace of Lago.
Yep, and it's between third and fourth is very close. I mean, there's only about 5 meters and between Devin Long and Jessica Bao. So it could be any person's game. Again, at that point, there's still a lot more meters to go in order to close these gaps. So I cannot call a winner just yet.
Not for this one.
For this one. There is no clear cut.
Yeah.
But we're crossing that last 500, and this is where you start to go. So I guarantee you, I could pretty much bet, especially because there's only about 17 meters in between first and second. Zara's probably going to pick it up, and yes, she has. She's now at a 32, so she's now starting to pick it up for that sprint, and you're going to start to see those numbers. Yep, now she's at a 34, so she's starting to build it. She started at a 30, and now she's building it back up. You're going to see those splits drop.
Yeah, exactly. And the splits that you mentioned, well, on your screen, you can see in that top left graphic that red cell, that red box is coming back and forth. Well, it's showing us who is the quickest moving person on the course, so to speak, right now.
Yep. And as you can see on the screen here, that this is your first and second place, Zara Taylor and Christina Lago, and they're going back and forth. And it looks like Christina is closing that gap just a little bit here, and we're at the last 250. And I mean, it's still too close to call. That's 1.5 strokes. Christina could jack that rate up and drop those splits into the 140s, and she could creep. And what she's creeping. She is now down to 15 meters, 14. So this can be any person's game right now.
She has indeed brought that stroke rate up. You're absolutely right. And with it, the power, she's now below that 150 split, holding a 148. It looks like Taylor running with her, the distance closing.
This is going to be a tight race, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a tight race. Very, very tight. This is it right here. And Christina is still closing that gap. She's now 13 meters behind. 13 meters. That is a stroke and a quarter maybe. And she's closing it again. She's now at 12 meters. Who is going to finish this one strong? Who is going to finish on top?
Absolutely incredible. Zara Taylor, Christina Lago, the race for that gold medal is on. Zara Taylor holding on to that lead, 150, 132 strokes per minute.
She's dropping it. And it looks like Zara's going to walk away with this one, with Christina Lago very, very close behind. And it looks like there's going to be a fight for third. And it looks like Devin Long will walk away with that for third place.
Wow, what a battle up at the top of the pack. We see the high fives there from winner Zara Taylor, who is threatened the entire time by Christina Lago. So, as you said, making each other faster here, right?
Yep.
It's all elevating everyone.
Yep. And it looks like they're from the same school, so first and third place. So it looks like we have a powerhouse here out of a field of 35. So very, very, very impressive.
Really exciting racing as we see the rest of the pack then coming through, still closing out their final stretch. We're sitting now, though, with Zara Taylor,
and it looks
the
like
leader.
In the last minute, and forgive me if I mess this up, Colette Thomas overtook Sophie Van Arendonk in that last 100 meters and secured that placement of 11th out of 35.
Wow.
That is not bad at all.
0.3 of a second separating them.
Very
so
close.
What a tight ending.
She walked.
Amazing. So that's the final few seconds here of the women's under 17 2,000 meter race. We see high fives up at the top of the pack from our leader, Zara Taylor, Christina Lago in second unofficially, Devin Long running third. And a look then at the rest of the pack as they finish through. So Anna Christie, Megan Sawyer in this event as well. Reva Katisha, Christina Massey, Brooke Block, Caitlin Soreth in her final few strokes. Huge category for the under 17 and under on the men and women's side.
And way to finish strong, ladies. Way to finish strong.
Well, looking forward next then to the men's under 16 at about 12:30. So again, that was the women's under 17 that just wrapped. Really tight racing. Can't say that I'm surprised. We chatted a little bit about this, but do you think that these athletes like have a sense of the leaderboard? Does it depend on the athletes, like strategy and their own point of view? How do you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, again, like, I mean, and if you're, typically, like, if you're in a boat and you're looking, outside of the boat, you're kind of tilting it over. Like the displacement, like your weight displacement is not going to be even. And so it's almost the same way. And if you're looking, your body is naturally going to follow. And so I think it could be a disadvantage actually looking up. And so I think that's what, again, highlights the importance of having that coach behind you to let you know where people are. The coxswain, they'll let you know. And so no, it's amazing, and all of these athletes have been focused, and I'm so happy to see them showcase their work that they've been putting in month after month.
Yeah, fantastic. And it looks like we might have another interview.
We do. So
coming
would you take the honors of interviewing our winner?
Of course. So it looks like we have Zara Taylor coming over. So we'll get a headset for her.
Thanks.
Zara Taylor, winner of the under 17 women's 2,000 meter race. We hear you catching your breath. Firstly, thank you for sitting with us. We so appreciate it. Talk to us a little bit about that race. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, it felt really good. I was looking to go faster. Yeah.
And how did you think about the race coming into today? Did you have a strategy?
I was a little nervous, but I went in like sprinting and then just kind of settled.
Yeah.
That was my strat.
Yeah, we loved watching you here on the leaderboard. We were able to follow you the whole way. What part of the race, was there a part of the race where you sort of knew that you had it, or was it not until the very end?
The last 500 meters, I was like, I'm here, so I just went for it.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. And strategy from the start of the race, first 250, like 10s, 20s, how do you think about that?
I think about it by 500s, or like first 500 and then middle 1,000 and then last 500.
Yeah, good. PR today?
Yeah.
Personal record? Okay,
yeah.
By how many seconds?
3 seconds.
All right. Oh,
yeah.
So success. Any advice that you would give maybe to like the under 15s that are here today?
Don't give up and keep up the hard work.
Yeah, perfect, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
Zara Taylor, winner of the under 17 women's 2,000 meter race. Have a great rest of your time here. Thank you.
And
All right, next up on the schedule, we got the men's U16s. You know there's going to be some energy in this house. Pretty packed on the floor. Let's be ready for some serious competition. And everybody's in the inner shot. We'll walk on that hydro table. $5. Donations are going to the Boys and Girls Club. You got a chance to win one of the premier units. Year subscription. Sign them on up. Here we go. U16s in the house. Brick City, Bergen Catholic, Richland, the Hermits. Let's go. Got a big Mustang shirt, I see. Who let the Stangs loose?
Back here live from the 2023, got it right this time,
2023
USRowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships, where it is 80 degrees, super warm. Psych, I lied. It is very cold here. come the wind chill off the water is freezing. I was not prepared, but it's okay because it's still a beautiful sight.
It's all right. We're at the beach technically.
Well, yes.
So you know the beach is like very, very close behind us. So no, we're delighted to be here. Really, really excited. So my name's Colleen Seville. Here with Maurice Scott on behalf of USRowing, bringing you the action for this indoor national championship. So gold, silver, bronze awarded to each category. As we've been talking about, well, there's a variety of ways to participate. So it's not just the standard 2,000 meter distance, is it?
Nope, it isn't. We have the triathlon, we have the 500 meter, we have the coxswain race, which is 1,000 meters. So we have a little bit of everything, like, you know, a little bit of spice. It's not all one spice, and you know, you got to have a little.
Keeping it spicy in many different ways.
Yeah, many different ways.
Many different dishes,
so
different ways. Yeah, that's exactly right. We have a Watts test. We have a relay. We have a kids race later this afternoon around 4 o'clock. So I think it's kids something like aged 4 through 12 around that category.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang, I didn't even know that.
So
that's
we'll look
cool.
forward to that. Yeah, we'll look forward to that. But for now, we'll anchor ourselves to the men's under 16 category. So of course, high school aged athletes. And it's a pretty big field, so we've got some 52 or so competitors just behind us. Lots of people here today.
Lots and lots of people. There's a lot of energy. I can feel, you know, the energy. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of coaches here from the club level to the high school level to even college coaches. This is where you showcase. And so it's a very good community, social environment to kind of meet everybody. And as you said before, it's the first indoor championship since COVID. So, you know, we're all getting that people-to-people interaction. And whether you're introvert or extrovert, I'm sure that you have gotten something from this, whether it's supporting an athlete or whether it's you know, supporting a coach or supporting rowing in general. Like you're just here to, you know, be present and just to take on the indoor regatta vibe.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's true. It's so true. You have folks who generally participate in CrossFit that are competing today that we're so happy to have. You have rowers who row the sort of standard 2,000 meter distance, and then again, you've got just many different ways to participate. So we're so excited about that. You know, one thing that I think is so interesting, Maurice, is especially for the under 15s and of course these under 16s, as you're developing as a high school athlete, like how do you mature as a racer?
And again, I think especially in high school, you're like a sponge. Like middle school, high school, like everything that you're going through, the process that you're taking, you're learning from your environment. So if you have a good environment that you're training in, that helps set you up for, you know, progress and set you up for success going above and beyond high school. So high school, college, I mean, national team track if that's what you want to do, or even a master's track. A master it's super fun. I mean, there's a lot of athletes that, you know, followed that. They didn't just finish school and then go straight to the national team track. I mean, one of my favorites, Molly Reckford, one of the fastest female lightweights in the world. And I'm sure a lot of people, if you've watched the last Olympics, I mean, between first and fourth was by like a second, and her and Michelle were in that pack. And so, but Molly, she went from being in college, went to masters rowing, and then went onto that elite level. So whatever I say this to say, whatever your direction is, believe in yourself, believe in your direction, and don't let anybody stray you from that direction. And you can be, you know, you can do great things at whatever you want to do. It's personal. It's what you want to do for yourself, what's going to make you genuinely happy, and what's going to just get you to where you want to be. Like, you are you.
That's such a good point, right? It is personal. It's a great word. It's deeply personal, how you want to participate, what your goals and aspirations are, because they don't look the same for everyone. And that's the fabulous thing about today, about this weekend, about the different ways, again, that you can be here as an athlete. And I think that's a great way to think about it. It's just getting better, especially as an under 16, every race, every time that you have a chance to line up against one another. And we've heard in these interviews some of the simplest but most profound advice. Don't give up. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't give up. Keep going. Like, keep your mind sort of in the game. And it's really paid off for a lot of the athletes here awaiting the start of the under-16.
And this is, again, these are the younger ones, so we'll see what they got. And now we are off. Whew. 83. I love it. Love to see it. 40s. I mean, a lot of these student athletes, they got some bite to them now. They got some bite.
Yeah, we love to see that 40 off the starting block,
exactly,
as it were,
let's
right?
Go.
Yeah. So good. And you see that leaderboard, that graphic in the top left of your screen flipping around. Well, that's showing us who's running point, who's up at the top of the field at the moment. Chase Brown up there currently leading 28 strokes per minute at a cool 140.
At a cool 140. And that's what I'm saying. 28 strokes per minute at a 140, that means that's pure power. And I guarantee you that his leg drive, it's pure force. I can guarantee that just based off of looking at these numbers. I don't even need to know what he looks like because I can tell just by what he's pulling and what stroke rate he's at right now.
And running now with Colin Labozetta and this men's under 16 category. So Colin currently running a really close third, but it looks like maybe he's just slipped back, reshuffling really quickly here.
Yep, exactly. And as you were saying, at that first 500, there's going to be a lot of flipping, a lot of, there's going to be a lot of action in that first 500. And as we approach that second 500, this is where you're going to see the separation. This is where you're going to see those numbers go from 130s to 140s and 140s to 150s, or vice versa, whatever. This is where you're going to see strategies. People are going to show their strategies during this time. So.
And as you think about what we'd call the middle 1,000 of the race, or that middle 50% of the race, consistency, like what's the name of the game, do you think?
Honestly, like, and me and Akil talked about that. It's just like that middle 1,000. It is just so it's so important. And every time, like during the summer, and even in boats or ergs, I would go and we would have mixers. Potomac Boat Club would go to Undine Boat Club on Boathouse Row, and being in those boats and getting to that middle 1,000, it's just like you really have to be mentally tough. Like you really have to be focused in, because you can lose it. Like in that middle 1,000, that can make or break your whole race. Regardless of how fast you sprint, that middle 1,000, if you don't do well in that middle 1,000, there's going to be no room to catch up. And so it's very crucial. It's very crucial. Now, I think a lot of the coaches that focus on that middle 1,000, get their athletes to that point to where they feel what it feels like to be at that middle 1,000 and kind of push those limits in that zone is very, very crucial for the success here today, or even 2Ks on the water come the springtime.
Yeah, and I think it's a great testament to one's fitness, right? To be able to be really steady and strong through that middle 1,000 and just be consistent and evenly paced. Chase Brown doing exactly that up at the top of the field, 28 strokes per minute. So he's a little bit lower than some of the other athletes in this race. He's down at a 143.
That's insane.
Separating.
That's insane. That is insane. Ladies and gentlemen, he is able to, at a 28, you're not like for a 2K, you're kind of up in the 30s. He's going at a 28, but still dropping below 145, which is very impressive, especially for somebody that's under 16 years old. That is awesome. That is awesome.
Riding then with Chase Brown. That's a look as he moves now into the second half of this race. Elijah Pena running just behind him. Well, not just. I mean, there is quite a bit of separation, I'd say, between Brown and truly the rest of the field. But it is Elijah Pena running in a nice, solid second place at the moment. John Rasmus running third, but so tight for bronze.
And as you see, there's just a shift and names there. Between Jordy, John, and Jack. And look, they're right neck and neck with each other. And now this is the third 500, and this is the one that's really going to burn. Like this part of the race is really going to get to your head. That third 500, because you know that you're not quite there yet. You're not almost done, and you just got to get over that hump. Like that is the biggest, I think, in my opinion, the biggest 500 amongst the four. And again, it's the mental game, and it looks like Chase is not letting up. I mean, this kid is going. He's almost got 100 meters in front, and we haven't seen a between first and second. We haven't seen that much of a distance, I don't think, throughout this day so far.
I think that's a really great point, right? This is a huge gap in the under 16 category. This is an athlete that's really able to separate himself as he moves into the final 500-meter stretch. He's the first to cross into it, and he has over 100 meters ahead of the competition.
And I'm curious to see if he's going to pick it up. I'm curious if he's going to try to lay the dagger going across, approaching that 30, or approaching that 300. So I'm looking at, his splits, and I mean, he's dropping them. He is dropping them, and I mean, this kid can be well on his way to breaking 7.
28, 29 strokes per minute. So calm, cool, collected. Jordi Morales running in a solid second place. Just behind him on his heels, it's Jack Nielsen running third, and then John Rasmus running fourth. That's the 1 through 4 at the moment. So much energy.
There is, and I can just feel it. Like, ladies, like you can. I don't know if you can hear the background noise, but this is it, and it's crazy because again, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place are all within reach of being on that podium. It could be any man's game, and we're at that 250 right now. So they need to, everybody needs to pick it up at this point. Chase is holding it down. He is still in that 140s. I mean, this is his game, and honestly, I'm pretty sure I can be pretty confident he's going to walk away with this one. But in terms of second, third place, Desert is still up for grabs. There's still about 25 to 30 strokes left. Who's going to take those harder strokes?
Yeah, it's a race to get onto the podium. Chase Brown has looked to have punched his ticket. He finally cracks into 30 strokes per minute. He's been in the 20s this whole time to take what looks like the win, and we'll see if that's a PR for him. But he's out ahead. What's 2-3 looking like?
And we're close. I mean, about 7 meters in between second and third. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take it? Oh man, and they're closing that gap. I mean, third place is going at 40 strokes per minute. 40 strokes, and now second place is going up for it. Like, they are battling to the finish. This is where champions are made. This last 250 is getting over that pain in those legs from that first 3 500s, and this is where you punch your ticket onto that podium. And it looks like, I'll be safe to say, that Jordy's going to run away with second, and Jack is going to run away with third. Close behind him will be John.
John Rasmus, yeah, that's him right there, isn't it? What a fantastic effort. He's just missed the podium, but he's had a great piece nonetheless.
Yep, way to go, guys. Way to go. Killing it. It's so close. Look at that. Look at that. That is insane.
Sorry, my son's Chase.
Can we chat with your son, Chase, after? We're talking to Chase Brown's father, and we're asking him if he'll bring his son over for an interview.
Yes.
And he will.
Awesome.
Thank you. We didn't mean to put you on the spot, but we'd really love to talk to him. What a piece he's had.
That's great. A
140.3. You gotta love it.
Almost in the 100. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Well,
We'll come over after.
Thank you. After he catches his breath. Well, that's fantastic. We're really excited to speak with Chase. He's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he 140 sub 7 at the age of 50. I'm assuming that he's 15. He could be 14. He could be 13.
That's right. He could be racing up a category.
That is amazing. That is amazing. I mean, he laid it down, and he was ahead the whole race.
And we talked before too, Maurice, about sort of like learning one's race strategy, having the opportunity to do that as an under 15, an under 16 athlete. So this is all the more impressive because he had a really evenly paced race. And again, he's in that under 16 category.
Right. And I mean, I was amazed at the fact that, I mean, he didn't crack 30. But like his average was probably about a 28 strokes per minute, but he was still sub 7. Throughout the whole way, which leads me to believe again that the power, like he has raw power that is still he's still growing. He's still developing, and that raw power is just going to grow. He's just going to get even faster as long as he's staying on that track and building the lung capacity and building that system, that engine inside of him to keep it moving.
And we saw at one point too. I don't know what the final margin in terms of meters was between him and Jordi Morales in second,
meters.
but it was
That
over
the
100
biggest margin
meters.
I've seen today thus far.
So you imagine that on the water, right? Of these athletes coming in, and you pretend for a moment maybe they're in singles of what that gap might look like.
It's
a
definitely
good
open
position.
water. It's
Yeah.
that's definitely open water. Yeah, definitely open water. You can clearly see.
Yes.
That difference. So no, I mean, Chase, good job, man.
Yeah.
Good job.
And we
That's
loved
awesome.
having his dad over here for a
I
quick
know,
moment,
I know.
right?
I was just like, everybody's like popping in. And
Yeah,
I'm just like,
yeah,
who
yeah.
is this? This is like, oh, but no, I love it. You love to see it.
Exactly.
It reminds me of me when I came here and my parents would come down and support. Like my dad, he is just so, he gets so hyped. And I'm like, Dad, stop. Stop embarrassing. But like, that is the love
Yes.
that you give to these student athletes. It's just like, they're just proud. Like parents
Yes.
are just parents or guardians and coach. Like they are just proud of their athlete, and that's what we saw here today. And I know it because my dad always embarrassed me when I was down here.
But you love it.
You
But
do.
you know,
You're like, Dad,
love
stop.
it.
But like, oh, you're making me feel so good.
Yes.
Like last year, he came up to nationals and he surprised me. Like he came up out of nowhere. And literally, like he saw we won last year, and he saw the race, and when we were getting off, I was just like, wow, like you were here, and you saw
So
my
you saw
first
when he
national
was-
championship.
You were landing.
Right before we went off, like he surprised me, and then he saw
wow.
the whole race, and yeah, it was crazy.
It's a
And
really good moment. And you mentioned before, I loved what you and Akil were saying about like the need for that community. It's your people that get
Right.
you faster. It's your
Right.
people. You're whoever those people are, whether it's a parent or a friend or a teammate. But that community really helps everyone level up.
Yeah, and in my opinion, I don't think you can do this sport alone. Like it's hard. You can't. You got to have a support system. Like if anybody says that they didn't have a support system, is a lie.
Yeah.
And just because of the amount of work and effort, I mean, from the coaches to like the boat rides, the people that's driving the trailers, and the people that's putting the regatta together, there takes so much. So even if you're just training by yourself, and when you're coming to these regattas, that's a support in and of
Yes.
itself, because this is a major production.
Yes.
Like, I mean, look at all these computers and knobs and stuff. Like I don't know how to do this.
Yeah, no,
but
you bring up a
there's-
really good point. I mean, and maybe it's a good chance to just take a quick second and say thank you to all of the parents,
Yes.
to all of the supporters, to the volunteers, to the folks, the great athlete expo that we have, all of the wellness-focused vendors. We've chatted on this, but it's mind and body, both critically important.
Right.
So there's a real emphasis on that in the athlete expo. And it takes a village.
I brought him over and I got us a couple.
All right, this is you, man.
Easy enough. We will have the big dog of the house coming to join us. My man Chase, welcome on set, man. How'd that feel? Like, tell me what you were feeling throughout that piece.
It was good. I was holding a 28, 29 the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I feel good. My coaches and all the training really prepared me for the 2K.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And yeah, as we were watching this all unfold, I mean, you got out ahead, and I'm very, very impressed, because you didn't crack 30 until maybe that last sprint, but you still held a sub 145 throughout that whole time. Like, what is there like an emphasis with your leg drop that your coach teaches you? Like, what do you think attributed to being able to have that power and still be able be at that lower rate than probably majority of the field?
I think Coach Kelly really teaches us legs is the most important part of the stroke.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when I'm rowing, I really emphasize leg drive, and I try and keep my cardio good so I can maintain that stroke rate.
Nice. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 15.
15 years old. Okay, cool. So is this a PR for you?
Yeah, last year, I'm a really young sophomore. Last year I was a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
First 2K I think was like 6:57 something.
Nice.
So I was just trying to work to get it as low as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to keep trying to put the work in and drop the numbers every year.
Any lofty goals? Where do you see yourself in graduating high school? Where do you want to be?
I don't know. I think the U19 really put on an impressive display.
Mm-hmm.
What was the one guy, like 6'17"?
Yep.
Ideally, that would be a great number. I would love to be 617 by senior year.
Nice, nice, nice. And I mean, I can tell you right now, you'll definitely be having a lot of looks from a lot of these powerhouse schools, getting numbers like that. I mean, again, I'm very, very impressed by your numbers, and you're a gold medalist now at the indoor national championship. So I'm sure that feels amazing. Is there anybody that you want to give a shout out to, or anybody that has supported you up until this point?
My dad's been a great support. Coach Kelly, Coach Kent, Coach Picard. My teammates, Ryan Manning especially. He really pushes me to be the best person I can be. Yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. Well, anything else you want to tell like somebody that's trying to follow in your footsteps or trying to be where you are?
Hard work pays off. That's all. That's it.
Well said. Very simple, but very powerful. Well, congratulations, Chase, on winning your gold medal. And if you don't have it, make sure you go get that and take all the flicks, because you deserved it, man.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Have a good day.
You too. And now we are back. Man. And we will be going to a commercial break, Colleen.
Perfect. Just wiping some of the sweat off my headset. I love it.
Hard work.
I love it. It's hard work, so don't
work.
mind me, and we'll see you in a moment, guys. Thanks.
Just a reminder to remove your headphones, your earbuds, so that you can hear all commands clearly. Thank you. We're also looking for Rahil Patel. Rahil Patel, you left the seat pad. And from 2 events ago, coaches in the room, if you are missing your black notebook, we have that over at the announcements table. You can come grab it. Looks like some pretty important stuff. Just a reminder, you're not competitors to get those drag steps straight away. You got a hand up.
And we are back.
Back
So
live.
excited. In my John Oberst voice, one of my former teammates, he is now overseas in Amsterdam living his best life. So shout out to you, John, if you're watching.
So we just spoke to Maurice. You just spoke to Chase Brown. What an amazing race that we just saw in that under 16 category. Absolutely fantastic.
Dude is 15 years old.
He's 15.
640.
Wow.
That's all you have. That's all you have to say. And he's a sophomore in high school.
Wow.
I mean, all of this is so crazy. 28 strokes per minute, 640. Imagine when he builds up. Imagine when he builds up that base, that system, that engine room, as I like to call it, inside of him,
Yes.
to go into the third, be able to throw down a 32 34. Imagine what those splits are going to look like when that's built up.
Yeah, and how smart to, especially for these like up and coming athletes, these younger athletes, to really establish that power at the 28, at the 27. I mean, so often you see it can take some trial and error and some real learning moments to say, okay, I'm not going to go off at 38 strokes per minute, right, if I can't maintain the power. So a lot of younger folks kind of come at it the other way through a little bit of trial and error. He seems to have really found his rhythm.
Right, and he attributed that to his coach. I mean, the importance of leg drive. I can say from personal experience, like, I've been, for my rowing, I've been trying to focus on my leg drive because for such a long time, I, for some reason, had more confidence in my upper body when we all know the quads are the strongest, they're the strongest muscle in the body. So that's what we really need to capitalize on. And he's learning that super early, super duper early, and it's showing by his times.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And for maybe those who are listening with us, who are slightly less familiar with the sort of core rowing technique, well, they always say it's legs, back, arms, right? Because your legs are your strongest, the strongest part of your body in that equation. It's the quads, as you mentioned, Maurice. It's the heels pressing into that footboard, and then really carrying the body, the core through, and then finishing with the arms almost as like an afterthought. So there's this misconception from a lot of people that say, oh, rowing, like, you must have strong arms, and of course you do, but that's not always the strongest part, right?
No. And I also love, you know, I always get that, well, you don't look like you row, but like, looks can be very deceiving. Like, especially when it comes to these races. Like, I mean, and that's another thing. Like, it doesn't matter, you know, what you look like, what your body type is. Can you make it work for you?
I loved what you and Akil said earlier in the coxswain category, small but mighty.
Yeah,
so those are the coxswains, right? But it's so true. To, you know, regardless of whether you're very tall or on the shorter side, whatever it is, it's about efficiency.
Exactly, and it looks like we're about to be underway with the women's U16.
So women's under 16, a look at that graphic in the top left, and that red cell is covering who is moving the quickest on the course, as it were, at the moment. So you'll see that flip around. That's very normal in the beginning stages of this race. But we've seen such exciting racing, it may well flip around the entire time.
Right. It's almost like the Tetris, but like reverse. Like, you can also go up instead of like, you know, all the blocks coming down. It's just like boop, 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 boop. It's great. It's great.
I love that. It's a great reference. And it's true because it has changed. I mean, in the last race we saw Chase Brown, well, he held that the entire time. But we certainly do see that move around a bit. For now, though, riding with Claire Junius, who is up at the top, 33 strokes per minute. She's erg number 7. Now here we are sitting with her, leading the pack, but still very early, just out of the first 250.
Yep. And, you know, as you can see on your screen right now, she has very, very good technique. I mean, she's getting that full compression. She is, you know, at that pivot at the hips. It's just a fluid motion. And again, it's pretty easy to do that in the first 250, but we will see as we get closer to that middle 1,000 and at 3,500 that who's practiced that technique even through the trench, even through the trenches of being tired and depleted.
Yeah, and that technique, that returning to that foundation is so critically important when you do get tired, right? That 1,000-meter mark, that third 500. I'm a former coxswain, so for me, on the water, right, or even if I'm the coxswain on the erg, like we see the folks in these chairs, I'm saying things like sit up, like shoulders down, right? So the things that you think about as a rower, as you get tired, you need that discipline and those reminders because we talked about the legs being the strongest part. Well, you want to use that to your advantage.
Right. And again, it's all about using what you have. I mean, for me, I've had longer legs, so it takes a little bit longer for me to get lower than, you know, somebody that has a pretty equal between the torso and the legs. My legs are a bit longer, so I have to be able to use that to my advantage, or it can be a disadvantage. So yeah, again, it's just all about knowing your body, knowing what you can do, and using whatever you have that to your advantage, whatever that may be.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, too, you know, credit, a lot of these athletes have said, whom we've spoken to today, like, credit to my coach. Because so often that's the job of the coach to really see, like, you do have those slightly longer legs, or here, think about the technique either on the water or on the erg a certain way. And sometimes those small reframes or changes, you can gain a lot of speed from those. Speaking of speed, Claire Junius up at the front. Well, she shows no sign of slowing down. Mid-third 500.
Right, and again, you can look at these numbers. A lot of these athletes are floating around between 30, 32 strokes per minute. So it just goes to show you the intensity of a 2K.
Yeah, that's right. And you see the intensity on the faces of the athletes here as we just love those up front shots. Riding now with Christina Massey in this women's under 16 category. It's incredibly hard work. I mean, it's worth pointing out just how much pain these athletes are in.
They are. I mean, it's I'm looking at it and I'm just like, I know what it feels like, and I'm just like cringing. But at the same time, I mean, that glory, that uplifting spirit that you feel, especially when you're looking. The best thing is seeing your numbers and like that you've never done before, and you're hitting those numbers, and you're like, wait, and I still have so much energy. I still have so much to go, and that it's like it's the best feeling. Like, it is really the best feeling. I'm sure some of these athletes, I hope all of them actually are feeling that, because I mean, everybody's a winner at that point. If you're, you know, PR, doesn't matter if you're a PR by 0.1, by 1 second. It's a PR and it's a step forward.
Yes, it's all about progress. Absolutely. That was just a few moments ago. We were riding with Mina Moriuchi. Running with sort of the middle of the pack up at the top, just out of our shot. It is Claire Junius just moving. So she's continued to gain speed through the third 500. She's now through that 750 point. It's looking like she will be first to cross into the final 500.
And look at Claire, you could tell. And as I talked to you about, as I stated about that those body angles and being able to sit up, right? I can tell right now that she's trained and practiced in that zone, because her body, nothing has changed from that 250 that she went off at, you know, super hard, super fast. She still has that same technique, and I can tell. I mean, she's about almost 100 meters ahead of the rest of the pack, and I can pretty much tell that she's, as long as she, you know, rises out, she's going to finish out on top. I mean, she's going to pass the 500 in a couple seconds, and that's it. That's when you go. So I'm very impressed. But in terms of second, third, and fourth, that's going to be a tight race.
Yeah, it is going to be a tight race for that second place position. And just want to point out quickly in this women's under 16, like we saw Chase Brown in the men's, well, there's a 100-meter margin between our winner and the rest of the pack. So Claire Junius just really able to push away. That battle, though, for the silver and the bronze, well, it stays on as these athletes now cross into the final 500 meters. It's Ashika Reddy running second, Piper Rousseau running third.
And I'm excited. Can Claire beat Chase in that distance? And it looks like she might. We had 101 or 11 meters in between first and second, 112, and she's picking it up. She is absolutely picking up. She is picking up. So she is now at 153, 30 strokes a minute, crossing that 250. It's time to go. It is time to go. And I'm curious if she has a coach here. Is she doing this on her own?
Oh, what an interesting point.
Insane.
Yeah, she may just be on her own, just able to focus in her own energy. You talked about her technique. It's spot on. Look at that suspension. Right when she compresses and gets here, long arms, big push from the legs. That rhythm really carrying her. But yeah, it's an individual pursuit for her.
Go, girl. You do the daggone thing. Do the daggone thing. She is definitely going to run away with it. And she's almost at 150 meters ahead. That is insane. She has beaten what Chase did in a previous race. I think that was about 110 maybe. She has now opened up the field to almost 150 meters, which is very evident in the race.
Absolutely incredible. You see the pain on her face, but she carries on, just shy of hitting that finish mark at a 149.
Love to
Claire
see it.
Junius, my goodness, what a race.
Let's go, girl. Well done. Well done. Well done.
So fantastic. What an incredible achievement for her. And we'll have to see. Maybe we can get her over here in the commentary booth.
Because you see, there's nobody coaching her. She's literally did this on her own and destroyed. And she lifted out the field and made herself known.
So good. So good. Just behind her in her final few strokes, Ashika Reddy rounding out into that final sprint. Piper Rousseau looking to grab what could be a bronze. Caroline Mitchell just behind her, Sophia De Mattis, but it is Ashika Reddy to take the silver.
Yep.
And just edging it, Piper Rousseau for bronze.
Love it. Love it. And this is close racing. Very, very close. I mean, 204.1, 204.4, that's close.
Absolutely fantastic as the rest of these athletes then roll in the women's under 16 2,000 meter race. Just so impressive. Both the men whom we saw in the last round in the last event and the women. Piper Rousseau to take the bronze, and you see that exhaustion and a fair number of smiles too. I think there's some PRs out there.
Yeah, I think so too. You can tell. You can definitely tell. And I mean, a lot of these times, I mean, look at it. It's 8:22, 8:23, but like that's 1 second. That is 1 second.
Yes.
1 second difference.
Yeah. 100%. We're looking now just quickly a recap of the results as we saw Claire Junius out in front. Her average split was a 151.7, which earned her that 726 that you can see in the graphic in the top right.
Awesome. That is awesome.
Really, really solid racing.
She is the only one that broke 8 minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
Only one. And as a under 16, I mean,
that's
pretty good numbers.
Yeah, it's a great time. It's a really, really great time. So we'll hope that we'll be able to grab her. We'll see. Most of these athletes kind of need a second to catch their breath, but we'll see if we can drag them in. You can hear the cheers behind us. The full field rounding out Christina Massey, just coming into the final 100 meters of her stretch. Good supporters around her. And this is an event with about 22 participants. So good showing, really, Maurice, too, across each age category, because they are quite specific ranges.
Right. And, yeah, I mean, from all over. I mean, I see Egg Harbor Township, Row, New Jersey. Like, I mean, all of these schools are all over the place. San Miguel Academy, Oak Neck, all over the place. So...
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
it's good. Yeah, good representation. And, you know, as we've mentioned, after 2 years of these virtual events or hybrid events, even in 2021, just thrilled to be back in person and in real life with you to bring all the pomp and circumstance that an indoor event like this brings. So good stuff. We'll keep an eye out for Claire.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get her over here and see how she coached herself.
I know. You know what? Is it okay? I might go try to find her and bring her back. Is that cool? I'll be right back.
Yeah, so now y'all got to deal with me today until they get back. Woo-woo. But no, everything, like the racing that we're seeing today is just, again, the energy is so high, like the noise, the support, like it's just a regatta, indoor regatta, outdoor, doesn't matter. It's just really something special, and you really, really love to see it. You really love to see it, especially for a 2K, especially for an indoor 2K, because you see, again, the work that goes along with preparing for this, and whether athletes want to peak here or want to use this as a baseline to peak in the sprint. Like it all varies, but you have their personal goals and hoping that they have reached their personal goals, and if they didn't, again, learn what to do or what not to do for that next assessment or that next piece that they do following today.
Yeah, it is. It's all a learning experience. And, you know, one thing, so Claire's going to join us, so she'll be over. She's going to catch her breath for a minute.
Love it.
But one thing we haven't chatted too much about is kind of like, as you think about these learning moments, right? A lot of the preparation happens before you even pick up the handle. So how do you think these athletes are thinking about, like, the sleep I got, the water I drank, what I ate, right? That's a process too.
It is. And I can tell you right now, like I definitely have a process. Like one of my things is I need to have a banana. I need to. There's a reason why there's a lot of porta potties at regattas. I won't go into detail about that, but that's part of a lot of people's process, trust and belief. Hydrating. So not even not even the night before, but hydrating yourself throughout the week, because if you're waiting until the day before, it's already too late. And so you gotta make sure you're giving yourself enough nutrients.
Yeah.
It looks like we have Claire here, so
Claire,
we'll let you
all right.
give the show.
Yeah, thanks. Sounds good.
Congratulations.
Claire, hi. Thank you for coming to chat with us after you've managed to catch your breath. Winner of the under 16 women's 2,000 meter race. Talk to us about the race. Like, how did you feel? How did you approach this? How did you feel during it?
So I approached it like without a specific goal in mind, just to do like the very best that I possibly could. And then during the race, you just have to like get in the zone and just go as hard as you possibly can.
And how do you get in the zone? Because we were noting too, I think you didn't have a coxswain behind you. Is that right?
Yeah, I did not.
So talk to us about like what's the best way for you to focus and be in that zone?
Just to kind of like block out everything else around you, block out what other people are doing, and just row the best race that like you can row with yourself on that day.
Yeah, and part of that is then being sort of like with yourself in that moment.
Yeah,
it seemed.
definitely.
We also were really impressed with your technique. So really good like suspension and length and legs. Are there any sort of like technical things that you remind yourself, especially as you get tired?
Just during the race, it's just you have to keep reminding yourself of that pattern, like arms away, back over, come up to the catch and go back.
Yes.
And just doing that over and over again. When you focus only on that, that's when you can really like get in the zone and kind of block out the pain and just focus on going like back and forth as fast as possible.
So sort of this idea of like back to basics, it sounds like just the core things that you know are going to give you speed. Is that fair?
Always, because there's whoever has the most strength and then whoever can use that the best that they possibly can. And that's what like technique gives you. It gives you like an outlet to utilize all of that strength in your body.
Lowish stroke rating for you? Is that kind of how it was that by design? Is that typically how you approach 2Ks? What was it, about like 29 or 30 average?
I didn't look at the stroke rate, but
Great.
For me, that's something that I can like, that's how I stay in control and make sure I don't go out too fast or like die at the end.
Sure.
So just like keeping control of it is probably also one of the most important things.
Okay, and lastly, PR for you, personal record?
Yeah, and this was my first like indoor rowing competition.
Congratulations. What a massive success, Claire. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gold winner of the women's under 16 2,000 meter race. Claire, have a great rest of your weekend. Thanks and congrats.
Thank you. You too.
Welcome back to the 2023 Indoor Championships. The Atlantic City Indoor Rowing Association, the co-host with USRowing here in Atlantic City. Maurice, can we talk about the under 16 category? The men, the women. We just had like 30 minutes or whatever it was, this block of racing that was absolutely incredible. What was your favorite part?
My favorite part was the fact that both of those athletes, both Chase and Claire, they were very disciplined. You could tell they were very disciplined. You could tell that their technique, that you could look at their technique and you can tell that they've trained for this. And, you know, again, it showed, but based off of their power, like, I mean, you saw the difference between first and second for both events. And it was, I mean, they opened up the field quite a bit, and the confidence. You saw the confidence, and that was definitely my favorite part.
Oh, you just gave me chills. You did see the confidence, and it was a quiet confidence. It was like a knowing of what they needed to do to get to that point.
Right.
We move now into the men's under 15 category. Into this age bracket. So these athletes, of course, are under the age of 15 years old. And as we take a look across the leaderboard, well, Elliot Tennant currently running, and we'll reshuffle there as the board reshuffles and give you a sense in just a moment of where athletes are. Looks like it's changed quite a bit. So now we see in the graphic, it is Yash Bavzar running first at 1:45. Quick.
Yep, it looks like they're all at, you know, in the 30s right now. This is the younger group. So this is your 14, 13-year-olds going at it. And I mean, I'm curious. San Miguel, it looks like they have this whole hat thing going. I love it.
Yeah, right. It is pretty cool. And that can be, I mean, we've talked a lot about like camaraderie and units and team and companionship. Sometimes as I reflect back to my youth rowing days, those little things can actually bring a boat or bring a team, bring a group together, whether it's like a uniform thing or it's some kind of a like team ritual. We talked about like eating rituals and day of strategy and that type of thing. But there can also be rituals within teammates and teams.
Right, and it definitely brings people together. I don't think any of my teams had like a thing we did. Have you had any experience like with having something like San Miguel has?
We had a song that we loved back in high school, Bittersweet Symphony. If you remember it from the early 2000s. I remember once at the head of the Charles, we had teammates play it from a boombox on top of Weeks Bridge. We couldn't hear it. We were superstitious. It was our song. So it's like there can just be these little rituals, whether it's like the hats that we were just commenting on, or anything else, right, to bring people together. Looking across the board, though, of early leaders, Ismael Chihuahua, as we see, just big leg press, big swing. He's really using the upper body, it looks like, in the core.
Yep, and he's currently at 31 strokes per minute here, and looks to be holding on to that. So very impressive going into that second 500 here, where you get a lot of settled scores. Especially, again, through that middle 1,000 where you pace yourself for the most part.
Yeah, the middle 1,000, critically important as we've been talking on. So we talked a lot about technique over the past few hours, the ability to really use the legs, leg back arms. In fact, these teammates kind of rowing in unison together, which sometimes you see, right? You'll kind of sync up with the person just next to you and cruise. It is like kind of the ultimate team sport, as it were, even on the erg.
Not even gonna lie though, that's like almost like when that happened to me, it's almost like anxiety because it's like we're going stroke for stroke, and I'm just like, who's gonna pull harder? Because you're going at literally the same stroke rate, so it's just like the one that pulls harder at the same stroke rate is obviously gonna win.
That's right. Yeah. So there's that extra pressure of like if we're side by side at the same stroke rate, like who's making the legs and the body work hardest for them. Taking a look then at some of the other contestants in this race, some of the other athletes, Daniel Conde running second, Paul Vin Arendonk running third, and then Yash Bavzar moving into fourth. So getting a little bit kind of more sorted here as we move toward halfway.
And now we are entering into that third 500, or that special 500, where you build, you have that, you need to have that set split. You need to have that that mental toughness again to get over that hump, because that third 500 is painful. Like, I don't know anybody that can just go through that third 500 and not feel anything. Like, that is where the lactic acid is pretty much at its peak. I mean, because, again, that last sprint, you probably not going to feel that because that adrenaline's rushing, you're almost done. But that third 500, you know you're not done because you're still going to have another 500 after that. So this is where you, in your head, your mental, like, I can do this. I can. What is it? The train that could?
Yeah, the little engine that could.
The little engine that could.
Oh,
there we go.
Fantastic reference. Yeah, the little engine that could. I think I can. I think I can.
Yep.
And Daniel Conde certainly thinking that he can right here. Daniel Conde representing San Miguel Academy. We see his coxswain, as it were. We say coxswain, and we really mean coach, friend, teammate, the person sitting in the chair behind them, really helping them execute their strategy, just like a coxswain would in a boat. So we saw that view of him, and then panning over for Paul van Arendonk as well. Exactly, and you can tell, you know, he has a very, very strong leg drive. And again, it's crazy because he kind of, like, in terms of his arms, he locks his arms at the moment at the catch, and now that can take a lot of energy, and that's the issue that I also have. So if Paul, you know, kind of relaxes at that catch in terms of his arms and don't engage until his body is swinging, I think he can save a lot of energy. And he's already in second place. Like, he's already a monster in this field right now, but I think that could help him bring his score a little bit lower. And sometimes these small changes, right, these small technical changes can really have a big return, can have that big yield and energy. So as you rightly say, whether it's dropping your shoulders up at the front, letting that sort of like lock on really happen before pressing down the legs, whatever it is, we all have something. Yep. There is no one perfect stroke.
Exactly.
Said that earlier, right? It's all about efficiency. What can you do with your body, your build, to be the most efficient version of yourself? Exactly. And it looks like Ishmael is, you know, holding on to that. He's actually approaching, he's going to be approaching that 250 soon. So is he going to hold off? Paul is about 19, 20 meters away from him. That's only about 2 strokes. So as long as Ishmael can hold off Paul, I think he can run away with that first place medal. But again, he's going to have to give it all he got, and Paul is going to have to get it all he has, because Ishmael is not going to give it easy. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, what a fantastic race those two have thrown down. Ismail able to hold on to the lead as he comes into the final 250. He just kicked it up to 39 strokes per minute for a moment. So for those folks who are not familiar with that metric, well, it's literally the number of strokes one takes per minute. So it's a tool that you have, and as you increase that, you just need to make sure you move efficiently with it. And it looks, Ismail is about 15 strokes away from running away with that gold medal, and he is trying to increase that distance between him and Paul, which it looks like he is. 10 more strokes and he's done. Paul van Arendonk brings the stroke rate up to 40 strokes per minute in hot pursuit of Ismail, but Ismail able to hold him off and just looking calm, cool, and collected. He's executing in these last final strokes and just about to cross the threshold. And he has ran away with the gold medal. Congratulations, Ismail. And Paul right behind him, and it'll be a fight for third. And it looks like Benassi will take that, followed by Daniel. Fantastic racing from these under 15s. Really impressive. Again, they're under the age of 15. They're in high school, so that would make them, what, like freshmen, sophomore, somewhere around that age. For a lot of people, this is where you start rowing. Just getting started. And, I mean, these times are impressive. I mean, what is that, 147 for Ishmael at the age of 14 years old? It's not bad at all. These times are not bad. It's a really nice score and a job well done to all of these athletes. We're now rounding out the final 7 athletes or so. Gustavo Loreno rounding out his piece. Diego Vildas just behind him. Full field, and again, just really excited about how many entries we've seen across the board for all of these age categories, because they're such specific brackets. It's great participation this weekend. It really is, and I love to see the sportsmanship between the crews here, giving themselves or giving their teammates and the guys next to them pounds. Love to see it. Love to see it. And they're Giants fans, that's for sure. Yeah, I can see that. I'm sorry, I'm a Birds fan. Go Birds. Super Bowl champions I'm calling it now, Super Bowl champions. You heard it here first. Oh, they're bringing over the winner. Fantastic. So we just got word from our producer that they will bring over Ismail. and Maurice, maybe you can interview him for us. Here he comes.
Sure.
So I'll put down the headset.
Awesome. Ishmael, come take a seat. So you just won the indoor national championships with USRowing for 2023. How does it feel?
Well, it feels great because
There you go. Perfect.
it feels great because it shows all my hard work has paid off.
Yeah, and tell me about that hard work. Like, what motivated you through that hard work that you've put in leading up to this day?
Well, I attend a school in Newburgh, New York called San Miguel Academy. And over there, it's a program that we row every single day. And that's what motivated me through everything.
Okay. And is this a PR for you?
Yes, sir.
I like that. How much of a PR?
6 seconds.
6 seconds. That is a lot. That is a lot. Now, could you tell me what pushed you at that last 250? Like, what were you thinking about? Like, what was what motivated you to get to that finish line?
Well, it's just like hard work.
Hard work.
You never stop. You go to the end.
And what's your goals after this? Like, what is where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
I see myself attending a high school, a college that has rowing.
That has rowing. One of the big dogs. Is that what you're looking for? One of those big time schools?
Yes, sir.
Love it. And tell me this. I see that you guys got the hats. San Miguel was wearing the hats. You gotta tell me the story behind that. What brought y'all to come to that idea to wear hats during the 2K?
Well, the New York Giants sponsored us.
Nice.
With a check.
Dope.
And we have to show them
that you do it. And now look at you wearing the Giants. Now you're a national champion. You realize that, right?
Yes, sir.
National champion, representing San Miguel Academy. What you gonna do after this? What's your post-champion thing? Like, you gonna treat yourself to a good meal? You gonna celebrate with your teammates? What's next? What you gonna do after this?
A big steak.
Big steak. That's what I like to hear. Good job, man. Good job. Well, anything else you want to tell the viewers and USRowing about as a champion? You're talking. You're a champion now. So chest up, head up. What you want to tell the people?
Well, there's this one quote at my school called "Hard work pays off."
Sweet, simple, but yet so powerful. And now look, you're a national champion. Congratulations, Ismael. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. And we are back at the 2023 US Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championship.
We got it. You got it. Well done. Well
Thank
done
you.
for both of us. It's a mouthful, man.
I didn't even look at the paper.
Wow. Wow.
I'll pat myself on the back.
Yeah, just, we'll get a couple more 2022s in there, but no, we're getting it in. And Atlantic City Indoor Rowing Association co-hosting with US Rowing. So thank you to Atlantic City. And as we were saying earlier, truly thank you to all of the volunteers, the parents, the coaches. There's a coaches conference happening upstairs. So
nice.
Education is part of this weekend too. There's a lot going on. And Maurice and I were just chatting about the triathlons that we're going to see a little bit later too. So 500-meter ski, that's the ski erg, 500-meter row erg, and then 1,000-meter bike. So it's an exciting new element to this type of competition too.
There is. And yeah, this has never been done before in terms of having that triathlon in an indoor championship. So it'll be pretty cool to see, at least in the United States. I don't know if they've done it anywhere else around the world, but
yeah, don't quote us on that.
Yeah.
But that's our understanding.
yeah, U.S. Rowing sanctioned. There we go. They've probably done it somewhere else, but yeah, U.S. Rowing
Perfect.
sanctioned. So we will be shortly underway with the women's U15. Ooh, and this one's going to be a quick start. All right.
This will be really good.
And here we go. We are off the first 250 of the race.
And we see, you'll see the graphic in your screen. Once again, those splits. So those splits are measured per 500 meter. So what they're showing us, of course, is speed. And the way that they do that is they measure, time over a 500 meter distance. That's the standard. So you'll see those flip around across all of these 2,000 meter races, the 1,000 meter races, and the 500 sprints as well. That's what that's telling us. Catherine Ferret currently riding with her as these times start to sort them out. Catherine Ferret running second, really close to Anna Wittenberg, who's now, you see them just flipping back and forth, with Ella Taylor currently cruising in third.
Yeah, you love to see it. It looks like them going against each other really lengthened out the field between the first and second place and the rest of the field.
That's right. So we're now crossing that 250 meter down threshold. For a lot of these rowers, not all of them necessarily are also flat water rowers. There's a lot of CrossFit athletes here today, which we love. There's folks who just, want to compete indoors but don't necessarily row flat water. But there's also a good portion of people who are sort of regular, what we call flat water rowers. And so that 250 meter, that first stretch of the race, typically, in a full buoyed course, the buoys would change color to indicate that you're now in what we call the body of the race. So when we talk about the first 250, the last 250, well, those are really critical moments. And of course, Maurice, as we've been saying, so many races are won in the middle.
Right. And it's just being able to hold on to that pace and fighting through that pain, because you're getting to the end. Trust, there is an end. You see the light at the end of the tunnel, but you got to get there.
You got to get there. Well, Catherine Ferret is the first to get there, at least in this case, being into the second 500-meter stretch, and she is charging. So the question for her, of course, will be, how do I pace myself really through this middle 1,000 of the race, the middle 50% of this 2,000-meter race? She's in a great position at the moment to hold that lead, a good 33, 34 meters separating her and that second place competitor. That's Anna Wittenberg running second, Ella Taylor. So one interesting thing, Maurice, is kind of that these top three have settled a little bit more than we've seen in earlier categories.
Right, and I think, again, that's just being smart and knowing your body, knowing what you can do and what you can't do. And I mean, if you have to settle a little bit, have a little bit of a higher split in that middle 1,000, and then you believe in your sprint, then you can do that. I know way back when I was in high school, for my varsity 4, we were known for walking on people in the last 300. Like, that was we had the nickname the Walkers, because we literally would catch up to people, because we knew that our sprint was just a nasty sprint, but we also knew that we couldn't go super hard in that middle 1,000 because we wouldn't have enough juice for that sprint that we were known for. And so we had to know ourselves, know the rest of the crew, and use that to an advantage. And I mean, we've won a couple races doing just that and catching people in that last 300. So again, knowing your body and knowing, and in this instance, it's just you individually. So just knowing yourself.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice point, isn't it? Because those types of like more patient race strategies, if you're in a boat with your teammates, there's an incredible and enormous amount of trust that you must rely on, where when the coxswain says, or if it's a straight for, the bow person or the stroke person calling it, now that you know you will go, right? So that's the more patient strategy. We also talked about strategies where athletes, whether it's in this erg type of individual situation or as a boat, mentally need to get out and stay out and sort of understand that the competition is behind them and that's sort of how they hold that mental capacity to make it through the middle portion of the race. So there's different ways to cut it. At the end of the day, the most important thing is really that you just keep in good touch with everyone. You don't let too much distance go by, whatever your strategy is. But the strategy for Catherine Ferret, if her strategy was get out and stay out, well, she's 7:50 to go, and she's still there.
She's doing it, but it looks like second, third, and fourth is going to be super. Even fifth is going to be super tight here. I mean, we're within one stroke of each other for that for second and through fourth. So that's going to be an amazing. And we're in the third 500, and like I was saying before, that third 500 is telling. It will tell, it will set you up for that last.
Yeah, it'll look you right in the face and tell you whether you're in a position to do it or not.
Exactly.
As we've mentioned, the gold, silver, bronze, well, there's medals for top 3 finishers in all events. So it's a medal-heavy event. It makes for an exciting award ceremony. So if you are in person, do stay for the award ceremonies and check those out. Right now, Catherine Ferret, Ella Taylor, making sure that they get to participate in those. But it's looking like a little bit of a latecomer, Caroline Barbado, looking to challenge Anna Wittenberg to get that bronze.
Yep, and this is the last 500. We have Catherine leading the way here, being the first boat being the first individual to cross that line, followed by Ella Taylor and Caroline, who is very, very close behind, with Anna right behind her. So should be really, really good racing to see, especially in this last 250. Is Catherine going to, hold on to that gap and just walk away with this, or is Ella or Caroline going to start charging away at her, because they're right next to each other, so they know how close they are with each other. So we can have, Ella or even Caroline just like, I want to catch Ella, and then start to catch up to Catherine because she wants it. So we can see anything right here.
Less than 500 meters to go, and the top half of the field has crossed that threshold. We see the look of just pure agony on these athletes' faces. The lactic acid is burning. Their legs are burning. Their arms are often shaky. You feel it in your mouth and your throat. It's a full body experience right now.
It is, and you almost have to live out of the body to get through this last 250. One of my coaches used to say, she said her motivation was, let's go see Jesus. That was her motivation, just to black out in that last part and just leave it all out there. Just let it go.
Oh,
just
it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Catherine Ferret now through the line, so we see that average split for her, a 154. We'll have to find out if that's a personal record from her. The rest of, she hasn't quite finished yet in those final few strokes, but it is looking like she will be our clear winner. Yep. What a job well done.
Now second and third. And Ella Taylor might, did you see the happiness? Love it.
The smiles through the pain.
You love it. You love to see it, and that's why we come here today, to see the happiness. And then she cheers on next all her teammates and those she's going against. Sportsmanship. That is pure sportsmanship right there.
Yeah, she's just said go. Yeah, Ella, right? She's like barely catching her breath, and she's cheering on those around her, which is just super cool.
Ella
and there is Ella,
followed by Caroline. And that is going to be our podium winners here.
Absolute exhaustion, then running in that fourth place, Victoria Sacno puts the handle down in this under 15 category.
Yep. And this is why this is what you see these athletes pushing themselves beyond their limits. Like again, there's no sport like it. There's no substitutions. There's no hold on timeout. There's no I need a water break. No. Once you start, you need to finish. That's it. There is no excuses. There's nothing, and that's why rowers are some of the best athletes in the world.
Yeah, it's such a fantastic point, right? Because, I mean, we're biased, but there is something really special about endurance sports.
Right.
And as you said, that there's no moment to even take your hand off the handle and adjust something if you need to adjust your uniform or whatever the case might be. It's just, and I think too, for endurance sports and for rowing in this case, it's what makes these 6, 7, 8 minutes, 9 minutes of whatever your 2K is just so incredibly important and precious.
Yep.
And that's true on the water as well for more traditional flat-water rowers. Like, you don't get that second chance. It's start and go, and that's it.
Right. That's it. That's it. And so, yeah, we're seeing the final rowers ending this heat here for the women's U15 category. And I love to see it. I want them to finish strong. And I'm hoping that I'm hoping they both PR'd here today because again, that is a win in my book because that is a step closer to moving up those ranks.
Yeah, I love what you said earlier about it kind of being like you versus you, right? And the culmination, especially in an event like this, in an indoor championship, coming through their final few strokes, it is Ella Pasca and Sheila Trivedi in their final stretch to round out the under 15 women's category. Another fantastic race. These just keep getting better and better.
They do. And again,
So
love
good.
to see it. Love to see the hard work that they've put out there. And I mean, it's amazing. It is truly amazing.
Well, we're really looking forward to the afternoon program. So as we mentioned, we have the triathlon to come, which is the ski, the row, and the bike. So 500-meter ski, 500-meter row, 1,000-meter bike erg. It's open to all ages and genders. And there's a winner from each triathlon each day. So there'll be a winner today, there'll be a winner tomorrow. Looking across the program for the rest of the afternoon, we have the kids events. So ages 5 through 12, a 500-meter piece at 4:10. We'll see some masters lightweights. We have our open watts test. We'll break now for lunch. We so appreciate you being with us. And Maurice and I look forward to seeing you this afternoon. Maurice, it's been good.
It's been awesome. But we are building the hype. The hype is still fresh.
Oh, we have the winner coming over. So before we say goodbye,
Yes, I would
Thanks
love
so
for
much,
you to
Maurice.
take it away, all right?
Fantastic. Such good stuff.
Here you go, winner, national champion. All right, so you'll be interviewed, all right? Perfect. Can you hear? Good.
Kind of.
Yep, you can take a seat.
Catherine, welcome.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can we put the mic a little closer to your face? Yeah, there you go. Just nice and close to your mouth. Okay. Firstly, thank you for coming to chat with us as you're just catching your breath. So if you need a moment to take a deep breath, that's yours. But we want to hear about your race. So what was that like? Did you go in with this expectation? Like, how did you go in versus the outcome? How were you thinking about it?
I've already done this before. I just had to try and do it again.
That's a really good way to look at it because it's nice and simple, right? So it's like I've done this before. Talk to me about like start to finish. Were you pacing the whole time? Did you feel like you had to make up time in the middle? Like how did you strategize?
I was trying to keep it at this under my goal for the first 1,000 and then fix it up as I went.
Great. And was today a personal record for you?
It was.
Okay, by how many seconds?
I think 2.
Okay, fantastic. So you did have, as you said, right, that base where it's like you versus you. And so when you came into today, anything like special that you did preparation-wise or just do it again?
Nothing really special.
Yeah, fantastic. Good. Did you know you were leading? Like, how did you know where you were toward the end?
I didn't.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it was because we saw that, like, amazing smile at the end. Was that when you found out, yes, okay, I've won this? So good. All right, last question for you. Under 15 category, like, so much to be excited for in your future for rowing. What advice would you give maybe some of the younger, there's like a kids event later today, right? So like people who are even younger than you and coming up and rowing, what advice would you give them?
Try as hard as you can and never think it's too early to make goals.
Thank you. Thank you. Amazing. Catherine, congratulations.
Thank you.
We so appreciate it. And we'll see you all after the lunch break. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're not showing this one up, but I guess we'll get there with all of the. I like to adjust my papers when I get here.
Nobody gave me papers.
All right. Well, we are returning to the Indoor Rowing Championships here in Atlantic City for 2023. We are about to do something that is new, exciting, and innovative. This is the triathlon. And to help us out here, we have Josh from Concept 2, who's going to help Maurice and I talk all about this. So,
thanks
Josh,
for having me.
why don't you introduce yourself a little bit there?
Yep, my name's Josh Carlson from Concept 2. I'm down here with some others supporting the regatta here. And yeah, excited to be here with this new event for indoor rowing races. This is an event that CrossFit events have done quite often, so it's nice to see it in this setting.
Okay, nice. And have you? I'm assuming you've seen these. You've seen the triathlon done before. Have you ever seen it in this capacity over the years?
Yeah, I've actually not seen it live in an event. This is the first event I've been at in a while. But like I said, CrossFit style events have been doing it for a while, so I've definitely seen it done. It's pretty popular, and the distances have varied. I think this is a pretty common format that others have used.
Nice.
Yeah.
And typically, because I am completely like uneducated when it comes to like the ski and I know the bike, but the ski part. Like, is there like a special technique? Like, is there? Like, could you explain, because there's probably a bunch of rowers watching, like, we've seen a ski erg, but how do you actually effectively
get the most out of it?
Yeah.
Sure. So I tell people a lot the ski erg complements rowing quite nicely because you're using a lot of the same muscle groups, but in an opposite motion. So that's how they complement each other nice. Rowing, you're kind of opening your hips, extending your body. Ski erging, you're doing the opposite. So some people would think it's really an upper body movement, but it's a full body movement like rowing. When I go all out, my legs are smoked. Yeah, it's my legs that go, and it's because I'm doing lots of mini squats. And the stroke rating is typically 10 to 15 strokes per minute higher than you would be in rowing.
Really?
Yeah.
That's quick.
So this is So I took probably 3 months off, two months off to cross country ski during my rowing career. And part of it is just because I was burnt out of being on the erg.
Sure.
So I went, and my coach was like, go try cross-country skiing. And I did that with the U.S. canoe kayaking team for about 2 months. I came back, and I pulled my best scores ever.
Really?
It's just like the double poling, and we did classic, I did skate, I did all of it. So
neat.
I'm like,
and that was on snow.
That was on snow.
Yeah, excellent.
That was on snow. But so like, I really love the fact that the ski erg is just such a powerful device for training.
Sure. And Concept 2 has always been about making sport-specific equipment. So when we developed the ski erg, it was about, we wanted thinking about Nordics and cross-country skiers in mind. But as you can see, it really works for everybody.
Nice.
Right. And I really like, here we go. We have the competitors getting ready.
And actually, in a few moments, we're going to go to our woman in the field, Colleen, and she will give us a little brief about what's going on the other side. And it looks like we might have a little bit of technical difficulty, so it's right back to us again.
So as far as the format goes, so the order goes ski erg, row erg, bike erg. Distances on the ski erg 500 meters, the row erg 500 meters, the bike erg 1,000 meters. However, they count twice because of the calibration, so really the distances are the same.
Oh, wow.
Equal. Yeah,
okay.
I'm guessing they're going to be around 5-ish minutes.
Okay, from start
total.
to finish.
Yeah.
Okay,
and this all takes into account the transition between the two machines.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see. It's important to adjust your row erg and your bike erg before you start, so you're not having to adjust the foot stretchers and the bike seat and the damper, of course.
Yeah.
We'll see when he
Yeah,
gets
I
that
could
part.
see that. That's well, that's interesting that you say, because if you're doing a workout or something like that, there's always that transition phase. And so actually and you see this in the triathlon, with the bike, swim, run.
Right.
And so in a different order, but that transition time is really important. And so I wonder, do these athletes train as well, that transition?
I wouldn't be surprised if these athletes don't have a lot of experience with it in general.
Yeah.
Practicing this, I did a lot of them at my house training, and I would, during transitions, actually do an exercise like kettlebells or something just to make a workout out of it.
Yeah.
But the transitions, I think, are pretty quick compared to a regular triathlon.
Okay. So hopefully we can we'll get a view of this up here, and we'll see live. We'll have live positions of where these athletes are.
And see, I'm excited. I'm like, dang, now that you explained it, I'm like, maybe I should have signed up for that. That seems
I know,
fun. Like,
right?
it's not your typical 2K. You just kind of, you get a variety. So it's, I don't know. I feel like
Rumor has it they have a heat of 2 men tomorrow, and I volunteered to fill that third spot. If
No way.
Yeah, so I'm all over that.
Wow.
All right.
Love it. Love it. And we have about 5 minutes until we are underway.
Okay.
For the triathlon, ski, bike, and erg.
Nice.
So, where did you do your cross-country skiing when you were training?
Yeah.
Was it Crossbear Outdoor Center?
And so, just real quick, we're about to go down to the floor so she can get, get the feel
All
for
right.
that. So, send our woman on the floor, Colleen.
Yeah.
Welcome to the floor. We are so thrilled to bring you the action of the men's triathlon. We have 3 athletes off to an incredibly fast start. This is the ski erg, the rowing erg, of course, and then the bicycle. So it's 500 meters on the ski erg, 500 meters on the ergometer, and then 1,000 meters on the bike. Of course, you can only advance onto the erg once you've completed the first 500 meters of the ski. This is the first time that we've done this at a USRowing event. Thrilled to be out here and just absolutely incredible. We're underway.
Michael is still putting it down, low 130s.
And we'll take a look then, our leaderboard telling us that all of these athletes hovering in the 130 range. So Michael at a 132, Cedar Cunningham 134, Thomas at a 140. So moving through that first 500-meter stretch, just shy of the first 250 meters down. Incredibly hard work, shoulders, core. You're using your legs, the ski erg, so much work. And then, of course, the goal is to transition just as quickly as possible onto the row erg. So we're through that first 250-meter mark, now closing in on the final 100 meters of this ski erg. All of these athletes, again, in the 30s. In fact, a couple now hovering around 140. Michael leading at a 131. Big effort from the shoulders. And again, a nice press down through the legs as well. So truly a full body event. It is Michael first to move on then to the ergometer from Penn AC with his colleague Cedar Cunningham. Now onto the ergometer as well. Thomas then moves on to the 500-meter stretch on the erg. Big sprint in this 500 here. Of course, this will be maybe a little bit more familiar, at least to most of these athletes, if they started as traditional rowers, as it were. So they're just coming off lactic acid, already burning and well in to this race pace. So 3 athletes at a time. Again, 500 on the ski erg, 500 on the ergometer, and 1,000 meters on the bike. This event open to all ages and genders, and there's a winner for each triathlon, of course, each day. So there'll be a winner within these 3. So moving then through those first few hundred meters, crossing well into the final 250 meters, Michael, big push just behind him. It's his teammate from Penn AC, Cedar Cunningham, and then over to Thomas on the 3rd erg. So awaiting that transition to the bike. Big press, and we can see just the effort on their face as they move
through this 500-meter stretch, knowing that they have the 1,000-meter bike just ahead of them. So absolutely incredible here at the Indoor Championships in Atlantic City to have this range of ways to participate. And we see that he's changed, so Michael moves over. Cedar Cunningham now moving in right behind him, is Thomas. So onto the bike for these two. It's 1,000 meters on the bicycle. And we can see the meters now closing in. Final 1,000 meters on the bicycle. This is the quicker part. 3 minutes 40 seconds have passed overall, so they're now into the final couple of minutes of this for this triathlon. Just absolute effort. Again, we see the pain on their face, the lactic acid in their body, and this big push on the bike. So they've come from the ski erg. The ergometer does not start on, the screen does not start on the erg until they pick up that handle. And they're now in the final stretch. So closing in, less than 500 meters to go for Michael. You can hear the crowd just behind us. Absolutely thrilling stuff. And then Cedar Cunningham in the center, and then Thomas. So big, big effort as he comes through. And the crowd just behind, we can see them glance up at the leaderboard. Final 250 meters, Michael continuing to hold the lead. Attacking in this final stretch, 150 meters to go, 131 on the splits. Cedar Cunningham, 131 as well. And then Thomas running right with them into the final stretch. Wow, congratulations. Super, super impressive. And a job well done. And a good effort from Thomas coming into his final stretch. Super, super exciting. Again, first time that we've done anything like this, a real testament to the conditioning for all of these athletes. And that's the triathlon. Fantastic. So we're here with our leader. We'll let you catch your breath. Tell us your name, your boat club, and how that felt today.
Yeah, my name's Mike Herman. Rode for Penn AC, and felt good. That was a fun workout.
And this is the first time that you've done something like this, or no?
Yeah, first time.
And what inspired you to enter this event?
Looked fun, looked hard.
And was it fun and was it hard?
It was both.
Yeah. Congratulations, really thrilled. Well done.
Thanks.
Good. Well, that is our first triathlon for the men. We look forward to a few more flights to come. Great stuff. Ski erg, the row erg, and the bike erg, and more soon. Thank you.
And we are now back. That was some exciting stuff.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I think that there needs to be a special category for the guy, Thomas Darling, who did it in sort of pretty much his everyday apparel.
Love it. Love it.
There should be a slacks category.
A slacks category, a special slacks medal for that. I thought that was pretty impressive to watch. You know, the one thing that I really liked seeing there was how, you know, the way that the athletes, like in each part, you could tell they were getting fatigued. And so as you get tired, you know, you were talking about earlier, Josh, like you're really working the muscles that you need for the next transition. And so really I was trying to keep an eye on the technique to see what changed as they transition from one to the next. Do you normally see like the breakdown in that, or have you seen how that works?
Yeah, it's definitely heavy on the legs.
Yeah.
All three of those movements. I thought their technique with the ski erg, which, you know, is, I think these guys being rowers would be the most difficult, wasn't too bad. I think they did a good job, but I know we did some testing before. We set up some 300 meter races, 300 total. Yeah. And I know how those guys feel, because I was at Augustus testing.
Well, it's kind of wild to go all out and feel the lactic acid burn and then have to transition to something. And for me, it's always if you stop the race, then to get back and get going again is the hardest mental barrier to overcome.
I think there's like 3-second transitions. That's not a lot of time to recover.
Yeah. So I think it's really a testament to sort of the mental state that you have to be in to be able to come back after you make those small transitions. Now, are there ski erg only competitions that you guys have been hosting?
You know, the only that I'm aware of are over in Scandinavia. I know they've done some, right? You know, obviously so.
Right.
Big cross-country ski nations. We do every November. There is the Ski Erg World Sprints, which is not a virtual, but it's anyone with a ski erg can submit, and through our Concept 2 online logbooks, submit an event. We've been doing that since 2009.
Okay.
And that's fun. So that's 1,000 meters just on the ski erg. And yeah, that's a fun one.
So now, there obviously is the ski erg. You know, you talked about how Concept 2 is into building sports-specific, equipment. Now, there are many styles of sort of cross-country skiing. And so, like obviously that one's the double poling when you're going.
Yep.
But what about sort of different forms of like if you're a skate skier or that? How are you able to incorporate the ski erg into your workout regimen as well?
Well, so that double pole movement is basically the fundamental movement with whether you're skate skiing or traditional classic style.
Okay.
Those are the muscles you're, working and training. Cross-country skiing, because of the snow and the surface of the skis and the variability in the weather, it'd be a hard thing to really simulate. Without maybe forming some bad habits.
Yeah.
So, and Concept 2 likes to make simple machines that are effective for the sport. So, yeah, that's,
Interesting.
You can double. Doing that movement can translate to help you with definitely the skate skiing and everything else.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that concept of how that is basically the fundamental movement. Like even if you're one side, going up a hill, you see them, it's still that same motion. Yeah. That's really cool. And then the bike, how have you guys focused on making the bike something that, say, cyclists are using as part of their training regimen? With so many choices out there, I'm just interested in figuring that out.
I think a lot of people using the bike erg like it because it's a Concept 2 product, and they're familiar with the performance monitor and the flywheel tech, knowledge. So it's a familiar thing for them. As far as like, it interacts with some other apps, like Zwift is a popular one that cyclists use. I'm sure there's a lot of cyclists that are just purists that are still on their bike on a trainer, things like that.
Cool. Maurice, have you done any ski erging or any C2 cycling? We used to use the C2 bikes, in training, sort of like if you're taking your time off of the rower, you like in between pieces if you're doing like 8-minute rests or anything like that, as well as definitely when you're injured or something like that and you can't do the rowing stroke, just getting that basic cardio sort of workout going.
I know rowing programs, coaches like to have them for injured athletes to still be able to get those erg workouts in. Because really you can do, I know in the ski erg at least, you can do a lot of the same workouts that you would do on the rowing erg.
Right, no, it's pretty cool to see. I mean, I've never done the ski erg before. I've been on a bike before, but yeah, the ski erg, that's something different. I don't even think I've ever touched one yet. So I know at the end of this, I'm going to have to, try and check it out to see like what I can do.
You can help test in between today and tomorrow.
I would love to. Would love to.
Yeah.
We'll get Colleen on in one flight, and we'll have the commentator challenge, and we can be embarrassed with Colleen taking us down.
Right. I love that. Love that. So no, this is pretty cool. I wasn't sure what to expect from this, but it's very dynamic, and I love how there's a lot of motion that goes throughout each piece, and again that you have to transition between the ski erg to the erg to the bike. So we're about to go to Colleen, woman on the floor, and she's going to give us a up close and personal for the next seat.
Welcome back to the floor. We return for the second race, the men's triathlon. So a really, really exciting first round. Again, this is the first time that we've done something like this, at least as far as the US rowing community is concerned. So really thrilled to bring a range of competition to this weekend's events. And, you know, perhaps demonstrating that range the best in any one single event is this triathlon. So you see both athletes, that's Wayne Wilson on ski erg 1 and Chris Marr on ski erg 2. Just awaiting the start of the race. And that's the go signal. So we're underway. This is the men's triathlon, ski erg, row erg, bike erg, all concept 2s. Just absolutely incredible start for both of these athletes. They are through the first 50 meters, well in the thick of the first 100 meters. Split-wise, well, we're seeing Chris Marr hold about a 135, Wayne going right with him, Wayne Wilson at about a 138 or so. So mid-30s, similar at least in terms of these first 100 meters to what we saw in the prior round. And in terms of technique, well, you can see just absolutely how hard both of these athletes are working. It's a huge effort from the shoulders. So lots of lactic acid building up into the shoulders, but it's really this full body movement into almost a squat position. So using the shoulders, the arms come down, it's the core to come down into that squat position all the way through the glutes and the quads with the weight coming back into the heel. So spinning the wheel down below just like you would on a row ergometer, but of course in this ski scenario. Looking up at the leaderboard where we're stationed, you have your eyes on these athletes, but we know that we're already moving well through the first stretch of this race and already closing into that 1,600 meter mark. So it is 500 total for the ski erg, and again for the ergometer as well, 1,000 on the bike. Getting ready to make that change then to the row erg, and there he goes. That's Chris Marr on the move. He's strapped into the feet, at least 1 foot in, and now both feet, and then getting right into that rhythm on the ergometer. Wayne Wilson as well, both unaffiliated in terms of teams that they're here representing. And it's a quick start and a good start into the 500 meter stretch. Chris Marr leading, holding about a 141 split. Wayne Wilson aggressive at that 140 as well. So both of them pacing fairly similar to one another in terms of speed at the moment. Of course, this is the middle portion of this triathlon. So they've just come off of the grueling ski erg. As we said, so much of that effort coming from the shoulders down into the legs, and now transitioning to the 500 meter row on the erg. So these are the moments, where they'll want to pay attention to form, pay attention to technique as they're tired, as they're exhausted, and again, that pain really settling in. Looking to get through the erg, and then the prize right now is to be able to transition onto the bike. Chris Marr, good push through the halfway point on the erg already. Wayne Wilson just coming through, now 1,200 overall and closing into the final stretch of this 500 meter distance on the row erg. Chris Marr leads. Wayne Wilson just behind him. And a bit of a dual race here, as it were, for this men's triathlon with 2 athletes entered in. Big push through the middle. Chris Marr closing into the final few strokes before he transitions to the bike. There he is, onto the bike. And it's the last stretch here. Chris Marr moving in now 1,000 meters on the bike. Great effort from both of these. Wayne Wilson. Wilson onto the bicycle as well. Less than 1,000 meters for both of these athletes closing into the final stretch. Big effort on the ski erg, big effort on the ergometer, the row erg. So the bike erg, well, the goal is just to get to the finish line. So you know you're on the third of 3 portions of this triathlon. Chris Marr moving through. Less than 700 to go for Chris Marr.
We got some competition
Wayne Wilson crossing with him. Wayne Wilson at 137 in terms of split. So outpacing Chris Marr a bit here on the bike. We'll see how much he's able to claw back in terms of time in this final stretch. Chris Marr stepping in to just under 500 meters to go on the bike. They'll be able to feel the end coming up. So close. Chris Marr closing in now at the final 500 meters. Wayne Wilson 139, Chris Marr 144. Looking toward the final 250 meter mark. It is Chris Marr to cross through that threshold first. Last 250. Wayne Wilson riding with him on the Concept 2 bike erg. Absolutely phenomenal to see for Chris Marr and Wayne Wilson. 100 meters to go for Marr. Big push, big effort. You can see the pain on their face. Chris Marr closing now in and through the line. Fantastic Wayne Wilson in his final few seconds. Closing in now and just crossing into the line. Job well done to both of these athletes. And we'll give Chris Marr just a moment and ask him to chat with us. But we will give them a moment to breathe.
And we are now back on the commentating side.
Right. Once again, we are here at the 2023 USRowing Indoor National Championships. And it's we're here with Josh and Maurice. And we are, I've got some questions. So we spoke earlier on about the transition. And one of the things that stuck out to me was when Wayne Wilson got on the bike, I noticed he had to adjust it up there.
Right, yeah. He probably made it cost him a few seconds there.
Yeah. It was also interesting to see the differences in terms of, Chris got out good on the ski erg, and sort of like just from looking at the splits, sort of just held on to that, especially going into that bike, because Chris was at least a good three to four splits under. Wayne was at least 3 to 4 splits under him, but he just wasn't able to overtake him.
Yeah, and I was thinking about the transition. I think they're so short.
Yeah.
But getting off that first machine and onto the second machine before the other competitors, I think you can steal some warm-up strokes before you have to really go again. So I think that's where the little recovery and transition happens.
Yeah.
And Chris had a nice little aerodynamic position there. He looked like a triathlete.
He was down there.
And it looks like we may be going back to the floor to speak with the winner of the event. So
here with Chris Marr, winner of the triathlon. Chris, congratulations. What inspired you to enter this event?
I was at the convention and I saw they were offering it. Figured it'd be fun. I do CrossFit in Seattle, so just figure I like messing around with the ski erg and it'd be a good time.
So tell us a little bit about the ski erg. Like, lots of shoulders. Like, how do you think technically about getting power in that piece of equipment in particular?
It's a lot of hang from the lats and like driving your chest down and kind of doing a like crunch motion, and just like rowing, using that kind of suspended body weight to drive the machine.
Among the 3 machines, is there one that's your favorite?
I like the ski erg because I've done it the least. Yeah, the row erg definitely has a place in my heart from college, but I try not to touch it as much anymore.
And in terms of strategy, like, was there a moment where, or did you go into this thinking, maybe there's one place in particular that you want to like push through, or is it kind of just like even pace the whole way?
I was trying to go even, but I thought that the ski erg would be like the most fun to go hard on, try to get out front.
And was it the most fun in the end?
Took the longest.
Cool. Well, congratulations. That was awesome. I hope you're feeling good, and it's like a lot of leg work, so maybe you can catch your breath now for real.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll send it back over to you all.
And we are now back on the commentating side once again.
It's funny listening to Chris talk. I was watching the technique of the ski erg, and I was wondering. He was talking about the hang, and I was wondering, like, if you see more on your heels, like, is there something that you can do to make sure that you're getting that suspension? Because you want to get that downward force, right? You want to start it and accelerate down.
Yeah, so, you know, if you were on the snow skiing, the key is to get your body weight kind of forward to get onto your poles and then create that hang and crunch down. You know, sprint skiers, you might see them really getting up on their toes. So we, you know, say getting up on your balls of your feet is good technique.
Yeah.
When you're doing it really hard and over sprinting, your calves can blow up pretty good from that. Yeah. So, but yeah, not just, you know, initiating with your arms and letting your, you know, that body weight do it, but what goes down's got to come back up.
That's true. Yeah. It was interesting. At one point, I was trying to watch their heels and like how, like the rocking motion there, trying to see how they were really trying to engage with all of their core.
Sure.
But it really like had me thinking about the fact that you are like in many ways doing that crunch because they're really like trying to engage there.
Yeah, you could tell these everybody so far this isn't their first time using the skier.
Yeah.
Their technique's pretty decent.
Okay, all right. Well, I won't get out there then because I've never used one before.
I mean, we could do a novice. Can we do a novice race?
Yeah, where's the novice? We'll do a novice race.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. We're going to have another one of these triathlons coming up. We've got another men's flight to come up, so pretty exciting. And if this one looks tough. I was thinking about jumping in on that last one because there were only 2 people.
They
need another body, but I'm looking here. We've got another Penn AC guy, so he'd probably
some
take
big
me
boys.
down. I think I might sit this one out and like.
I was at an event for the American Birkebeiner, which is a ski race in Wisconsin at their trade show, and there was some Penn AC guys that showed up, and we were doing 100-meter sprints, and just for giving, you know, prizes, keeping a tally. And I thought those machines, I was worried because those guys were going for it.
Yeah.
And they, the machines were fine, but I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
These are some big, strong guys, and they were egging each other on pretty badly.
I'm sure they were. The nature of the competition at Penn AC. You mentioned the American Birkebeiner, and it was actually a group of guys that I used to go out and ski that with, you know, for a couple of years. They're probably still doing it. I've bowed out. But the first time I did it, I was already, you know, I cross-country skied. I had my water on the back, but I had forgotten a piece of it. So within about the first 10K, 15K, I was skiing with an ice block on my back because the water froze.
Wow. Wow.
They feed you pretty good on the Birkebeiner.
Oh, yeah.
I believe they had shots of Jägermeister out there at one point on a certain hill. So they do a good job with the feed.
Taking care of us.
Yes.
It's interesting skiing in on that last little bit. You're skiing right into Hayward, and like you get there and they got like the big bread bowl and the warm soup for you, and it's so good. And
Those
you know,
are fun
just
races.
as you're thinking, I'm never going to do this thing again, you're like, oh man, it's just so nice.
Yeah.
So, just a note to anyone out there who wants to try cross-country skiing. It's a fun sport, and if you want to get started, check out the skier. You get all the right muscles working.
All right. You know, how many places have you guys cross-country skied? I'm curious. I've never done it. I don't even know where to go to do that. I've heard of Craftsbury, and I'm pretty sure they have the cross-country skiing, but is there any other places that you would recommend, or any of you guys would recommend for me or for anybody that's watching?
Yeah, in this area, I'm not so sure, but in Vermont and New England, there's many small, nice places to ski. The Craftsbury Outdoor Center is actually a really impressive place to ski. It's pretty world-class with their grooming, their ability to make snow, and their trail system. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Like when I was up in Boston, there's like a lot of Weston ski track that's out there. Now I live up north in the North Shore, and there's like plenty of farms that actually you get a snowfall, and they'll just get out there and groom a track for you to get out on. So
golf courses
sometimes do it. Yeah, and so there's lots of places to try it out. So
that's cool. That's cool. I'm
So
gonna
get
try
on
one
it.
day.
But you're down in the DMV, down in the DC area. And
Right.
It's not a lot of.
It's not,
cross-country
but I
skiing
know
to do
my
that.
coach was talking about that. So, but they're about to go back onto the floor for the next event. Going over to Colleen, woman on the floor.
Welcome back to the floor, awaiting the start of the next flight of the men's triathlon, and we're off. This is the next round. It is Ian Anderson and Ivan Milan. Fantastic start for both of these athletes.
Steady. Already through 100 meters.
And it's Ian Anderson out of lane 1. Ivan Milan out of lane 2. So 1 and 2. Or ski erg 1 and 2, I should say. So big effort from the lats here, as we heard from Chris Marr, last winner in the previous flight. Huge suspension, huge swing, a lot of core to bring them down. And already moving through with less than 300 meters to go. Less than 200 meters to go, excuse me, about 300 gone. So the goal, of course, to get to the next challenge just as absolutely quickly as you can. So up next for both of these athletes will be the row erg. Ian Anderson, Ivan Milan. And he's off. That's Ivan Milan hopping on to the erg. Ian Anderson hops on just behind him. It's 500 meters on the erg. So for many athletes, many rowers, this is a little bit more of a familiar format. We're also so delighted to have so many athletes joining us with a CrossFit background. So for many of them, the ski erg, something that they see in their workouts of the day. Ski erg, a great piece of training equipment, truly full body experience and full body challenge in this triathlon. As we take a look up at the board, moving through already just over 100 meters to go for Ian Anderson and Ivan Milan. Ivan first to get onto the erg. We'll see how this develops when they flip over to the bikes shortly. Moving through the last stretch, final couple of 100 meters. Big effort on the ergometer, of course, a really grueling part of this triathlon, this middle stretch where the lactic acid is burning from the ski erg. Your lungs are on fire, your legs are exhausted, your lats exhausted from that ski erg. All you can think about now is being able to hop off the erg and get onto the bike. The ski erg, 500 meters. The row erg, 500 meters. And Ivan Milan hops off then onto the bike. Ian Anderson running with him. Less than 1,000 meters to go for both of these athletes. Ian Anderson stepping into his rhythm. Ivan Milan well underway. Through the first 150 meters, closing in on 200 down for Ivan Milan. Ian Anderson running just with him about 50 meters behind. Big effort from the legs. It goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway. Your legs at this point are truly exhausted. You're looking for every ounce of energy out of those big muscles. Ivan Milan holding on to that lead. Just about to cross into halfway. And less than 500 to go for Ivan Milan. Ian Anderson, less than 500 to go. Big press from the legs for both athletes, keeping those legs moving quickly. And now this is the very, very final stretch. Just shy of 2:50 to go for Ivan Milan. And we can hear the encouragement from all of the folks here with us today in person, back together after the pandemic for the first time for a fully live event this weekend at the 2023 Indoor Championships. Ivan Milan, less than 100 to go in the final 50 meters. And we see the wheel spin out and he's through the line. Great, great effort. Ian Anderson in his final few meters of the bike. Job well done to both of these athletes. For the men's triathlon, that was the third flight. And we'll ask Ivan for an interview in just a moment, but we'll first give him a chance to catch his breath.
And we are now back over at the commentating table, and that looked brutal.
That was exhausting. That was
I'd like to see those two guys and the winner from Heat 1 all square off together.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I noticed was like on the skier, like both of those guys were just generating some serious power. You know, and then as they made that transition, it seemed like there was a little bit of like holding on there.
Yeah.
But then in the end, it just looked like Ivan just, you know,
just
had
took
the
away with
ability
it.
to, yeah.
Ian Anderson did a really good job on the rower.
Yeah.
Of like keeping himself right there locked in with Ivan, and that probably took a toll.
Yeah, it was interesting too to watch, because just like, you know, one of the things in rowing, the whole notion of strokes per minute versus like revolutions, and just watching the power of as they were on the bike, just the differences in sort of their you know, their revolutions. It was very telling to me at one point. You can also see, if you watch cyclists, when they're up off of the saddle, you know, like maybe they're a little bit tired, really trying to grind it out, you know, and then back into the saddle, and just watching that transition.
Yeah, in a way, it seems like I'll do it, get out of the saddle to give my legs a rest, but you're really not giving them a rest. It might feel that way, but
still moving, moving those legs, and you just feel the heaviness of the lactic acid in your legs, and it's just I wouldn't have guessed it with the skier, because it's just so opposite. But I mean, the dynamics it's
You'll
crazy.
Find out.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, oof. But I think Colleen will be ready to interview our winner. So let's go back to the floor with Colleen.
So we're back on the floor. We're here with winner Ivan Milan from the triathlon that we just saw, the flight we just saw. Well done. First, congratulations. Tell us how you thought about this event. Did you have a strategy coming in?
I trained this event for a long time, but different configuration. I start with the rowing, then go on the bike for rest my quads during the, rowing first, ski for resting the quads, and bike on the end. This was the difference, and transition to the rower and off the rower made this even more difficult and slower, because today I'm not happy with my transition to the rower. I lost some time there.
Okay, so there's of course strategy in the transition. So today, you said for you the like rower was maybe a little bit different than you would have wanted, but it was still quick.
It was still okay. Yeah.
And of the three parts of the race, is there any that either is like your favorite, or is there one that maybe is not your favorite and you have to really think hard about?
Oh, I like everyone, but for longest I doing ski, because I ski for maybe 5-6 years, and rowing just maybe. It's my 1 year rowing, and bike I have maybe 3 months only bike at home, but I do regular biking. That is helping in the summer.
Tell us a little bit about like what were you thinking during those moments? Technically, were you thinking about your technique? Like, talk to us about what was in your mind.
For today's race, my main focus was to the coming quick, strap my foot to the rower, and this doesn't work because I didn't hit my feet good. Right foot gets stuck a little bit, and I lost on the transition.
And by the time you got to the bike, did you know that you were leading and it was like time to execute? How was your mind sort of at that last?
I was looking at the meter and I go slowly up, and I was happy with that. But I didn't know, because on the bike, if you bring your quads, he may coming back, he may be coming fast. I don't know what shape he's gonna be. But
it's all challenging. Is there a part of it for you that's the most challenging?
I don't know. I just am excited for the event. I like do that. Challenging is maybe wait for that. When you're training home, that is hardest thing. When you come into competition, it's like relief, you know. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. We're so thrilled for you. Winner of the third men's flight here with Ivan Milan, and just fantastic to see it.
No, I think guy in the first have better time, no?
No.
No?
No, I don't think so.
I think so.
Time's up there.
No, but first heat was the...
I see, for the three, but for all three, that's the final time. Yeah. So we appreciate it. I see what you're saying, of all three flights combined, But of this flight, so fantastic to chat with you, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. We'll send it back over to the desk. Thanks, guys.
And we are back.
Yeah, it was actually really cool to listen to, Ian. Ian, was it?
Ivan.
Ivan. Talk about how, the different configuration that he's used to. And it really, you spoke earlier about having the row erg set up so that you can make that transition. And just that little difference of not having the strap up enough so that you can easily slide into it, because it seems to me like if I watch transitions, then like getting on the bike, you can sort of slide in.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
it's a little bit that you can step on it and get
motion.
going. But with the rower, you have to sit down and then slide your feet in.
You don't want to have to do fine motor skills
exactly.
in that situation.
So it's sort of like what I like about, seeing this today is that we're really getting a flavor for like some of the things that can go wrong, what's in the head of the athletes as they, make those transitions and how they really work to get the best out of themselves.
And what's interesting, and I just thought about this, it's almost like the transitioning part almost is very important. And I know I did coastal trials last year, and the transition from the run to the boat, getting in the boat, and doing the 250 up, 250 back, dismounting, and then running back up. There's a lot of dynamics, and I saw one of the athletes, not from this past heat, but the one before that, where he actually got onto the erg and started erging before his feet were set, so he can start to get the fan moving and getting his feet in at the same time, so he doesn't lose as much, or so he can gain more ground as soon as he hits that seat. And I know a lot of guys will do that for coastal rowing. As soon as they get in, they'll start pulling those strokes in even before their feet are set. So it's interesting how I wonder if there's maybe some type of dynamic with concept 2 and a way to practice the coastal rowing on land. Like now I'm starting to think about that. Like that'll be like a game changer.
Sure, yeah. I don't know a lot about coastal rowing. I know it's getting popular, and I assume you don't want a big wave day when you're trying to do all those things either.
Right. Yeah, you don't. But it looks awesome from the outside. Like, I mean, it was fun. It was super fun. I will say Florida doesn't have the greatest waves, but like when you're looking at Portugal and things, these waves are massive. Like, and you're seeing boats go airborne. Like, it's the craziest thing to watch, and that's why there's a lot of hype. And I think the hype is because of the dynamics of it. And I think that's why a lot of people, and this right here with the dynamics of it just not being, the normal 2K 200 strokes, and you're just watching that for the whole time. But you see the with this event where it's super short and they're going to the next one, so it's capturing people's attention throughout the whole course and holding that attention. And then for those athletes, the dynamics of moving from the ski erg to the erg and then from the erg to the bike.
Yeah. I mean, I think some of the things you talk about are important in making for a visually exciting event, right? Like, so many things can go wrong, right? And athletes really have to be prepared to overcome them. And those are the challenges where you see like a big wave crash. You were talking about coastal, a big wave crash, and then they've got to recover. Here, Ivan had to make the transition to the row erg, and then he didn't quite make it, and he had to recover. And so I think that those are the type of things why I really like this triathlon. And I think that it can really have some legs.
Right.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
And now it looks like we're about to go to commercial break, but we'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Sounds good.
all the same. All the same. The only thing that we have to pay fire it's separated into tiers. So there's tier 1, 2, 3, and once you're 3 years above, you get it's reported in the A bracket. Once you're at, so like right now I'm on tier 1. It's just it's very hard to keep up with. There's so many people there, and like it's very very difficult to engage with people from the rest of the but it's pretty different. There's like 1, 2. Turn this down. 1, 2, 2. One, two, two. I still sound loud. One, two, two. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an 8-minute window left open for weigh-ins. Any athlete that still needs to weigh in, you have 8 minutes to weigh in.
we are back again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Maurice Scott, and here with me we have
Josh Carlson from Concept 2.
And Akil Abdullah from everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
The man of many places to live. We call those nomads, right?
I am. Or hobos. one or the other.
Love it.
Nice. Oh, yeah, I'm fired up. I don't think that my enthusiasm came through last time, but this is going to be exciting stuff here.
I want to see a good close heat here.
Yeah.
Well, look, they're all uniform and everything.
Club.
They like.
So these look like CrossFitters.
Yeah, they look
might
really
be,
serious. Like this is their thing.
Look at the concentration here.
I know.
Focusing.
They look like CrossFit because they haven't approached the machine quite yet.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, I'd have my hands on the handles. There they go.
Oh, wow. Oh,
yeah.
This is the women's triathlon. All three of these athletes train together for CrossFit RDT. It's Janine Hurley on the first ski erg. In the middle, it's Alexis Kapil. And it's Amanda Stewart on the far side, ski erg 3. Again, CrossFit RDT, they're local. They train in New Jersey, and they're here together as a unit, competing individually, but of course representing their gym. So it's 500 meters on the ski erg, and it is Amanda Stewart currently up in the lead, just barely. Amanda Stewart on the far side, ski erg 3, Alexa Kapil in the center, running right with her, and then it's back to Janine Hurley. So that's the 1, 2, 3. Stewart, Kapil, and Hurley. Teammates competing today individually. You can hear the absolute excitement from the live crowd. Fantastic energy. This is the one women's flight of the triathlon. So it's top 1, 2, and 3. And the prize, well, that's the gold at the end of the bike. Closing in now on the final stretch of this ski erg. And Alexis Kapil in the center has overtaken Amanda Stewart. So big effort from Alexis Kapil in the center, just edging over her teammate Amanda Stewart, and then Janine Hurley still running right with them. So all three of these women hovering around a 205, 206, 207 split, which means they're very tightly packed, and that this is going to be an absolutely incredible triathlon to watch. There she goes, Alexis Kapil, Amanda Stewart. Stewart on the far side, and here's Janine Hurley, closest to us in erg number 1. 500 meters on the erg. Big sprint. Their shoulders are burning. Their lats are burning. They are teammates together at CrossFit RDT in New Jersey. But right now, it is one stroke at a time to see which one of them can edge out and get onto the bike first. Alexis Kapil in the center, still holding at a 148. Amanda Stewart, 149, just behind her. And then Hurley just slightly off of their pace at about a 157. So all three of these machines are calibrated and connected to one another. That means that the transitions, just like a triathlon that would include a swimming portion and a bike portion and a run, in this case, all three of these machines are measuring against that one single time, right? So the transitions count. It's the one final time they are after. Amanda Stewart leading. Amanda Stewart overtakes Alexis Kapil. Amanda Stewart down at a 151, so a talented erger, as it were, Amanda Stewart on the far side of us. Getting the legs down, good suspension. Stewart has overtaken Kapil in the center, and then Hurley still riding with them. So cruising into the very final stretch, we'll see that transition very shortly from the row erg to the bike erg. Closing in on this very final stretch, you see the pain in their faces. Lactic acid burning, Their shoulders are exhausted. There she goes, there she goes. That's Stewart, first to hop onto the bike. So Stewart, not necessarily the quickest out of the gate on the ski erg, but she's made up time, and she now leads over teammate Alexis Capil and Janine Hurley out of lane 1, or bike 1, closest to us. Absolutely fantastic from all 3 of these women. CrossFit RDT represent great endurance from all 3, and you do really need that endurance. You need that training, that base fitness, and from here, the job is just to get to the finish line. So looking across at Amanda Stewart, wow, she has opened up that margin on the bike. Alexis Capil right on her trail, just about, well, 2 splits or so separating them. Stewart moving at a 2 flat in terms of speed. Alexis Capil right with her. Janine Hurley brings it down to 151. Big effort from Janine Hurley, closest to us. So everyone has, I'm sure, their one preferred part of this. Janine Hurley, maybe for her that's the bike, because she's really making up some nice headway in this moment. In fact, Hurley may overtake Capil. Up at the top of the field, though, no doubt continues to be Amanda Stewart, who is in the final 400 meters. What an effort from all 3 of these. Just completely steady. Amanda Stewart on the far side. Into the final 300 meters. Cruising. Capil holding off Hurley, but that has really hottened up the battle between Hurley and Capil. So close. And then Stewart up at the top of the field, now in the final 150 meters. And the bike is her machine, because we see her face is calm, she's cruising, her body fairly still compared to her 2 teammates, and just using the legs to get through. And in fact, she's the first to get off. Fantastic. It is Amanda Stewart. Clapping then for her teammates. Really close between all 3 of these, but a fantastic job to Stewart, who finishes at a 6:09.1. Followed by Alexis Capil and Janine Hurley, about 4 seconds off of her pace. Really close, made for really exciting racing.
Yeah, that was exciting. Wow. I was at the edge of my seat for that. I'm like, super close to the screen. I mean, each one, I mean, they were going to the machines at the same time, and it you can tell that each of them had like their specialty, because when they got onto the from the ski to the erg, you saw one, pretty much show, her dominance on that, and then you get to the bike, and then another one comes out of nowhere, and she's pushing it, and that was awesome. That was awesome.
Nice battle for 2nd and 3rd there.
Yeah.
That was so close.
Yeah, I was dialing in on some of the things we've been talking about. It was really clear that these athletes knew the ski erg. I saw them getting up on their toes, coming down, pulling through. I could really see that sort of form and technique that we had spoken about. One thing that sort of struck out to me was Alexis Capil. When she was rowing, she was bending her arms a little bit. I could see, like, at that connection, rather than keeping suspended, she had that little bit of bend. She was making great connection, but I was wondering, as she was getting more tired, if that might have played a role in sort of like this, her splits just creeping up a little bit, because that's a hard thing.
She might have been trying to save her legs.
There you go. That's true. But either way, incredible athletes to watch, and just amazing. Once again, this being the first time that an event like this has been in a rowing competition.
And we're going to go back to the floor to speak with those winners. So, Colleen, it is on you.
So excited to be with CrossFit RDT, Amanda Stewart. So you won that triathlon, Alexis Capelli and Janine Hurley as well. So teammates, and then today, of course, competing in good fun against each other individually. So Amanda, you won by about 5 seconds or so. Talk to us a little bit about your strategy coming into today.
Absolutely. I know that the rower is my strongest sport. I rode in college, but the ski and the bike are both definitely weak spots that these girls definitely have an edge on me on. So I was just trying to attack the ski first as like to be my biggest area improvement, and then try to get pull away in the row. But I got a good competition, keep me on my toes for that push the whole way.
And so like legs the most exhausted? Like how are you feeling?
By far, yeah. My hamstrings and quads both throbbing, especially from that bike, that finish, yeah.
And Alexis, like, what is it like training all together? How did you guys decide to get here today?
Well, they dragged me into this, if I'm being honest. But training with them is amazing. They are by far the best team like I've ever had, and like I could cry. Like seriously, they are the best. We train very hard year round. Janine is there 30 days sometimes. So she's amazing. I look up to her, and Amanda's amazing as well. So yeah.
And Janine, how about strategy for you? Like, how do you think about tackling a workout like this?
So I looked at the different pieces. Sure. So I looked at each different piece. I said, okay, hold a certain pace. Try to keep pace with these two amazing ladies. Just hold on for them. Just keep pace with them, and then transition really fast. But yeah, we all work out together, and it's amazing because we push each other, and it's just great working out with friends that you just care so much about, and you just want to see them succeed. And it's so amazing that we can be able to do this together. So
will we see you all next year?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see us tomorrow. We're doing the relay tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, so you all are doing the relay tomorrow. Are you doing the relay tomorrow?
I'm not.
Okay, but we'll see both of you guys there, yeah? Okay, congratulations, guys. Thank you so much. CrossFit RDT, thanks, guys. I'll send it back to you.
That was awesome. That was some nice words. I mean, that's what this sport does. It brings people together, and it creates a family.
Yeah. I mean, I think about the whole, sports endeavor, and like it's really great to see sort of, like when you train so closely with a group, like you all know sort of where the other person is, but the thing is on race day, it's things can change.
It's on.
So it was interesting watching them compete, and then in that interview seeing how close they are as a team.
I think Amanda really showed that rowers have a secret there to do it all.
Well,
That
I think that erg component, the row erg component, where you get off of that ski erg, and having watched it this afternoon, it fires those legs up. I'm sure you get off of that and your legs are pretty fired up. And then to hop on the rowing machine, you got to be used to having that pain in your legs. So.
Yeah, that was awesome. I think what we have next will be so next up we'll have the kids 5 to 12 for the 500 meter piece. Can't wait to see that. But first we will hit a commercial, and we will be back shortly.
His father was a minister. Does he still live on the road that you did after his car? He's short. He was really short. On the left. Dude, that's funny. Did he remember me? Yeah. He said he hadn't seen you since high school. John, yeah. I went right to work, dude. That was it. Well, boy, I would always move down to the shore and stay in the Ocean City and stuff, so that wasn't bad. And then I would come back home. But, small world, man. You know, Chris, Saul, he is Silver Lake. You go past the little bridge that's down there. Go back up. There's all these little mountains. He lives back there. Yeah, I'm real familiar there. I rode my bike all the time. Yeah, that's where he lives. I seen him down in Silver Lake about 8 months ago. Hey, you look the same. Everybody's just older. Yeah, okay. All the girlfriends to hang out with, I can't remember. No, I can't remember.
It's so funny, like,
I couldn't remember one girl's name. Nope. And just over the years, through high school, booked down. I learned there was another Chinese dude we hung around with that was like down in the Hurricane. And I never seen him back again. But there was another Sue. But like I said, we all hung out together every freaking weekend, you know what I mean? And it's just like, we would go to Carl's house, Erwin's house, whoever's house, Charles's house, you know what I mean? And it's like, his dad, Charles' dad, was crazy as hell. He would drink with us, dude. He was crazy, you know what I mean? And it's just like, oh my God. I mean, we were 16 years old drinking and shit like that. Because we all had our license. Because I was born in October, I couldn't start when I was 4. So I had to wait until I was 5. You know what I mean? So I was always older, always bigger, everybody. And so as soon as we started school in September, I turned 6. You know what I mean? Always in the back. Yeah, I was the first one to get my license, like in the middle of 10th grade. I'm trying to think of another guy's name too. Rhett Kirchhoff. Well, he went to jail a number of years ago. He might be out by now. He was always the money king of his family. His family were into real estate and had a ton in it. You know what I mean? So he came from a that's just a genetic defect from my parents. Dude, and that's what I must have used to call him as a nickname. You know what I mean? No joke. Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't know I wasn't going Navy Penguin or something. I mean, hey, it was always so funny, you know what I mean? It's like, even now, just thinking about it, just laughing, going, God damn, you know? That's what we used to call him, the Penguin. You know what? It's a great picture, Carlson, too. Right there. That's too cool. Oh, that is Carl. Oh, that's just the same, but old. Holy crap, dude. That is too funny, dude. If you took that man off of him, and made his hair darker. I heard his dad passed away years ago. His dad was the nicest person you could ever meet. His mom was always super nice too. You know what I mean? And Carl lives in Millville? Yeah. Dad, he lives around the airport. That is too funny. That is great. Couldn't be cool about the dark beard. That's him when he died. Ah, your dad? Yeah. That's too funny. I've never dyed mine. This is him and his son. Oh yeah. He still plays. He goes. Do they play college or where they play? Too often. They do play at bars. They do play at some events. Not as often as they'd like to. They said they could get some people at camp. Yeah, they play. They practice every day. Are we going to roll with that same format for this one? I know what we're going to see. We lost Josh. Yeah, we lost Josh. That is too fun. 5 to 12. But and then rolling back into rowing. Do you have a preference? Oh, we're going to rotate?
Joe told me to talk about your second swing if you hype yourself or if you want to do man on the street. You haven't done that yet.
I'll have to gather myself closer. How many more races you get?
I just have 3 more.
Good.
Almost exactly. My birthday's on October 14th. Hers is on the 15th.
What day are you born? Your sister knows or what?
No, today.
Yeah? No.
That's cool.
No. Yeah, I've been doing this. I mainly rig and do heavy equipment, you know, operation and stuff like that. All right, next up, we have some of the most competitive people in this building. And that's the 5 to 12-year-old category. Every mother and father knows exactly what I mean. I do a little bit of everything. They're relentless opponents. You ever seen a Concord Boardwalk Hall? 500 meters. So we have a grid up there. Let's see if I can find it just right. FX. You need to go wide. This will make these guys look giant. Okay, let's go. Oh, I'm good. You just put it down. As I understand it, folks that are spectating here, that are watching when we're coming up, we have a genuine record holder here sitting in the middle with Captain Brett. 7:20 for U15, 2,000 meters, a new world record. So we're comical, dude. We had a thing called And also, for everybody here that's from South Jersey, I want you to look up on that board and see the names Panico and Swift. And I want you to think and count on, well, you can't use two hands even, how many Panicos and or Swifts you rode with. There are 12 Swifts that are entered in this competition this weekend. That's it. I myself rode with 3.
We're going to put you on $500 to take you out to Phoenix and take you to 1927 bar and say that that was your favorite bar to go to. And if you die, look. So we start testing this all and saying that dude that's in the coffin.
Come on in and watch these youngsters get after it. Let's go. Come on in and watch this next event. 5 to 12-year-olds, 5 to 12, 500. This is going to be some fun.
Oh, you have to take advantage of shit like that, dude. That doesn't, that don't happen too often. So that's about 150 feet in the air. No, I'm on a piece of steel. And that's about 100 foot that you're walking on a pirate plane. Yeah, and then I do outdoor events too. And I wear shoes, put the cotton on, like the crane will come and pick that up, and then we'll go up and hook the chain onto it. Plus we climb all up on this. But that's what I enjoy, the most.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the men's, women's, kids 500 meter, where each person here is between the age of 5 and 12. So this is going to be awesome. Watch the youngsters send it on down the line.
And they are off.
And we are off.
So it looks like we've got Catherine Ferret is out to a nice quick start. Isabella Panico is just, nice and steady. We'll see if she can hold on. Oh, and there's Catherine Ferret. Yeah, she is getting out to a quick start. Nice. Great form there.
Yeah, this is where it starts.
Yeah, exactly. And we have Isabella Panico in second, Ariana Masi in third, and Joseph Swift in fourth. So all of these kids are between the ages of 5 and 12.
Dude, I don't know what I would do, like, at the age of
Bring them over to your house.
Love it. And be like, let's go. We can do this. Y'all got it. I love it. I love it. See, is that the kids, young athletes, their attitudes are just so positive.
Yeah.
Like honestly, it's just amazing to see.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed.
And I think we for next up we have is going to be the men's masters and the men's lightweight masters single.
All right.
So that'll be in I think in the next 30 minutes.
All right. Nice. Well, it looks like it heats up after that in terms of timing. They get together. We're just looking through here. We haven't been here all day. Just still exciting stuff for us. We've got Colleen over here on the side. She's our woman on the street. I'm pulling you over here. You're coming over here now.
She was
so
cute.
Yeah,
exactly.
So cute and
Yeah.
And she said she was inspired by her dad because he were
Yeah. Why don't you just come over here and just pick up a headset? Like we're
live.
Yeah, we're
live
on
and
this.
direct.
So this is. I was thinking we need to get on the ski erg and have like a
commentator race.
Yeah.
Like,
a commentator
yes.
race. Not necessarily a race, but just like I learned so much. It was so fun to watch that
It was so
triathlon.
cool, right? And Josh, I was hoping to hear, like I'll play back his commentary later, but you guys must have learned a lot from Josh,
so
right?
Much. So
it
much.
was so cool. And just the 3 women from CrossFit.
Oh, they were serious.
So cool.
Like they was so uniform, and I was like, oh. This is what they do.
Yeah, this is what they do. And then one woman got choked up the same way Isabella just did. It's emotional in the best way. It's like really, really cool. I mean, I think maybe that's the second or third time that I've seen Happy Tears today. So it's like super cool to see everyone back in person. We love having everyone at home on the live stream following along with us. But Yeah, the ski erg thing. I think that like we're gonna see more of that.
Yeah,
I hope.
100%. And you know, as you were talking about with Josh, we got to really. What I loved about the CrossFit, seeing them, you know, their technique, like they were up on their toes. All of the things that Josh had been talking to us about, we really got to see.
Yeah,
some
we
of that there.
did. We did. And Amanda Stewart, the winner within those CrossFit that trio, she said she rode in college.
Yeah.
So I think too, like that's an interesting dynamic where we're going to start to see, you know, maybe people who have the more like erg traditional background will excel there. But then, you know, there were other people that we talked to that were like, nope, the ski erg is all me. It's in the lats. So I think it's a whole new dimension, and the coolest part is that like any triathlon, right? But the transitions matter. Every single moment matters. So, you know, you heard Ivan say, who won his flight.
The transition in the
Yeah, exactly right.
Yep.
He's like, yep, I had to figure out a way to get my feet in, and you could see people kind of struggling there. So, Maurice, we were chatting a little bit about ocean rowing earlier, and sort of growing strategies around that. It's just really cool to see different like perspectives of the sport, you know, and that's one of like those the ocean rowing transitions, and you can sort of liken it almost to a triathlon transition, and there's strategy there too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool, and the kids event was really fun.
Cute.
Really fun.
Wow.
And I actually didn't realize, to be honest, that it was just the 500 meters. I thought these kids were going to do a full 2K, so I was really relieved for them because that would be really hard.
That would be hard. As I say,
really hard.
they all earned their desserts tonight.
Yes.
So make sure they get them.
Yes,
if you're
mom,
rewatching
dad,
this.
parent, guardian,
exactly.
auntie, uncle, grandma,
Exactly.
grandpa.
Exactly.
Show them some.
That's like a friendly Sunday or something
Yeah,
too. It's like maybe
exactly.
not just the brownie or whatever. It's
Exactly.
like yeah. So
unless it's my kids looking, then you get nothing. You get nothing and you like it. That's the type of shit we're running.
yeah, you get fruit.
Yeah.
You get fruit. That's the sad dessert. You can have banana or strawberries or whatever. It's like.
Love it.
Oh man. Well, what's up for the rest of the afternoon?
So we'll be having the men's masters and the men's lightweight masters in about 25 minutes. So we'll be going to a commercial break, and we'll be back with you guys shortly.
All right.
All right.
118, all competitors to the race floor, please. I'm going to repeat event 118. If we're missing anybody, it looks like we might be. To the floor. 118.
And we are now back at your 2023 U.S. Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships.
I can't believe you just nailed that. That's awesome.
I tried.
I would have totally. The City of Atlantic Indoor Champions Nationals. That's probably what I would have said.
You know, I've had all day to practice and get it right, so I'll blame it on that.
All right. So we can see our competitors warming up here. You can see August Feldso, men's lightweight master 1X. Maurice, why don't you give us a little bit of insight into the lightweight experience?
Honestly, for me, I feel like I've been one of the lucky ones because when I'm in full swing of training, I mean, I naturally float around 156. So it's a lot easier for me, but I know there's some people that are right on that fence line. And there's been times where I have been right on that fence line because I wasn't following my training plan like I should have been. Yeah. And it's hard. Like there was a time where I lost 5 to 6 pounds in 2 days because I had to weigh in. Right. So it can be a little rough, I will say. But, I mean, a lot of people who say lightweight rowing is that I beg to differ.
Yeah, so tell me, just for those that don't know, what are the weight constraints for, in this case, for the men's lightweight?
So for us here in the States, you guys, we overseas is the metric system, and here we got our own system. So it'll be 160 pounds and below are considered lightweight, and for women, I'm pretty sure it's 145 pounds and below. Overseas, I believe it's 72.5 is the men's
kilograms.
Kilograms. But I can't exactly remember what that conversion is for the women overseas. But yeah, so it's a pretty, I don't know who came up with that number. It's such a random number, and I mean, I guess that's beyond beyond my time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, it's lightweight rowing for me. I mean, I just love it because I like to call us the small but mighty, and we with the spirit of the lightweight. That was actually when I was going to the Naval Academy. I know one of their boats was Spirit of the Lightweight, and I've always remembered that because there's something about the power behind the lightweight. And irregardless of how much we weigh, we still have that power. And a lot of times you'll see a lot of lightweights kicking the open weights behinds like it's nothing.
There you go. I think that we're going to have some interesting racing here. We have Evan Milan, who won one of the flights for the triathlon. He's here. And we also have Joseph. Who's that? Yep, we got Joe Swift, and I believe his son was just in the 5 to 12, and it was just amazing to see him there, and like a gentle touch of his son's back, getting him into it. So that's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's a deal. Yeah, because I think you see him. He's this is him right here, Joe Swift, and you see his kid right behind him. And,
there you go.
And he coached his son from start to finish.
There you go.
You really love to see it.
Yeah,
you love to see it because
the father-son duo.
And I hope he's in his dad's ear like, you got this.
You got this, Dad.
I don't have a child or a kid, but I'm sure you can speak on doing something and just having your kid in your background like, you got this, Dad.
Yeah,
like
I know.
I don't know.
Hits you right in the feels.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments. So it'll be cool to watch Joe race here, and I think we're going to have a good flight. One thing to remember about all those viewing this flight is that this is a mixed flight, so we do have the men's masters as well as the men's lightweight masters in this event. And so it's going to be we've got double A as well as single A. So there's all different categories for masters. We have masters, grandmasters. It's amazing. Like at the head of the Charles, you have 50 to 60, 60 to 70, 40 to 50, 30 to, and so it goes on and on. So what we're seeing here is a mixed flight.
And it goes to show how doesn't matter how old you are, you can do this sport. There's a guy on Bullhouse Road, Ted Nash, a legend in this sport.
Yeah.
And that man, 93, 94, he was still rowing? That is insane.
Yeah. Well, all of the rowing machines are stopping here, except for number 17, still spinning. And I'll go to my golf voice once again. All right, as we get ready to start. There's Evan Milan. There's a shot of Evan Milan, winner of one of the flights for the triathlon. We're about to lay it down here on the erg.
Sixth grade. Attention.
There we go. And then this beginning 500, you're going to see a lot of movement around as the athletes sort of go out a little bit harder to establish a rhythm. We're seeing. And here we have, right now, we have Joseph Antunes from PRRA.
And again, you love to see it. You have such a wide range of categories between AA, single A, B, C, D, all the way up, all the way down the letter line here, and all coming to compete together.
Yeah, and if you look, we're seeing right now, it looks like even Yvonne Milan from our triathlon has gotten out and is holding a 1:32. Pretty nice pace there. We'll see if he holds on to it. Out in the lead. And we're through probably almost the first 750. We'll see if they relax it out here. One thing to keep in mind is, that let's see what those stroke rates are. So we've got Even, who's out in the lead. He's a open masters, I would say, rowing at about a 29. It looks like.
You love to see it, and it looks like we have some CrossFitters. I can tell, CrossFit Bear, the Rogue. That's like the typical CrossFit look.
Yeah.
And I love to see it because, a lot of these people may have not gotten to a boat before, but they live on that erg and they're here to compete as well.
Yeah, and we have like a really close race here for second, it looks like. We've got Frank McDermott and Wayne Wilson battling it out.
Less than 10 meters apart.
And that's one stroke. That's one pull. So
yeah. Look at that. And Joe Swift, father of Joe Swift, is in third right now.
Love it.
Hang in there. And Frank McDermott is battling it out. This is both Frank and Joe are in that open category there for the open men's. Here we go.
Right here.
Just a big guy, really, and he's taking advantage of that. You can see like that. He's just dialing it in.
Yep.
Nice rhythm, taking each stroke, getting connected, and just pushing with those legs.
Yep. It's full power right there.
Yeah. And you can see some of his competitors are rowing a little bit higher. You can look at them. He's taking full advantage of all that leverage.
Man, 29
his competitors are working hard to sort of keep up.
Man, he's going at 29 strokes per minute, hitting like a 138. That's pretty daggone good.
Yeah. And we have Frank at a 28, and you can see Joe Swift's up at a 31-32 right here. And so here's Frank McDermott right beside him.
And I will say, I love the control that I'm seeing from a lot of these rowers. You don't see them kind of leaning and going all over the place because they're tired. They're staying in composure. They're very composed. So it's very impressive from this group here.
Yeah, I really like Frank. It's good, nice, steady rhythm here. Engaging with those legs. I'm waiting for Joe. I'm waiting for Joe Swift, little Joe Swift, to get in there and start yelling at his dad. Come on, Dad, you got this.
Love it. And these are the moments. I'm sure both of them are going to remember this time, for the rest of their lives. I don't know how many times that they've done something like this, but I know whenever I've done something with my dad, I remember it. I remember it.
Right. Now in the Masters AA, we have here we go. So PJ Gupta is a lightweight here, and he is pulling hard and holding on really with that 142, looking good. He is first in the lightweight division, and it looks like he might be moving into third or second overall. Even Milan, first in that men's Masters. And we have Eric Smith as well. Eric Smith is in that men's Masters AA category, and it looks like he's leading that group.
And we are in that last 500 meters here where that's the green light. That's the green light.
This is where it's time to lay it down. I mean, there we go. Battling it. It looks like we're going to have some overall competition here from PJ Caputa, coming in second maybe overall in this mixed flight here.
Yep. And I'm loving it. 140,
really good stuff.
34.
He's laying down a 140 right now, a lightweight. And this goes to what you were talking about, how the lightweights can make up for it, and either with their rating or their efficiency, perhaps.
Exactly.
There he is, Ivan Milan. He's already taken home 1 gold medal today. It looks like he's going to take home another, laying it down at 129, 130. Crushing it in this last 500 meters. Last couple of strokes here.
There you go.
As he pulls, you can see the pain on his face. It's just, it's indicative of how hard this truly is.
Wow. This is the C, and he just finished.
Yeah. Now the race that you're not seeing here is
Sub
between
630.
The race that you're not seeing here is PJ Caputa, the lightweight, going to come in second overall, battling it out with Frank McDermott and Eric Smith, who is a Masters AA.
Wow.
There he is, PJ Caputa, just pulling it in. He's going to be second overall, first in the lightweight division.
641.
There you go.
As a C.
Well done.
That's you are in your upper 30s, early 40s as a C category.
Yeah. There you go.
641.
Frank McDermott,
lightweight.
Finishing. Nice work.
And then you have third place with Wayne Wilson.
Great job. Great job.
There you go. In the men's D, we have Eric Smith, Brian Price, and Wayne Wilson, as you mentioned. And now Wayne is finished. These are the unofficial results. There you go.
Good work.
It's awesome.
Nice. So we had John Swift, we had Joe Swift. We had Joe Swift earlier. The Swifts are really making a day of it.
Love it. It's awesome. Finish strong.
Here we
Finish
go.
strong.
We got August Feliso still pulling, still working hard, finishing it up in that last little bit.
There you go.
And then rounding out, we have Jose Antunes. Jose Antunes is in the men's masters as well, the AA, and he's finishing strong here. You can hear the crowd cheer him on as he comes into that last 50 meters.
Easy. And now we're going to go to the woman on the floor, Colleen, to get an interview with the winner.
All right.
Okay, so thrilled to be here with PJ Caputa, PJ, winner of the lightweight master single, and I was just told you're a US rowing referee.
Yes.
So how many hats do you wear?
Lots of hats. Father to 3 rowers, referee, collegiate rower, masters rower now.
And your 3 kids, are they in the area? Are they somewhere else? Maybe they're watching the stream?
Yep, one's at Yale, 2 are at PNRA, one's going to Northeastern. Go Huskies next year.
Go Huskies. I've got the, so that's where I went to college. Yeah, so tell us about your race. Like, what was your strategy going into it?
Yeah, it's always tough to PR here. New conditions, new temperature, no music. Big down. But you know what, I just tried to go out there, see where I was at 1,000, make some choices, decided to sort of bang it out that last 500. And it was nice to be able to see the board, but it's tough to concentrate when you're exhausted and you're trying to figure out how many meters are between you and the next guy. So.
Totally. Was there a moment in the race where you were like, all right, if I keep pacing this way, I've got it, or did you just not even think that way?
No, it was, okay, when are you going to do it, buddy? Yeah. Like, you're at 300, you haven't gone yet, you're at 250, like, your kids are going to yell at you if you don't go at 200. So you better drop the hammer and make it work here, so.
You've got some pretty impressive kids, so it's like, yeah, now Dad has to impress them. So I'm sure they're very impressed. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and we'll take the music into consideration. So we've got that noted. Thank you so much, PJ.
Thanks. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
And we are back.
That's right.
That was awesome.
That was an amazing race.
That was.
Yeah.
That was. He for his kids to, motivate him, as we were talking about before. I mean, 641 as a lightweight, that's
pretty
and in his 30s, 40s, like. Still got it.
Still got it. And wearing many hats, contributing, giving back through refereeing. That's what it's all about. And it's really nice to be here at the convention, have the convention going on at the same time, people getting to see these athletes showcase their talents and be here for them.
All right. And so what we have loading up next will be the women's masters. Women's Masters and the Women's Lightweight Masters 2,000-meter race.
Yeah, and come on in, Colleen. You're always welcome. We have random people walking through all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Love it. We love you all.
Yes,
hey,
exactly.
Man. So did you guys check out that interview with PJ?
Yeah,
PJ Caputo?
yeah, that's pretty amazing.
He's so cool.
Yeah.
He's like a US rowing referee, and he's racing, and he gave us a hot tip about the music.
Yeah, hot tip. I wrote that down. Music.
Yes.
I wrote it right here.
Yeah,
you can get that music
for
pumping.
next time. He wants some
pumping.
music. He said it was good that he could. Well, you all heard it, but good that he could see the leaderboard. But yeah, we'll get a playlist going maybe next year.
I do have to say that it's tough because there are all sorts of licensing issues that you have to deal with, and so as someone who deals with those types of shenanigans every day.
So you're going to sing for us? Is that the only solution? It's got to be original music.
It's got to be original composition. So maybe we'll have all the rowing athletes just like
put something together.
Put something together.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a few more events, So it's 451, so 510. The women's master single, lightweight master single, the watts test, and then the relay. So I'm about to go make sure that I've got the rules straight for the relay.
Okay.
That's where I'm headed. So I'm going to get this back to you guys. Good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we will be heading to a commercial, and we will be back shortly.
All right, I got an announcement here for everybody on premise that has won an event. All victors, please stop by the Concept 2 booth. They're offering a stipend to travel to Toronto and compete in the World Championships. All winners, please check in with Concept 2. Talk to them about possibly competing in our World Championships in Toronto. You know who you are. try to get those drag factors set, get comfortable, get your feet set. We'll try to get started straight away.
And we are back at the 2023
Go on.
US Rowing
Keep going.
Atlantic City Indoor National Championships.
All right, I'm just going to call it the AC Indoor Championships for rowing in the state of New Jersey.
Put a hashtag in front of that, and you can be good to go. So yes, we are back. We are preparing shortly to see the women's masters and the women's lightweight masters kick it off.
Yeah.
Inside the dome.
Inside the Thunderdome. You know, I was talking to one of the rowers in the competition this morning that we were talking about, and it's like the lightweights, you know, because we had two highly decorated lightweights in a 500-meter sprint. And I said, yeah, it was like being in the Thunderdome. And I said, don't worry, we said that.
We did. We
did.
did. We gave the respect where it was due.
That's right. So right now we have these ladies, they're warming up, getting ready. This is the women's masters category. We have masters B and lightweight B as well as masters C. So those are all of the different colors you're seeing on the screen there.
Yep.
Once the racing starts. And we got some exciting stuff. Hopefully we'll see some nice, tight races.
Yeah, I'm excited. I love, again, you just never know.
Yeah.
Somebody can show up and be ready to go and go off, just fly, and like we said, never die.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy. It's wild that we saw. I was talking to Craig White from Brick City Rowing. He brought 37 kids. He had 32 PR.
Wow.
So, and
that's
I think,
awesome.
yeah, I think that part of that is a testament to sort of what it's like being in this environment, having people cheering for you, the excitement that's around, and you really get a great sense for the environment. It makes it something special.
Right. And again, the energy and being right next to someone and also seeing where you stand in between who's in front of you, who's in back of you, and it's like, what you going to do? Are you going to drop below the person that's below that's going slower than you, or are you going to catch up to the next person? And it's almost like a ladder. So unless you're in first place, you have somebody in front of you, and that's on your screen that you're looking at.
Yeah. And so we've got warming up here. These athletes are basically getting ready. This is Janice Holzman here. She is in the Masters C. Nice form. And then in Masters D, we have Amy Mulligan, Tara Wade, Jess DiCarlo, and Pamela Hughes will be in that group, in that category there. Here we go. It's funny. I had the chance to speak to a couple of these athletes. They were trying to find the warm-up room earlier, and so I said, "How you feeling?" And they were all like, "We're good. I'm good."
Love it.
I've got a number in my head, is what they said, and I think that's the important thing. And for getting to that 1,000 meters is sort of like where you either adjust your game plan or you say, all right, I've got more in the tank and I'm ready to go.
Yep. No, I agree. I agree with that. And there's no better feeling than being at that number, especially crossing that 1,000-meter mark. You're like, I got some more in me.
Yeah.
Like I can really push this, to the max, and you just see your splits going lower and lower. And I mean that's some motivation in and of itself.
Yeah, indeed. All right, little last-minute jitters there, getting them out,
Love it.
It's kind of weird because once I'm in the foot stretchers at an indoor race, I'm like, that's it. I'm not getting out of these until I'm either passed out on the floor or because if I get off, I might be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't.
You just second guess.
Yeah.
You just second guess it. But there's a quote out there. It's just like, if I pass out, just make sure you record my time. Just record it.
That's a very rower thing to say.
Yep.
I'll see you on the other side.
Exactly. I love the headband. Do you see that? The headband? I'm like, you know what? I like that. That adds a special touch.
Yeah.
That is a special touch.
Well, you know, it's interesting. We all have like the little things that we do. Like there were a pair of socks, you know, lucky socks that I had. There was like at one point I used to always wear a wristband, and it's just the things that you do. And what I find is that like in reality, these things are touchstones to help you get back into it when you need to help you focus, get ready. And you can see Tara Wade there just getting ready, pumping it up with her headband there.
Yep. I don't know. It looks like the Philly fanatic. I could be wrong. That's it. That's
well,
what it
she's
looks like.
definitely a Philly
she is a Philly. So that is the Philly fanatic all day.
Philly.
Philly.
Right, they've been asked to stop rowing.
So golf voice.
That's right. And it looks like the rowers are coming to a stop. We've got 3 more rowers to come to a stop before this race starts in the Women's Masters B, Women's Lightweight Masters B, and Women's Masters C. Once again, I'm hoping to see if we can have some of the lightweights finish in that top group again.
Yeah,
that's
I'll
pretty
be excited.
Awesome.
I'll be excited. And we are off.
And this race has started. And things are settling out here. Amy Mulligan in the lead. Jess DiCarlo, Tara Wade moving into second right now. Nice and steady rhythm here. We'll just see. Joanna Gardner, who is a Women's Masters B, is out in front, and she's holding under 2-minute splits right now.
That's awesome.
Women's Masters D, Amy Mulligan is leading the way. Here we go, a shot of Joanna Gardner, Women's Masters B.
Love it.
Nice,
so composed.
smooth rhythm here, rowing her race, you know.
Yeah. Wow. I'm really impressed. It's like so smooth.
Rowing at a 26, holding a 157.
That's awesome. It's got to be the headband. One of my favorite athletes, Allen Iverson, he brought that headband to the game, and I'm just like, anybody with a headband, you got my respect automatically.
There you go. There you go. Nice. And as we move past the 1650, we're moving into almost that 1500 mark. The athletes have been on their rowers for, they'll have been on their rowers for around 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. This is where they can settle in, find their rhythm, and establish their race. So in Women's Masters C, we have Janice Holzman is the leader, followed by Kristen Messina and Hannah Sanicola. And here we go. Here's Amy Mulligan.
From the Masters D.
Who is Masters D. She is leading that group right there, nice and steady. Actually, I talked to her, and we have her coach, Richard Butler, sitting behind her. He's there. Nice, giving her some words there, telling her, hey, stay steady. Here we go. Nice.
Crossing, getting closer to that 1,000 meter mark, that hump on the hill.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where you can either check in and say, look, I've got a little bit more gas in the tank, or you can say, I need to readjust my strategy. I might have come out a little bit too hot. And here we go, Janice Holzman. She's leading the Women's Masters C. Nice. She's 38 meters ahead, so and ahead of Kristen Messina, which is still in striking distance. Right. Kristen Messina can really take advantage if she can find a way to make a move here. There you go, the crowd getting involved, feeling the burn. Here you go, all of our competitors. There you go. You can see Janice Holzman's really, she's holding around that 2-minute split. And I think that if she can hold that for the rest of the race, she's going to be in great space.
At a 26, that's really impressive because, you're looking at these other strokes per minute, and they're higher 28, 29, 30,
Yeah.
and they're still not hitting that sub 2 minute category.
and
She's doing it.
Exactly. And Joanna Gardner right here, Women's Masters B. She's holding it down at that 2 minute pace right here. She's out in front of Janice Holzman. And so it's interesting to see these two are battling it out. And now to the Women's Masters D, you have Amy Mulligan and Tara Wade out in front, separated by 6 meters. So yeah, this is like, as you've spoken about so many times, what do you think Tara has to do to get back into this race with Amy Mulligan?
That's a good question. I mean, she is aware of where she's at. And you know how I like to do it, like if I'm trailing somebody, I can typically feel if I'm in control or if I'm really, dying to even hold on to that bow ball or hold on to that stern, whatever, hold on to that boat. And it's pretty much the same thing here. I'm curious if Tara, she knows that she just has them.
1 meter,
and that she's going to go past them, and it looks like that's exactly what she's going to do.
Yeah.
She felt that she got her. She got
She's
her
up
and
at
is
a
taking
32.
advantage.
Amy is at a 28, 29. It'll be interesting to see if she can hold on to that stroke rating and whether or not Amy can bring it up and respond.
Exactly, but they're neck and neck right now. So honestly, I can't even tell. They're both. It seems like they both are breathing pretty much the same way. So it's kind of hard to tell who's really tired and who's not.
So over here in the Women's Masters C, we have Janice Holzman. She's established a good, almost 90 meters on her competitors, and so, for her, I think right now she just has to stay calm and sort of stick with her game plan.
Right.
She's been right around 2 minutes. And it doesn't look like anyone's catching it.
No, it doesn't. And typically when we see, coming across that 500 line, if you're around 100 or more in distance, I mean, it's rare that anybody will catch up in that last piece. So if somebody wants to catch up, now's the time to do so. Before you run out of space.
Back with Joanna Gardner is still leading the pack. She is now holding 155
She's dropping
in this
split.
She's still at that 26, so very impressive. Just applying that power, a little bit more power.
She's negative splitting, as you were talking about.
There you go. We'll see if she can hold on to that sub 2 minute pace there.
Wow.
It looks like Janice Holzman is really trying to make a move here.
She is. Only 20 meters in between.
Yeah.
I mean, she has a little bit of room. It's a very small window, but she has some room. She could catch up.
Yeah. Here we go. It looks like Tara Wade has made that move we were talking about in Women's Masters D, but we're moving into that last 250 for some of these athletes. And this is the race within the race here.
It is. This is where you lay it all on the line. This is where you black out and just go.
I've had coaches tell me, just stay in the race, stay in the race. And then at some point, you have to make a choice.
Yep.
And it looks like these athletes are there. They're making a choice right now.
149, 29, Joanna Gardner. 29 strokes per minute. Look at that. Negative split. Negative split.
There you go.
She literally did that.
Here. Right now, we can see some pain between these two athletes. Battling it out.
Wow.
There she is. You can see the pain. It's excruciating. But you know what?
But
it'll be well worth it. It'll be well worth it if she can hold off and take the top spot.
And that is what she's going to do.
There it is.
Way to go, Joanna. Way to go.
And now we have Janice Holzman moving in. Great effort by Janice Holzman.
And then we have a very close for third here for overall third.
There we go, overall third.
And that'll be Tara Wade that is going to take that at a 43 strokes per minute. You'd love to see it.
And Amy Mulligan. What a battle between those two. And here we go.
Awesome.
Eleanor Comley.
Wow.
Well done.
Matt, this is Women's Masters D, and she still is breaking 8 minutes.
Yes.
Still breaking 8 minutes. That's awesome.
Yes, I'd love to see an interview between these two, Amy and Tara.
Yeah.
They were just battling it out the whole time.
They really were.
As well as Joanna and Janice. It's so many races within this race here overall.
That was legit. That was legit. You go, ladies.
So great. You can see, the exhaustion. the effort that these athletes put in and the hard work and training for this one day where it all pays off.
Love that. Love it. That was awesome. That was awesome. I mean, you just love to see close racing. It like gets you excited. It's just like, oof, who's gonna give that extra oof at the end to.
I hear you, man. I hear you. There's nothing like having someone else there right beside you to sort of, motivate you. You know, that's what I love. I love about the fact we have the leaderboard and they can look up there and figure out who's in what place and who's behind them.
Yep.
But in actuality, it's kind of hard because, as we spoke about before, it's very important to stick to your numbers, to stay within yourself and be able to make a decision about what you can do.
Yep, and I think Joanna there did exactly that. I mean, she sat at 159 the whole time and then dropped split. And all of those when she dropped split, it was literally going to be less than 159 where her split was at. It was going to be just because she was at 159 for the rest of the race. So those other numbers were bringing her down even lower, especially at the end. And she wasn't all over the place. She was very consistent at that 28 the whole time, but still laying it down at that sub 2-minute mark split. So that was awesome. That was good racing.
So our finishers here for Women's Masters C, Janice Holzman, Kristen Messina, and Hannah Sanicola. And so we've had many races. I keep saying race within a race. Have you guys had a race within a race? I haven't had a race within a race.
I've definitely had that. I mean, so last year, which was a little crazy because I was on the bad end, at that stick. Yeah. But actually, first, before we go into my story, I think we got the winners ready to talk. So let's go to the floor with Colleen and let's see what they feeling.
Great. So Tara, hi. I'm with Tara Wade. Tara, you've just won your category. You've had a great piece. Talk to us a little bit about your strategy coming into today, and just if you could confirm your category.
Ladies D, 50 to 54, I believe it is. I just turned 51. My strategy, I normally have an 8-week 2K piece that I normally train, and I kind of mixed it up this year, and I started weight training, which I hadn't been doing at all. Just a little bit of weight training recently, and Simon is my crew lab coach, and so he does sprint training with me virtually, and then I do steady state pieces 3 times a week, sprints 3 times a week, and yoga 3 times a week, the DDP yoga, Diamond Dallas Page yoga. And so yeah, coming into this, I was like, I have no idea what's going to happen at all. None. I knew historically that I can knock about 6 seconds off. I had a 2K piece last through my training, and I'm like, historically I can knock 6 seconds off, but my goal was to sub 8 and lose.
Yeah, and you got it. Yeah.
Second means because I lost medal contention last year at Crash Bees by 2/10. So second, third, and fourth place were 0.6, 0.7, and I was a 0.9, and I missed. Yeah, so
you said your goal was to knock 6 seconds off, and what did you knock off?
It was 3.1.
Okay, well, great. For today, that was exactly what you needed to do. All right.
We shouldn't have these masters late in the day because we're old people and we need our rest.
Fair, we'll take that into consideration. We heard from someone earlier we need music, so now we'll think about the programming. All right, last question. Moving into the final, say, 500 meters, what was going through your mind?
So normally at 300 meters, that's when one of Simon's other coaches tells Greg, and shout out to Greg, love you, Greg. It's his son's Lucas's birthday today. But 300 to go is the key, and he's just hulk it up and just go. And I don't think I rate it that high before, but not in a 2K ever. Like when we do our sprint training, I'll rate into the 40s. Yeah. But when I saw the 40 on there, I was like, what did I just do? So.
What a cool feeling to impress, kind of surprise and impress yourself.
This was a big day because honestly, this morning I woke up just reliving Crash Bees last year, and I was just like, my heart was already racing, and it was only even 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, oh no.
And it paid off, and it totally paid off. Congratulations, Tara.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, well, really, really happy with your result and proud of you, and we'll send it back.
To VBC and all my people at VBC, I know you're watching. Kelly, And my HWBs, they know who they are. So
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Take care. Thanks. Congratulations on your performance.
Thank you.
Talk to us a little bit about like what was going through your mind during this 2K, other than oh my God, I'm in pain. How did you come into it, and then how did you execute?
So I've done a lot of indoor races. So I feel the more you do, it's easier to calm yourself down and to remember your focus. I had the extra special help of Richard Butler with me today. He's a big reason why I got into rowing. I've been indoor rowing for 8 years and on the water for 7. And I had a conversation with him when I first started. I thought you had to row in high school or in college to be a rower, and he said absolutely not. And he sent me to Three Rivers Rowing program, master program, and the rest is history.
And so, what advice would you give to someone who's interested in getting started, like at any part of their lives in rowing?
That you should do it. It's been life-changing for me. I feel like I'm in better shape now than when I was 20. And it helps with your mental health, your physical health. I'm just a better human being for my family and for myself, and I owe a lot of it to rowing. I've also made a brand new circle of friends that I love dearly. Hi, all my buddies in Pittsburgh. And I just love it. I was excited to come here. I was glad it was close.
Yeah. All right, last question. Going through your mind in the final 250 meters, or even like final stretch, whatever that means for you, how do you think about that?
At that point, I think you are so close to being done. You can totally do this. Empty the tank. I mean, I practice 4 times a week on the water back in Pittsburgh. We have some seriously rigorous practices. That last 250 meters is like, poof, nothing. So if you try to keep it light and just keep your focus, before you know it's like, done.
Amy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. So we'll head to commercial break. Thanks so much. awaiting the start of the men's open max watts test. So joined again by Ivan Millen, closest to the camera, Jeremiah Taylor from Atomic Rowing on the other side of him. So the max watt test event is 60 seconds long. Awaiting the start. Sitting ready.
Attention.
And we have a start. Again, the max watt test. So the goal is exactly that, to get the maximum number of watts within this 60-second period. So keeping an eye then on the leaderboard, Ivan Milan, well, he's quick, 727. Jeremiah Taylor in the 650 range. So Ivan currently leading 100 meters down. Ivan, we saw him race earlier today in the triathlon. We saw him in one of the longer events as well. So this is all for fun, right? It's hard work. It's lactic acid screaming. Your legs are screaming, but it is a true test of power. 23, 22, 21 seconds to go. Currently, Ivan Milan still cruising up in that now 620 range at 40 strokes per minute, crossing through 300 meters down. Jeremiah Taylor running just behind him at about 528 watts now at the moment. It's 3, 2, 1. Absolutely incredible, so cool. And as we look up on the leaderboard, we get a look at their maximum wattage. So 662 and 630. 662 for Ivan Milan and Jeremiah Taylor, 630. Well done to these two gentlemen. Really, really fun. Great variety in the weekend programming, and of course that includes the Max Watts test. So we'll give them a moment to catch their breath. And we'll head out to a commercial break. So thanks so much, and one more event to go.
it. You're gonna treat that bird like it owes you rent money. All right, let's go. For everybody here who's been a rower, we've done these kinds of things as teams inside of our training facilities. Usually the most fun you can have on a rowing machine. See, now this makes me happy. I got V-Sculpt sitting up there. It's going to be impossible for me to be impartial. I'm going to tell you right now why. I am a 1997 graduate of Atlantic City High School. Go Vikings. That's right.
So we're on the floor awaiting the start of the relay. So really, really thrilled. And we see the athletes just giving some direction. So we'll have a listen ourselves. So relay, as the name suggests, each competitor will row a certain distance. It's a 2,000 meter relay overall. Teams of 4, so it's looking like 500 meters each, but we'll validate that. And we're eavesdropping on the directions here a little bit. So some strategy around hopping in, hopping out, which of course for any relay, the transition is a critical part. So they're going to be quick with the feet. That's the vibe we're getting. Quick with the feet, slip out of the feet. And we heard that with the triathlon earlier too, that really that is, you know, whether it's a relay or the triathlon setup, that is an important consideration. Because we know in rowing, as you can see, the women adjusting their foot plates right now, that is part of it, depending on your foot size. You want to be adjusted for comfort. So in this scenario, maybe a little bit less focus on getting it just right, and maybe right enough is okay. So awaiting the start of this relay, and it is looking like teams of 4, so we'll assume 500 meters per participant. And as they warm up, I want to take a moment. This is our last event of the day, and we've been so fortunate to be with you all on the live stream for the 2023 indoors. The USRowing annual convention happening upstairs. I bumped into my college coach earlier today. I bumped into my high school coach earlier today. So it's a full 360 of rowing here. There's the educational portion happening upstairs. There are 40 plus vendors at the Athlete Expo with a real focus this year on mind and body wellness. So the whole athlete wellness perspective. And of course that includes the mind and the body. And now, those were the final few strokes. They're just getting the monitors set up now. Sitting at attention.
Hold on.
And after 2 years of virtual events, we're just absolutely delighted to bring the community back for in-person fun, culminating in this relay at the end of today. All right, so we've just heard that you can have someone help you in the last 50 meters adjust your foot straps. So you'll see teammates pop in as they prepare to make that transition. Someone pop in, help the prior person get their feet out. They'll get their feet in. They'll keep rolling. So again, we had 2Ks today. We had 500-meter races. We had a triathlon. This is the team relay. We had a kids race. We had a max watt test. It's been amazing. And we're so glad to have you with us through the end.
Attention.
They're off. This is the relay. Already underway, so the name of the game is to go as fast as you possibly can and to transition as quickly as possible. Many participants from Atlantic City High School, and we've got one group of women from V Skulls. They are flying, and it is looking like one of the Atlantic City combinations moving the quickest right now. We don't know individually exactly everyone's name, so we'll go with the club. And we'll take a look at the combination of the boys over here. Just absolutely flying. So a good look here at the first athlete on. Looks like Alexander Chabowski, first person to take on that 500-meter stretch. 200 meters left for him. The women competing just on the other side of him, most of those women from Atlantic City High School. So this is really, really cool to have in a race format officially. You see this oftentimes with high school rowing teams where on a Saturday, especially during the winter to spice things up, you might see a workout like this as a training workout, but to have this actually at a sanctioned, a US rowing sanctioned event is just really, really fun and is a testament again to the variety of events that we see here. So Chabowski's teammate ready to make a switch. Michael Idzenski ready to take over, and out his feet go. 2,000 meters total, so incoming. His next teammate ready to take over and fly. So you want to make sure, as we just saw, that you're on the seat. You don't want to slip off the seat. And getting right into that rhythm. Big compression up into the front, big swing, and just super fun. We see his teammates behind him laughing like, if this doesn't make you love indoor rowing, I don't know what will. And a great look then as they're flying through. And so we know split screen scenario, we can take a look then over at the women as well. And again, Atlantic City with 4 combinations. So teamwork, inter-team competition at its best. Again, maybe this was something they even practiced for on their own. So this is the men's U19 4-person team relay. So high school aged athletes preparing to make that next switch. And we'll have a look then over at the women. So much camaraderie, so much cheering. We love it. Really, really difficult in terms of the lactic acid buildup of just how hard these women are pushing at the moment. Would you see some smiles as well? Such fantastic teamwork, and the boys continuing to make their way through this 2,000 meter piece. Most of these schools moving, most of these combinations rather, moving into the second 1,000, into the second half of this piece, the third quarter. And on the far side, they make another switch. Lots of clapping, lots of cheering. One of the more fun parts of indoor rowing for sure. And again, it's making me just totally nostalgic for high school practices in the wintertime. Really fun way to mix up that sprint kind of level endurance racing. So Atlantic City High School representing, which combination will it be? The boys on the far side continuing to move. Great cheering, great camaraderie from their teammates. And we're getting ready for that last switch in just a couple of 100 meters. So no pressure if you're last, but major kudos, because that's a brave spot to be willing to go last and carry the team for those last 500 meters, try to make up time if you need to, or just hold the lead. All right, the boys getting ready to make their last switch. If they haven't already, here he comes, incoming. The boys switch for their final 500 meters, and the women carry on. The Atlantic City combination, we just saw switch, so it's their final 500 meters. That last switch that you just saw, well, that's our leading combination. The athlete wearing the purple jersey cranks up the rate. Big press from the legs down. And she's now flying into the final 400 meters. Can her teammates on either side of her catch her? It's looking really hard at this point. The teammates in that combination staring at the leaderboard. Really, really cool to see. All right, the boys, 250 to go, 250 to go. It's nice to share a 2,000 meter race with your teammates. Better than going it alone. So the handle flies closest to us. It's the last switch. And again, the combination with the athlete currently in the purple jersey leading this all the way. What an effort, what a way to end their Saturday and day one of the 2023 indoors, hosted by USRowing and of course the Atlantic City Convention Center. Huge thanks to the parents, to the athletes, to the volunteers, to the vendors. Final few strokes for all of these athletes. And for the boys, they finish up a job well done to V Skulls. And will this Atlantic City High School combination take it? First to put the handle down, in theory, wins. So we'll keep an eye. It's looking really good for them in these final few meters, and they have won. The rest of their teammates carry on for the final few meters. A great job, big effort, some smiles from that winning team, and they'll walk it off. Again, fantastic variety this weekend. Watts test, triathlon, kids row, relays, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meter coxswain races. Really, really fun way to bring indoor rowing, to dimensionalize it and to bring it back in person, in real life for 2023. All right, we've got one more combination just to round it out. Teammates clapping. This is the moment where your full team is behind you, cheering for you in those final few strokes. And a job well done. So we've just asked the whole team for an interview. We'll see how many we actually get. You guys good? Yes. All right, we good? Yep. Congratulations. I'm gonna go tell each of you, tell me your name, your club, and then we'll come back, I'll ask some questions, okay?
My name's Lexi and I root for Atlantic City High School.
My name's Grace and I root for Atlantic City High School.
My name is Melissa, I'm from Atlantic City High School.
Suzanne Turska, I root for AC High School.
So I didn't really think about the high school a bit, that would probably be duplicative, but well done. So guys, talk to us about your strategy. Like, how did you think about this event in particular coming into the weekend?
Well, we kind of thought it was quick, so just kind of go for it, go fast. Yeah.
We any of us haven't really rowed in a while. We've all been doing winter sports, so it kind of just was like for fun and to just go out hard.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
It was kind of hard because I haven't been erging, but it was fun for the first.
Okay, so no pressure. No pressure if you're going last, but you went. How did you all decide like who was going to go where?
Our coach made a lineup, and then we kind of agreed with it. Yeah, perfect. Right. Last strong one.
They've been focused on flip turns and three-pointers because swimmer, basketball. It's the first time on the erg for all of them this year, so it's fun.
It paid off for them though, yeah?
Exactly.
All right, guys, would you do this again?
Yeah, definitely.
Are you done racing? Do you guys race tomorrow?
We don't race tomorrow.
So what's for dinner tonight?
Don't know, whatever's on the table.
All right, well, you guys earn it. Thank you so much. All right, take care. Bye.
All right.
And yeah, we are back. That was awesome. That was an awesome relay.
That was pretty amazing. You know, to me, like one of the most amazing things was what the coach said at the end. Swimmer, basketball. And it's amazing because, you know, what you see is like that's the best part about this sport is that you have athletes out there and participating in multiple sports. But at the end of the day, they all get on that rower.
Yep.
And they all pull hard.
Yep, and they pulled some awesome times.
Yes.
And that was our last race of the day.
What?
Our last race. I know. I'm like, dang on it. I gotta wait till tomorrow to see some more. But
I know.
You know.
We were just finding our vibe too.
I know.
Colleen's trying to sneak in and out of the scene, but you know that's it. We're going. This is our last. Well, let's just sign off. I don't want to prolong it.
Yeah,
you know?
let's do it. I am Reese Scott. You can follow me on Instagram at The Reese Life, and we have.
Oh, Akil Abdullah. I am a rower for hydro and everything else.
Love it. And
I'm just popping in to say hi, Colleen Seville. It's been such a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
It's been so awesome.
And we'll do it again tomorrow.
We will.
We will see you all tomorrow.
Bye.